Chapter 1. Hampshire, England, August 1875. "The devil knows why my life should be ruined," Devon Ravenel said grimly. "All because a cousin I never liked fell from a horse." Theo didn't fall, precisely. His younger brother Weston replied. He was thrown. Obviously, the horse found him as insufferable as I did. Devon paced around the receiving room in restless, abbreviated strides. If Theo hadn't already broken his damned neck, I'd like to go and break it for him. West sent him a glance of exasperated amusement. How can you complain when you've just inherited an earldom that confers an estate in Hampshire, lands in Norfolk, a house in London, all entailed? Forgive my lack of enthusiasm for land and properties that I'll never own and can't sell. You may be able to break the entailment, depending on how it was settled. If so, you could sell everything and be done with it. God willing. Devon glanced at a bloom of mould in the corner with disgust. No one could reasonably expect me to live here. The place is a shambles. This was the first time either of them had ever set foot in Eversby Priory, the ancestral family domain built over the remains of a monastic residence and church. Although Devon had become ennobled shortly after his cousin's death 3 months ago, he had waited as long as possible before facing the mountain of problems he now confronted. So far, he had seen only this room and the entrance hall, the two areas that were supposed to impress visitors the most. The rugs were worn, the furniture threadbare, the plaster wall mouldings dingy and cracked. None of this boded well for the condition of the rest of the house. "It needs refurbishing," West admitted. "It needs to be razed to the ground." "It's not so bad." West broke off with a yelp as his foot began to sink into a depression in the rug. He hopped away and stared at the bowl-shaped indentation. What the deuce? Devon bent and lifted the corner of the rug to reveal a rotting hole in the flooring beneath. Shaking his head, he dropped the rug back into place and went to a window fitted with diamond-shaped panes. The lead came that joined the window glass was corroded, the hinges and fittings rusted. "Why hasn't that been repaired?" West asked. "For want of money, obviously." "But how could that be? The estate comes with 20,000 acres, all those tenants, the annual yields." "Estate farming is no longer profitable." "In Hampshire?" Devon sent him a dark glance before returning his attention to the view. "Anywhere." The Hampshire scenery was green and bucolic, neatly divided by bottle-green hedgerows in bloom. However, somewhere beyond the cheerful huddles of thatched-roof cottages and the fertile tracts of chalk down and ancient woodland, thousands of miles of steel track were being laid out for an onslaught of locomotive engines and rail cars. All across England, new factories and mill towns had begun to appear, faster than hazel catkins in the spring. It had been Devon's bad luck to inherit a title just as a tide of industry was sweeping away aristocratic traditions and entitled modes of living. "How do you know?" his brother asked. "Everyone knows, West. Grain prices have collapsed. When did you last read an issue of the Times? Have you paid no attention to the discussions at the club or the taverns?" "Not when the subject was farming," came West's dour reply. He sat heavily, rubbing his temples. "I don't like this. I thought we had agreed never to be serious about anything." "I'm trying, but death and poverty have a way of making everything seem rather less amusing." Leaning his forehead against the window pane, Devon said morosely, "I've always enjoyed a comfortable life, without having to perform a single day of honest labour. Now I have responsibilities. He said the word as if it were a profanity. I'll help you think of ways to avoid them. Rummaging in his coat, West pulled a silver flask from an inside pocket. He uncapped it and took a long swallow. Devon's brows lifted. Isn't it a bit early for that? You'll be stewed by noon. Yes, but it won't happen unless I start now. West tilted the flask again. The habits of self-indulgence, Devon reflected with concern, were catching up with his younger brother. West was a tall and handsome man of 24, with a wily intelligence that he preferred to use as seldom as possible. In the past year, an excess of strong drink had lent a ruddy cast to West's cheeks and softened his neck and waistline. Although Devon had made a point of never interfering in his brother's affairs, he wondered if he should mention something about his swilling. No, West would only resent the unwanted advice. After replacing the flask in his coat, West steepled his hands and regarded Devon over the tips of his fingers. You need to acquire capital and sire an heir. A rich wife would solve both problems. Devon blanched. You know I'll never marry. He understood his limitations. He wasn't meant to be a husband or father. The idea of repeating the travesty of his childhood, with himself in the role of the cruel and indifferent parent, made his skin crawl. When I die, he continued, you're next in line. Do you actually believe I'll outlive you? West asked. With all my vices, I have just as many. Yes, but I'm far more enthusiastic about mine. Devon couldn't hold back a wry laugh. No one could have foreseen that the two of them, from a far-flung branch of the Ravenels, would be the last in a lineage that could be traced back to the Norman conquest. Unfortunately, Ravenels had always been too hot-blooded and impulsive. They yielded to every temptation, indulged in every sin, and scorned every virtue, with the result that they tended to die faster than they could reproduce. Now there were only two left. Although Devon and West were well born, they had never been part of the peerage, a world so rarefied that the highest levels were impermeable even for minor gentry. Devon knew little of the complex rules and rituals that distinguished aristocrats from the common masses. What he did know was that the Eversby estate was no windfall, but a trap. It could no longer generate enough income to sustain itself. It would devour the modest annual income from his trust, crush him, and then it would finish off his brother. Let the Ravenels come to an end, Devon said. We're a bad lot and always have been. Who will care if the earldom goes extinct? The servants and tenants might object to losing their incomes and homes, West said dryly. They can all go hang. I'll tell you what's to be done. First, I'll send Theo's widow and sisters packing. They're of no use to me. Devon, he heard his brother say uneasily. Then I'll find a way to break the entailment, split the estate apart, and sell it piecemeal. If that's not possible, I'll strip the house of everything valuable, tear it down, and sell the stone. Devon. West gestured to the doorway, where a small, slim woman, veiled in black, stood at the threshold. Theo's widow. She was the daughter of Lord Carbery, an Irish peer who owned a stud farm in Glengariff. She had been married to Theo only 3 days before he had died. Such tragedy coming on the heels of a customarily joyful event must have been a cruel shock. As one of the last few members of a dwindling family, Devon supposed he should have sent her a letter of sympathy when Theo's accident had occurred. But somehow, the thought had never translated into action, only stayed in his mind like a bit of lint caught on a coat lapel. Perhaps Devon might have forced himself to send condolences if he hadn't despised his cousin so much. Life had favoured Theo in many ways, gifting him with wealth, privilege, and handsomeness. But instead of being grateful for his good fortune, Theo had always been smug and superior. A bully. Since Devon had never been able to overlook an insult or provocation, he had ended up brawling with Theo whenever they were together. It would have been a lie to say he was sorry that he would never see his cousin again. As for Theo's widow, she had no need of sympathy. She was young and childless, and she had a jointure, which would make it easy for her to marry again. Although she was reputed to be a beauty, it was impossible to judge. A heavy black veil obscured her in a mist of gloom. One thing was certain. After what she had just overheard, she must think Devon despicable. He didn't give a damn. As Devon and West bowed, the widow responded with a perfunctory curtsy. "Welcome, my lord, and Mr. Ravenel. I will provide a list of the household inventory as soon as possible, so that you may loot and pillage in an organised fashion." Her voice was refined, the cut glass syllables frosted with dislike. Devon watched alertly as she came farther into the room. Her figure was too slender for his taste, wand-like in the heft of mourning clothes. But there was something riveting about her controlled movement, a subtle volatility contained within stillness. "My condolences for your loss," he said. "My congratulations for your gain." Devon frowned. "I assure you, I never wanted your husband's title." "It's true," West said. "He complained about it all the way from London." Devon sent his brother a damning glance. "The butler, Sims, will be available to show you the house and grounds at your leisure," the widow said. "Since I am, as you remarked, of no use to you, I will retire to my room and begin to pack." "Lady Trenier," Devon said curtly, "we seem to have started off on bad footing. I apologise if I've given offence." "No need to apologise, my lord. Such remarks are no less than what I expected of you." She continued before Devon could reply. "May I ask how long you intend to stay at Eversby Priory?" "2 nights, I expect. At dinner, perhaps you and I could discuss. I'm afraid my sisters-in-law and I will not be able to dine with you. We are overset by grief and shall take our meals separately. Countess." Ignoring him, she left the room without another word, without even a curtsy. Stunned and outraged, Devon stared at the empty doorway with narrowed eyes. Women never treated him with such contempt. He felt his temper threatening to break loose. How the hell could she hold him at fault for the situation when he'd had no choice in any of it? "What did I do to deserve that?" he demanded. West's mouth twitched. "Aside from saying you were going to cast her out and destroy her home." "I apologised." "Never apologise to women. It only confirms that you were wrong and incenses them further. Devon would be damned if he'd tolerate the insolence of a woman who should have been offering to help him, instead of heaping blame on his head. Widow or not, she was about to learn a much-needed lesson. "I'm going to talk to her," he said grimly. Lifting his feet onto the upholstered settee, West stretched out and arranged a pillow beneath his head. "Wake me when it's over." Devon left the receiving room and followed the widow with long, ground-eating strides. He caught a glimpse of her at the end of the hallway, her dress and veil rippling as she sped away like a pirate ship at full sail. "Wait," he called after her. "I didn't mean what I said earlier." "You did mean it." She stopped and whirled to face Devon in an abrupt motion. "You intend to destroy the estate and your family legacy, all for your own selfish purposes." He stopped in front of her, his hands gripped into fists. "Look here," he said coldly. "The most I've ever had to manage is a terrace apartment, a cookmaid, a valet, and 1 horse. And now I'm expected to look after a foundering estate with more than 200 tenant farms. I would think that merits some consideration, even sympathy. Poor you. How trying it must be, how inconvenient, for you to have to think about someone other than yourself. With that parting jab, she tried to leave. However, she had stopped near an arched niche in the wall, intended for the display of statuary or art objects on pedestals. Devon had her now. Deliberately, he braced his hands on either side of the recess, blocking her retreat. He heard her breath catch, and although he wasn't proud of it, he felt a bolt of satisfaction at having unnerved her. "Let me pass," she said. He didn't move, keeping her captive. "First, tell me your name." "Why? I would never give you leave to use it." Exasperated, he studied her shrouded form. "Has it occurred to you that we have more to gain from mutual cooperation than hostility? I've just lost my husband and my home. What precisely do I have to gain, my lord? Perhaps you should find out before you decide to make an enemy of me. You were the enemy before you ever set foot here." Devon found himself straining to see through the veil. "Must you wear that blasted head covering?" he asked irritably. "It's like conversing with a lampshade." "It's called a weeping veil, and yes, I must wear it in the presence of a visitor." "I'm not a visitor, I'm your cousin." "Only by marriage." As he contemplated her, Devon felt his temper begin to subside. How small she was, as fragile and quick as a sparrow. He gentled his tone. "Come, don't be stubborn. There's no need to wear the veil around me unless you're literally weeping, in which case I would insist that you put it back down immediately. I can't abide a woman crying." "Because you're secretly soft-hearted?" she asked sarcastically. A distant memory stung him, one he hadn't allowed himself to think about in years. He tried to shake it off, but his mind stubbornly retained the image of himself as a boy of 5 or 6, sitting at the closed door of his mother's dressing room, agitated by the sounds of weeping on the other side. He didn't know what had made her cry, but it had undoubtedly been a failed love affair, of which there had been many. His mother had been a renowned beauty who often fell in and out of love in a single night. His father, exhausted by her caprices and driven by his own demons, had rarely been at home. Devon remembered the suffocating helplessness of listening to her sob, but not being able to reach her. He had settled for pushing handkerchiefs under the door, begging her to open it, asking repeatedly what was wrong. "Dev, you're sweet," she had said through her sniffles. "All little boys are. But then you all grow up to be so selfish and cruel. You were born to break women's hearts." "I won't, Mummy," he had cried in alarm. "I promise I won't." He had heard a laughing sob, as if he'd said something foolish. "Of course you will, Poppet. You'll do it without even trying." The scene had been repeated on other occasions, but that was the one Devon remembered most clearly. As it had turned out, his mother had been right, or at least, he'd often been accused of breaking women's hearts. But he had always made it clear that he had no intention of marrying. Even if he fell in love, he would never make that kind of promise to a woman. There was no reason for it, when any promise could be broken. Having experienced the pain that people who loved each other could inflict, he had no desire to do that to anyone. His attention returned to the woman in front of him. "No, I'm not soft-hearted," he said in answer to her question. "In my opinion, a woman's tears are manipulative, and even worse, unattractive." "You," she said with certainty, "are the vilest man I have ever met." Devon was amused by the way she enunciated every word, as if it had been shot from a bow. "How many men have you met?" "Enough to recognize a wicked one when I see him." "I doubt you can see much of anything through this veil." He reached out to finger the edge of the black gauze. "You can't possibly like to wear it." "As a matter of fact, I do." Because it hides your face when you cry, he said rather than asked. I never cry. Taken aback, Devon wondered if he had heard her correctly. You mean not since your husband's accident? Not even then. What kind of woman would say such a thing, even if it were true? Devon gripped the front of the veil and began to hike it upward. Hold still. He pushed handfuls of the crepe back over the little headpiece that anchored it. No, don't pull away. The two of us are going to stand face to face and attempt a civilized conversation. Good God, you could rig a merchant ship with all this. Devon broke off as her face was uncovered. He found himself staring into a pair of amber eyes that tilted at the outer corners in a cap-like slant. For a moment, he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, while all his senses struggled to take her in. He had never seen anything like her. She was younger than he had expected, with a fair complexion and auburn hair that looked too heavy for its pins. A set of wide, pronounced cheekbones and a narrow jaw imparted an exquisite feline triangularity to her features. The curves of her lips were so full that even when she pressed them together tightly, as she was doing now, they still looked soft. Although she was not conventionally beautiful, she was so original that it rendered the question of beauty inconsequential. Her morning dress was slim and tightly fitted from the neck to the hips before flaring into a series of complex pleats. A man could only guess at the figure encased in all that boning and ruching and intricate stitching. Even her wrists and hands were obscured by black gloves. Aside from her face, the only visible skin was at her throat, where the front of her high collar parted with a U-shaped notch. He could see the vulnerable movement of her swallow. It looked so very soft, that private place, where a man might press his lips and feel the rhythm of her pulse. He wanted to start there, kissing her throat, while he undressed her like an intricately wrapped gift until she was gasping and squirming beneath him. If she were any other woman, and they had found themselves in any other circumstances, Devon would have seduced her on the spot. Realizing that it would not do to stand there gaping a landed trout, he searched through his hot, disordered thoughts for some conventional remark, something coherent. To his surprise, she was the first to break the silence. My name is Kathleen. An Irish name. Why do you have no accent? I was sent to England as a child, to live with family friends in Leominster. Why? A frown knit between her winged brows. My parents were very much occupied with their horses. They spent several months of each year in Egypt to purchase Arabian bloodstock for their farm. I was an inconvenience. Their friends, Lord and Lady Berwick, who were also horse people, offered to take me in and raise me with their 2 daughters. Do your parents still live in Ireland? My mother has passed away, but my father is still there. Her gaze turned distant, her thoughts chasing elsewhere. He sent Assad to me as a wedding present. Assad? Devon repeated, puzzled. Refocusing on him, Kathleen looked perturbed, colour sweeping from her neck to her hairline. Then Devon understood. The horse that threw Theo, he said quietly. It wasn't Assad's fault. He was so badly trained that my father bought him back from the man who had originally purchased him. Why give a problem horse to you? Lord Berwick often allowed me to help him train the young colts. Devon ran a deliberate glance over her fine-boned frame. You're no bigger than a sparrow. One doesn't use brute force to train an Arabian. They're a sensitive breed. They require understanding and skill. 2 things that Theo had lacked. How bloody stupid he had been to risk his neck and a valuable animal along with it. Did Theo do it on a lark? Devon couldn't resist asking. Was he trying to show off? A glint of searing emotion appeared in those luminous eyes before it was quickly extinguished. He was in a temper. He wouldn't be dissuaded. That was a Ravenel for you. If anyone had ever dared to contradict Theo or refuse him anything, it had ignited an explosion. Perhaps Kathleen had thought she could manage him, or that time would mellow him. She couldn't have known that a Ravenel's temper usually outweighed any sense of self-preservation. Devon would have liked to consider himself above that sort of thing, but he had succumbed to it more than once in the past, throwing himself into the volcanic pit of consuming fury. It always felt glorious until one had to face the consequences. Kathleen folded her arms tightly, each small black-gloved hand forming a clamp around the opposite elbow. Some people said I should have had Osid put down after the accident, but it would be cruel and wrong to punish him for something that wasn't his fault. Have you considered selling him? I wouldn't want to, but even if I did, I would have to retrain him first. Devon doubted the wisdom of allowing Kathleen anywhere near a horse that had just killed her husband, albeit inadvertently. And in all likelihood, she wouldn't be able to stay at Eversby Priory long enough to make any progress with the Arabian. However, now wasn't the time to point that out. I'd like to see the grounds, he said. Will you walk with me? Looking perturbed, Kathleen retreated a half step. I'll arrange for the head gardener to show them to you. I would prefer you. Devon paused before asking deliberately, You're not afraid of me, are you? Her brows rushed downward. Certainly not. Then walk with me. Ignoring his proffered arm, she slid him a wary glance. Shall we invite your brother? Devon shook his head. He's napping. At this hour of the day? Is he ill? No, he keeps the schedule of a cat. Long hours of slumber interrupted by brief periods of self-grooming. He saw the corners of her lips deepen with reluctant amusement. Come then, she murmured, brushing by him to walk briskly along the hallway, and he followed without hesitation. After only a few minutes in Devon Ravenel's company, Kathleen had no doubt that every damning rumor she had heard about him was true. He was a selfish ass, a repellent, boorish rake. He was handsome, she would give him that, although not in the way of Theo, who had been blessed with the refined features and golden hair of a young Apollo. Devon Ravenel's dark good looks were bold and raffish, weathered with a cynicism that made him look every bit his 28 years. She felt a little shock every time she looked up into his eyes, the blue of a rough winter ocean, the vivid irises rimmed with blue-black. His face was smooth-shaven, but the lower half was shadowed with a beard grain that even the sharpest razor would not completely remove. He seemed exactly like the kind of man that Lady Berwick, who had raised Kathleen, had warned her about. You will encounter men who will have designs on you, my dear. Men without scruple, who will employ charm, lies, and seductive skills to ruin innocent young women for their own impure gratification. When you find yourself in the company of such a scoundrel, flee without hesitation. But how will I know if a man is a scoundrel? Kathleen had asked. By the unwholesome glint in his eye and the ease of his charm. His presence may excite rather lurid sensations. Such a man has a certain something in his physical presence, a quality of animal spirits, as my mamma used to call it. Do you understand, Kathleen? I think so, she had said, although she hadn't at the time. Now Kathleen knew exactly what Lady Berwick had meant. The man strolling beside her possessed animal spirits in abundance. From what I've seen so far, Devon remarked, it would be far more sensible to set fire to this rotting heap of timber rather than to try and repair it. Kathleen's eyes widened. Eversby Priory is historic. It's 400 years old. So is the plumbing, I'll wager. The plumbing is adequate, she said defensively. One of his brows arched. Sufficiently adequate for me to take a shower bath? She hesitated before admitting, You won't have a shower bath. A regular bath, then? Lovely. What kind of modern vessel shall I find myself soaking in tonight? A rusted pail? To Kathleen's chagrin, she felt her mouth quiver with the beginnings of a smile. She managed to batten it down before replying with great dignity, A portable tin bath. There are no cast-iron baths in any of the bathrooms? I'm afraid there are no bathrooms. The bath will be brought to your dressing room and removed after you are finished. Is there any piped water? Anywhere? The kitchen and the stables, but there are water closets in the house, of course. She sent him a reproving glance at the mention of such an indelicate subject. If you're not too delicate to train horses, he pointed out, who are generally not known for their discretion about bodily functions, surely you can bring yourself to tell me the number of water closets in the mansion. She coloured as she forced herself to reply. None. Only chamber pots at night, and an outdoor privy by day. He gave her an incredulous glance, seeming genuinely offended by the idea. None? At one time, this was one of the most prosperous estates in England. Why the devil was the house never plumbed? Theo said that according to his father, there was no reason for it when they had so many servants. Of course. Such a delightful activity, running up and down the stairs with heavy cans of water. Not to mention chamber pots. How thankful the servants must be that no one has yet deprived them of such enjoyment. There's no need for sarcasm, she said. It wasn't my decision. They proceeded along a curving path bordered with yews and ornamental pear trees, while Devon continued to scowl. A pair of miscreants was how Theo had described Devon and his younger brother. They avoid polite society and prefer to associate with people of low character, Theo had told her. One may generally find them in East End taverns and sporting houses. Education was wasted on them. In fact, Weston left Oxford early because he didn't want to stay there without Devon. Kathleen had gathered that although Theo had no great fondness for either of his distant cousins, he had reserved a special dislike for Devon. What a strange turn of fate, that this man would be the one to take his place. Why did you marry Theo? Devon startled her by asking. Was it a love match? She frowned slightly. I would prefer to limit our conversation to small talk. Small talk is a crashing bore. Regardless, people will expect a man of your position to be accomplished at it. Was Theo? He asked snidely. Yes. Devon snorted. I never saw him demonstrate that particular skill. Perhaps I was always too busy dodging his fists to notice. I think it's safe to say that you and Theo didn't bring out the best in each other. No, we were too much alike in our faults. Mockery edged his tone as he added, and it seems I have none of his virtues. Kathleen remained silent, letting her gaze pass over a profusion of white hydrangea, geraniums, and tall stalks of red penstemon. Before her marriage, she had assumed that she knew all about Theo's faults and virtues. During their 6-month courtship and betrothal, they had attended dances and parties and had gone on carriage and horseback rides. Theo had been unfailingly charming. Although Kathleen had been warned about the infamous Ravenel temper by friends, she had been too infatuated to listen. Moreover, the constraints of courtship, chaperoned visits and limited outings had kept her from understanding Theo's true nature. Only too late had Kathleen learned a crucial fact of life. One could never truly know a man until one lived with him. "Tell me about his sisters," she heard Devon say. "There are 3, as I recall. All unmarried?" "Yes, my lord. The oldest Ravenel daughter, Helen, was 21. The twins, Cassandra and Pandora, were 19. Neither Theo nor his father had made arrangements for the girls in their wills. It was no easy task for a blue-blooded young woman with no dowry to attract an appropriate suitor. And the new Earl had no legal obligation to provide for them at all. "Have any of the girls been out in society?" he asked. Kathleen shook her head. "They've been in more or less constant mourning for 4 years. Their mother was the first to pass, and then the Earl. This was their year to come out, but now—" Her voice faded. Devon paused beside a flower bed, obliging her to stop beside him. 3 unmarried gentlewomen with no income and no dowries, he said, unfit for employment and too elevated to marry commoners. And after spending years secluded in the country, they're probably as dull as porridge. They are not dull. As a matter of fact, she was interrupted by a high-pitched scream. "Help! I'm being attacked by vicious beasts! Have pity, you savage mongrels!" The voice was young and female, pierced with convincing alarm. Reacting instantly, Devon ran full bore along the path and around the open gate of a walled garden. A girl in a black dress rolled on a patch of lawn bordered by flowers, while a pair of black spaniels jumped on her repeatedly. Devon's steps slowed as her screams broke into wild fits of giggling. Reaching his side, Kathleen said breathlessly, "The twins. They're only playing." "Bloody hell," Devon muttered, coming to a halt. Dust swirled around his feet. "Back, scurvy dogs!" Cassandra cried in a piratical brogue, feinting and parrying with a branch as if it were a sword. "Or he'll carve up your worthless hides and feed ye to the sharks." She broke the branch in 2 by snapping it deftly over her knee. "Fetch, ye swabbers," she told the dogs, flinging the pieces to the far side of the lawn. The spaniels raced after the sticks with joyful barks. Lifting herself to her elbows, the girl on the ground, Pandora, shaded her eyes with a bare hand as she saw the visitors. "Ahoy, landlubbers!" she called out cheerfully. Neither of the girls wore bonnets or gloves. The cuff of one of Pandora's sleeves was missing, and a torn ruffle hung limply from the front of Cassandra's skirt. "Girls, where are your veils?" Kathleen asked in a chiding tone. Pandora pushed a swathe of hair away from her eyes. "I made mine into a fishing net, and we used Cassandra's to wash berries." The twins were so dazzling in their long-limbed grace, with the sunlight dancing over their dishevelled hair, that it seemed entirely reasonable to have named them for Greek goddesses. There was something lawless and cheerfully feral in their rosy-cheeked disarray. Cassandra and Pandora had been kept away from the world for far too long. Privately, Kathleen thought it a pity that Lord and Lady Treneer's affection had centred almost exclusively on Theo, the only son, whose birth had secured the future for the family and the earldom. In their hopes of having a second heir, they had viewed the arrivals of 3 unwanted daughters as nothing less than unmitigated disasters. It had been easy for the disappointed parents to overlook Helen, who was quiet and obedient. The ungovernable twins had been left to their own devices. Kathleen went to Pandora and helped her from the ground. Industriously, she whacked at the scattering of leaves and grass on the girls' skirts. "Dear, I did remind you this morning that we would have visitors today." She brushed ineffectually at a scattering of dog hair. "I was rather hoping you might find some quiet occupation, reading, for example." "We've read every single book in the library," Pandora said, 3 times. Cassandra came to them, with the yapping spaniels at her heels. "Are you the Earl?" she asked Devon. He bent to pet the dogs and straightened to face her with a sober expression. Yes. I'm sorry. There are no words to express how much I wish your brother was still alive. Poor Theo, Pandora said. He was always doing reckless things, and nothing ever came of it. We all thought him invincible. Cassandra's tone turned pensive as she added, Theo thought so too. My lord, Kathleen interceded. I would like to introduce Lady Cassandra and Lady Pandora. Devon studied the twins, who resembled a pair of unkempt woodland fairies. Cassandra was possibly the more beautiful of the two, with golden hair, large blue eyes, and a Cupid's bow mouth. Pandora, by contrast, was more slender and spare in form, with dark brown hair and a more angular face. As the black spaniels danced and circled them, Pandora said to Devon, I've never seen you before. You have, actually, he said. At a family gathering in Norfolk. You were too young to remember. Were you acquainted with Theo? Cassandra asked. A little. Did you like him? She surprised him by asking. I'm afraid not, he said. We brawled on more than one occasion. That's what boys do, Pandora said. Only bullies and lackwits, Cassandra told her. Realizing she had inadvertently insulted Devon, she sent him an ingenuous glance. Except for you, my lord. A relaxed grin crossed his mouth. In my case, I'm afraid the description is not inaccurate. The ravenal temper, Pandora said with a sage nod, and whispered theatrically, We have it too. Our older sister Helen is the only one who doesn't, Cassandra added. Nothing provokes her, Pandora said. We've tried ever so often, but it never works. My lord, Kathleen said to Devon, shall we proceed to the glasshouses? Of course. Maybe go with you? Cassandra asked. Kathleen shook her head. No, dear. I think it best if the two of you went inside to tidy up and change your dresses. It will be lovely to have someone new to dine with, Pandora exclaimed. Especially someone who has just come from town. I want to hear everything about London. Devon cast a questioning glance at Kathleen. She answered the twins directly. I have already explained to Lord Trenier that as we are in strict mourning, we shall dine separately. The statement was met with a flurry of protests. But Kathleen, it's been so dull without any visitors. Well, behave perfectly, I promise. They're our cousins. What harm would it do? Kathleen felt a twinge of regret, knowing that the girls were eager for any kind of diversion. However, this was the man who intended to cast them out of the only home they had ever known. And his brother, Weston, from all appearances, was already half in his cups. A pair of rakes was unsuitable company for innocent girls, particularly when the girls themselves could not be trusted to conduct themselves with restraint. No good could come of it. I'm afraid not, she said firmly. We will allow the Earl and his brother to dine in peace. But Kathleen, Cassandra pleaded, we've had no amusement for so long. Of course you haven't, Kathleen said, steeling herself against a stab of guilt. People aren't supposed to have amusements when they're in mourning. The twins fell silent, glowering at her. Devon broke the tension by asking Cassandra lightly, Permission to go ashore, Captain? Aye, came the sullen reply. You and the wench can leave by way of the plank. Kathleen frowned. Kindly do not refer to me as a wench, Cassandra. It's better than bilge rat, Pandora said in a surly tone, which is the term I would have used. After giving her a chiding glance, Kathleen returned to the gravelled walk, with Devon by her side. Well? She asked after a moment. Aren't you going to criticise as well? I can't think of anything to add to bilge rat. Kathleen couldn't hold back a rueful grin. I will admit, it doesn't seem fair to require a pair of high-spirited young women to endure another year of seclusion when they've already gone through 4. I'm not certain how to manage them. No one is. They've never had a governess. From what I understand, they've had several, none of whom lasted for more than a few months. Is it so difficult to find an adequate one? I suspect the governesses were all perfectly capable. The problem is teaching deportment to girls who have no motivation to learn it. What about Lady Helen? Is she in need of similar instruction? No, she's had the benefit of tutors and separate lessons, and her nature is far gentler. They approached a row of 4 compartmented glass houses that glittered in the late afternoon light. If the girls wished to romp outdoors instead of sitting in a cheerless house, Devon said, I don't see what harm it would do. In fact, what reason is there to hang black cloth over the windows? Why not take it down and let in the sun? Kathleen shook her head. It would be scandalous to remove the mourning cloth so soon. Even here. Hampshire is hardly at the extremity of civilization, my lord. Still, who would object? I would. I couldn't dishonour Theo's memory that way. For God's sake, he won't know. It helps no one, including my late cousin, for an entire household to live in gloom. I can't conceive that he would have wanted it. You didn't know him well enough to judge what he would have wanted, Kathleen retorted. And in any case, the rules can't be set aside. What if the rules don't serve? What if they do more harm than good? Just because you don't understand or agree with something doesn't mean that it lacks merit. Agreed. But you can't deny that some traditions were invented by idiots. I don't wish to discuss it, Kathleen said, quickening her step. Dueling, for example, Devon continued, easily keeping pace with her. Human sacrifice. Taking multiple wives. I'm sure you're sorry we've lost that tradition. I suppose you'd have 10 wives if you could. I'd be sufficiently miserable with one. The other 9 would be redundant. She shot him an incredulous glance. My lord, I am a widow. Have you no understanding of appropriate conversation for a woman in my situation? Apparently not, judging by his expression. What does one discuss with widows? He asked. No subject that could be considered sad, shocking, or inappropriately humorous. That leaves me with nothing to say then. Thank God, she said fervently, and he grinned. Sinking his hands into the pockets of his trousers, he swept an intent gaze over their surroundings. How many acres do the gardens cover? Approximately 20. And the glass houses, what do they contain? An orangery, a vinery, rooms for peaches, palms, ferns, and flowers. And this one is for orchids. She opened the door of the first glass house, and Devon followed her inside. They were suffused with the perfume of vanilla and citrus. Theo's mother, Jane, had indulged her passion for the exotic blooms by cultivating rare orchids from all over the world. A year-round midsummer temperature was maintained in the orchid house by means of an adjacent boiler room. As soon as they entered, Kathleen caught sight of Helen's slender figure between the parallel rows. Ever since her mother, the Countess, had passed away, Helen had taken it upon herself to care for the 200 potted bromeliads. It was so difficult to discern what each troublesome plant required that only a select few of the gardening staff were allowed to help. Seeing the visitors, Helen reached for the veil that draped down her back and began to pull it over her face. Don't bother, Kathleen told her dryly. Lord Trenier has taken a position against mourning veils. Sensitive to the preferences of others, Helen left off the veil at once. She set aside a small kettle filled with water and came to the visitors. Although she didn't possess the robust, sun-struck prettiness of her younger sisters, Helen was compelling in her own way, like the cool glow of moonlight. Her skin was very fair, her hair the lightest shade of blonde. Kathleen found it interesting that although Lord and Lady Trenier had named all 4 of their children after figures of Greek mythology, Helen was the only one who had been given the name of a mortal. "Forgive me for interrupting your task," Devon said to Helen after they were introduced. A hesitant smile emerged. "Not at all, my lord. I'm merely observing the orchids to make certain there is nothing they lack." "How can you tell what they lack?" Devon asked. "I see the colour of their leaves, or the condition of the petals. I look for signs of aphids or thrips, and I try to remember which varieties prefer moist soil and which ones like to be drier." "Will you show them to me?" Devon asked. Helen nodded and led him along the rows, pointing out particular specimens. "This was all my mother's collection. One of her favourites was Peristeria elata." She showed him a plant with marble white blossom. The central part of the flower resembles a tiny dove, you see? "And this one is Dendrobium emulum. It's called a feather orchid because of the petals." With a flash of shy mischief, Helen glanced back at Kathleen and remarked, "My sister-in-law isn't fond of orchids." "I despise them," Kathleen said, wrinkling her nose. "Stingy, demanding flowers that take forever to bloom, and some of them smell like old boots or rancid meat." "Those aren't my favourite," Helen admitted, "but I hope to love them someday. Sometimes one must love something before it becomes lovable." "I disagree," Kathleen said. "No matter how much you bring yourself to love that bulgy white one in the corner—" "Dressleria," Helen supplied helpfully. "Yes, even if you come to love it madly, it's still going to smell like old boots." Helen smiled and continued to lead Devon along the row, explaining how the glasshouse temperature was maintained by means of an adjacent boiler room and a rainwater tank. Noticing the speculative way Devon glanced down at Helen caused the hairs on the back of Kathleen's neck to lift unpleasantly. He and his brother, West, seemed exactly like the amoral rakes in one of the old Silver Fork novels. Charming on the outside, conniving and cruel on the inside. The sooner Kathleen could manage to remove the Ravenel sisters from the estate, the better. She had already decided to use the annuity from her jointure to take all 3 girls away from Eversby Priory. It was not a large sum, but it would be enough to support them if it was supplemented with earnings from gentle occupations such as needlework. She would find a small cottage where they could all live together, or perhaps a set of rooms for lease in a private house. No matter what difficulties they might face, anything would be better than leaving 3 helpless girls to Devon Ravenel's mercy. Chapter 3. Later in the evening, Devon and West had dinner in the dilapidated splendour of the dining room. The meal was of far better quality than they had expected, consisting of cold cucumber soup, roast pheasant dressed with oranges, and puddings rolled in sweetened breadcrumbs. "I made the house steward unlock the cellar so I could browse over the wine collection," West remarked. "It's gloriously well provisioned. Among the spoils, there are at least 10 varieties of imported champagne, 20 Cabernets, at least that many of Bordeaux, and a large quantity of French brandy. Perhaps if I drink enough of it," Devon said, "I won't notice the house falling down around our ears." There are no obvious signs of weakness in the foundation. No walls out of plumb, for example, nor any visible cracks in the exterior stone that I've seen so far. Devon glanced at him with mild surprise. "For a man who's seldom more than half sober, you've noticed a great deal." "Have I?" West looked perturbed. Forgive me, I seem to have become accidentally lucid. He reached for his wine-glass. Eversby Priory is one of the finest sporting estates in England. Perhaps we should shoot grouse tomorrow. Splendid, Devon said. I would enjoy beginning the day with killing something. Afterward, we'll meet with the estate agent and solicitor and find out what's to be done with this place. West glanced at him expectantly. You haven't yet told me what happened this afternoon while you were out walking with Lady Trenier. Devon shrugged irritably. Nothing happened. After introducing him to Helen, Kathleen had been abrupt and cool for the rest of the tour through the glasshouses. When they parted company, she had worn the relieved air of someone who had concluded an unpleasant duty. Did she wear the veil the entire time? West asked. No. What does she look like? Devon shot him a derisive glance. Why does that matter? I'm curious. Theo had his pick of women. He wouldn't have wed an ugly one. Devon turned his attention to his wineglass, swirling the vintage until it glittered like black rubies. There seemed no way to accurately describe Kathleen. He could say that her hair was red and that her eyes were golden brown and tip-tilted like a cat's. He could describe her fair skin and the rosy undertone that rose to the surface like a winter sunrise. The way she moved, her supple, athletic grace constrained by laces and stays and layers. But none of that explained the fascination she held for him, the sense that somehow she had the power to unlock some altogether new feeling inside him, if only she cared to try. If one were to measure strictly by appearance, Devon said, she's pleasing enough to bed, I suppose. But she has the temperament of a baited badger. I'm going to boot her from the estate as soon as possible. What of Theo's sisters? What will become of them? Lady Helen is suited for employment as a governess, perhaps, except that no married woman in possession of her wits would ever hire a girl that pretty. She's pretty. Devon gave him a forbidding glance. Stay away from her, West. Far away. Don't seek her out, don't speak to her, don't even look at her. The same goes for the twins. Why not? They're innocent girls. West gave him a caustic glance. Are they such fragile flowers that they couldn't tolerate a few minutes of my company? Fragile is not the word I would use. The twins have spent years scampering about the estate like a pair of foxes. They're unworldly and more than a little wild. God knows what's to be done with them. I pity them if they're sent out into the world without a man's protection. That's not my concern. Devon reached for the carafe of wine and refilled his glass, trying not to think of what would become of them. The world wasn't kind to innocent young women. They were Theo's responsibility, not mine. I believe this is the part in the play, West mused, when a noble hero would appear to save the day, rescue the damsels, and set everything to rights. Devon rubbed the corners of his eyes with the pads of his thumb and forefinger. The truth is, West, I couldn't salvage this damned estate, or save the damsels even if I wanted to. I've never been a hero, nor do I have any wish to be. In light of the late Earl's failure to provide legitimate male issue, the family solicitor droned the next morning, according to the legal rule of perpetuities, which renders the devise of entail void for remoteness, the settlement has expired. As an expectant silence filled the study, Devon looked up from a pile of leases, deeds and account books. He was meeting with the estate agent and solicitor, respectively Mr. Tothill and Mr. Fogg, neither of whom appeared to be a day under 90. What does that mean? Devon asked. The estate is yours to do with as you please, my lord, Fogg said, adjusting his pince-nez to regard him owlishly. At present, you are not bound by entail. Devon's gaze shot to West, who was lounging in the corner. They exchanged relieved glances. Thank God. He could sell the estate in parts or in its entirety, pay off the debt, and go on his way with no further obligation. I will be honoured to assist you in resettling the entail, my lord, Fogg said. That won't be necessary. Both the estate manager and solicitor looked perturbed at Devon's reply. My lord, Tothill said, I can assure you of Mr. Fogg's competence in such matters. He has twice assisted in resettling the entail for the Ravenels. I don't doubt his competence. Relaxing back in his chair, Devon propped his booted feet on the desk. However, I don't want to be limited by an entail, since I intend to sell the estate. A shocked silence greeted his pronouncement. What portion of it? Tothill dared to ask. All, including the house. Aghast, the two men burst out with protests. Eversby Priory was a historic inheritance, won through the service and sacrifice of his ancestors. Devon would have no respectable position without retaining at least a fragment of the estate. Surely he could not mean to disgrace his future offspring by leaving them a landless title. Exasperated, Devon gestured for the pair to be silent. Trying to preserve Eversby Priory would involve far more effort than it's worth, he said flatly. No rational man would conclude otherwise. As for my future offspring, there won't be any, since I have no intention of marrying. The estate manager cast an imploring glance at West. Mr. Ravenel, you cannot support your brother in this folly. West extended his hands as if they were a set of weighing scales and compared invisible counterbalances. On one hand, he has a lifetime of responsibility, debt, and drudgery. On the other, he has freedom and pleasure. Is there really a choice? Before the elderly men could respond, Devon spoke briskly. The course is set. To begin with, I want a list of investments, deeds, and interests, as well as a complete inventory of every item in the London house and the estate. That includes paintings, tapestries, rugs, furniture, bronzes, marbles, silverware, and the contents of the glasshouses, the stables, and the carriage house. Tothill asked dully, Will you want an estimate of all the livestock, my lord? Naturally. Not my horse. A new voice entered the conversation. All four men looked to the doorway, where Kathleen stood as straight and rigid as a blade. She stared at Devon with open loathing. The Arabian belongs to me. Everyone rose to his feet except for Devon, who remained seated at the desk. Do you ever enter a room the ordinary way? He asked curtly. Or is it your usual habit to slink past the threshold and pop up like a jack-in-the-box? I only want to make it clear that while you're tallying the spoils, you will remove my horse from the list. Lady Trenier, Mr. Fogg interceded. I regret to say that, on your wedding day, you relinquished all rights to your movable property. Kathleen's eyes narrowed. I'm entitled to keep my jointure and all the possessions I brought to the marriage. Your jointure, Tothill agreed, but not your possessions. I assure you that no court in England will regard a married woman as a separate legal being. The horse was your husband's, and now it belongs to Lord Trenier. Kathleen's face went skull white and then red. Lord Trenier is stripping the estate like a jackal with a rotting carcass. Why must he be given a horse that my father gave to me? Infuriated that Kathleen would show him so little deference in front of the others, Devon stood from the desk and approached her in a few strides. To her credit, she didn't cower, even though he was twice her size. Devil take you, he snapped. None of this is my fault. Of course it is. You'll seize on any excuse to sell Eversby Priory because you don't want to take on a challenge. It's only a challenge when there's some small hope of success. This is a debacle. The list of creditors is longer than my bloody arm, the coffers are empty, and the annual yields have been cut in half. I don't believe you. You're planning to sell the estate to settle personal debts that have nothing to do with Eversby Priory. Devon's hands knotted with the urge to destroy something. His rising bloodlust would only be satisfied with the sound of shattering objects. He had never faced a situation like this, and there was no one to give him trustworthy advice. No kindly aristocratic relation, no knowledgeable friends in the peerage. And this woman could only accuse and insult him. I had no debt, he growled, until I inherited this mess. God's bollocks. Did your idiot husband never explain any of the estate's issues to you? Were you completely ignorant of how dire the situation was when you married him? No matter. Someone has to face reality. And Christ help us all, it seems to be me. He turned his back on her and returned to the desk. Your presence isn't wanted, he said without looking back. You will leave now. Eversby Priory has survived 400 years of revolutions and foreign wars, he heard Kathleen say contemptuously. And now it will take but one self-serving rake to bring it all to ruins. As if he were entirely to blame for the situation. As if he alone would be accountable for the estate's demise. Damn her to hell. With effort, Devon swallowed back his outrage. Deliberately, he stretched out his legs with relaxed indolence and glanced at his brother. West, are we quite certain that cousin Theo perished in a fall? He asked coolly. It seems far more likely that he froze to death in the marital bed. West chuckled, not above the enjoyment of a malicious quip. Tothill and Fogg, for their part, kept their gazes down. Kathleen crossed the threshold and sent the door shuddering with a violent slam. Brother, West said with mock chiding, that was beneath you. Nothing's beneath me, Devon replied, stone-faced. You know that. For a long time after Tothill and Fogg had left, Devon remained at the desk and brooded. Opening an account book, he paged through it without absorbing anything. He was barely aware of the moment when West wandered out of the study, yawning and grumbling. Feeling strangled, Devon unknotted his necktie with a few impatient tugs and opened the front of his collar. Christ, how he wanted to be back at his London terrace, where everything was well maintained and comfortable and familiar. If Theo were still the Earl, and he were still merely the black sheep cousin, he would have gone for a morning ride on the Hyde Park bridle path, and afterward he might have enjoyed a good meal at his club. Later he would have met with friends to watch a boxing match or a horse race, attend the theatre, and chase after light-skirts. No responsibility, nothing to worry about, nothing to lose. The sky rumbled, as if to underscore his sullen spirits. Devon cast a murderous glance at the window. Rain-tumbled air had pushed inland to settle over the downs, darkening the sky to vestment black. It would be a ripper of a storm. My lord. A timid rap at the door jamb drew his attention. Recognizing Helen, Devon rose to his feet. He tried to make his expression pleasant. Lady Helen, forgive me for disturbing you. Come in. Helen entered the room cautiously. Her gaze swerved to the window before moving back to him. Thank you, my lord. I came to tell you that with the storm moving in so fast, I would like to send out a footman to search for Kathleen. Devon frowned. He hadn't been aware that Kathleen had left the house. Where is she? She has gone to visit the tenant farm on the other side of the hill. She took a basket of broth and elderberry wine to Mrs. Lufton, who is recovering from childbirth fever. I asked Kathleen if I could accompany her, but she insisted on walking alone. She said she needed the solitude. Helen's fingers wove together into a pale knot. She should have returned by now, but the weather has come in so quickly that I fear she might be caught out in it. There was nothing in the world that Devon would love more than the sight of Kathleen, rain-soaked and bedraggled. He had to restrain himself from rubbing his hands together in villainous glee. "There's no need to send a footman," he said casually. "I'm certain that Lady Trenair will have the sense to stay at the tenant farm until the rain passes." "Yes, but the downs will have turned to mud." Better and better. Kathleen, wading through mud and clay. Devon fought to keep his expression grave when, inside, all was joy and exploding Roman candles. He went to the window. No rain yet, but dark clouds seeped through the sky like ink on wet parchment. Well, wait a bit longer. She could return momentarily. Lightning bolts pierced the firmament, a trio of brilliant, jagged streaks accompanied by a series of cracks that sounded like shattering glass. Helen drew closer. "My lord, I am aware that you and my sister-in-law exchanged words earlier." "Exchanged words would imply that we had a civilized debate," he said. "Had it lasted any longer, we would have torn each other to shreds." A frown corrugated her smooth brow. "You both find yourself in difficult circumstances. Sometimes that causes people to say things they don't mean. However, if you and Kathleen could manage to set aside your differences—" "Lady Helen, do call me cousin." "Cousin, you will avoid much future distress if you learn to see people as they really are, instead of as you wish them to be." Helen smiled faintly. "I already do." "If that were true, you would understand that Lady Trenair and I are correct in our assessments of each other. I am a scoundrel, and she is a heartless bitch who's entirely capable of looking after herself." Helen's eyes, the silvery blue of moonstones, widened in concern. "My lord, I have come to know Kathleen very well in our shared grief over my brother's passing." "I doubt she feels much grief," Devon interrupted brusquely. "By her own admission, she hasn't shed a single tear over your brother's death." Helen blinked. "She told you that? But she didn't explain why." Devon shook his head. Looking perturbed, Helen said, "It isn't my story to tell." Concealing an instant flare of curiosity, Devon shrugged casually. "Don't concern yourself with it then. My opinion of her won't alter." As he had intended, the show of indifference pushed Helen into talking. "If it helps you to understand Kathleen a little better," she said uncertainly, "perhaps I should explain something. Will you swear on your honor to keep it in confidence?" "Of course," Devon said readily. Having no honor, he never hesitated to promise something on it. Helen went to one of the windows. Fissures of lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating her delicate features with a blue-white flash. "When I didn't see Kathleen cry after Theo's accident, I assumed it was because she preferred to keep her emotions private. People have different ways of grieving. But one evening, as she and I sat in the parlor with needlework, I saw her prick her finger, and she didn't react. It was as if she hadn't even felt it. She sat watching a drop of blood form, until I couldn't bear it any longer. I wrapped her finger with a handkerchief and asked what was the matter. She was ashamed and confused. She said she never cried, but she thought that she would have at least been able to shed some tears for Theo. Helen paused, seeming preoccupied with removing a flake of peeling paint from the wall. "Go on," Devon murmured. Meticulously, Helen set the flake of paint on the windowsill and picked at another, as if she were pulling scabs from a half-healed wound. "I asked Kathleen if she could ever remember crying. She said yes, when she was a little girl, on the day she left Ireland. Her parents had told her they were all traveling to England on a 3-masted steamer. They went to the docks and made as if to board the ship. But as Kathleen and her nanny stepped onto the gangplank, she realized that her parents weren't following. Her mother told her that she was going to stay with some very nice people in England, and they would send for her someday when they didn't have to travel abroad so often. Kathleen became quite frantic, but her parents turned and walked away, while the nanny dragged her aboard. Helen sent him a sidelong glance. She was only 5 years old. Devon swore quietly. He flattened his palms on the desk, staring at nothing as she continued. For hours after Kathleen had been brought to the ship's cabin, she screamed and sobbed until the nanny became very cross and said, "If you insist on making such a horrid fuss, I shall go away, and you'll be alone in the world with no one to look after you. Your parents sent you away because you're a nuisance." Helen paused. Kathleen quieted at once. She took the nanny's warning to mean that she must never cry again. It was the price of survival. Did her parents ever send for her? Helen shook her head. That was the last time Kathleen ever saw her mother. A few years later, Lady Carberry succumbed to malaria during a return voyage from Egypt. When Kathleen was told about her mother's passing, she felt the pain of it acutely, but she couldn't find the relief of tears. It was the same with Theo's death. The sound of hard-falling rain was like the clatter of coins. "Kathleen is not heartless, you see," Helen murmured. "She feels very deep sorrow. It's only that she can't show it." Devon wasn't certain whether to thank or curse Helen for the revelations. He didn't want to feel any compassion for Kathleen, but the rejection by her parents at such a tender age would have been devastating. He understood all about the desire to avoid painful memories and emotions, the compelling need to keep certain doors closed. "Were Lord and Lady Berwick kind to her?" he asked gruffly. "I believe so. She speaks of them with affection." Helen paused. The family was very strict. There were many rules, and they were enforced with severity. They value self-restraint, perhaps too much. She smiled absently. The only exception is the subject of horses. They're all quite horse-mad. The night before Kathleen's wedding, at dinner, they had an enthusiastic conversation about pedigrees and equine training and rhapsodized about the fragrance of the stables as if it were the finest perfume. It went on for nearly an hour. Theo was a bit annoyed, I think. He felt somewhat left out since he didn't share their passion for the subject. Biting back an observation about his cousin's lack of interest in any subject except himself, Devon glanced outside. The storm had settled over the brow of the high, grazing fell, water pouring into the chalk streams and flooding the downs. Now the idea of Kathleen being caught out in that tempest alone was no longer enjoyable. It was intolerable. Cursing beneath his breath, Devon pushed back from the desk. "If you'll excuse me, Lady Helen." "You'll send a footman after Kathleen?" Helen asked hopefully. "No. I'll fetch her myself." She looked relieved. "Thank you, my lord. How kind you are." "It's not kindness." Devon headed to the doorway. "I'm only doing it for the chance of seeing her ankle-deep in mud." Kathleen strode briskly along the dirt path that snaked between an overgrown hedgerow and an expanse of ancient oak woodland. The forest rustled from the approaching storm as birds and wildlife took cover, while leaves descended in pale currents. A bolt of thunder unfurled with ground-shaking force. Pulling a shawl more tightly around herself, she considered going back to the Luftons' farm. There was no doubt that the family would provide shelter, but she had already reached the halfway point between the tenant farm and the estate. The sky seemed to break open, and rain lashed the ground, blanketing the path until it was puddled and streaming. Finding a gap in the hedgerow, Kathleen left the path to head across a sloped field of old grassland. Beyond the downland fields, the chalk soil was mingled with clay, a rich and sticky composite that would make for an unpleasant slog. She should have heeded earlier signs that the weather would turn. It would have been wiser to delay her visit to Mrs. Lufton until tomorrow. But the clash with Devon had unsettled her, and her thinking had been muddled. Now, after the conversation Shed had with Mrs. Lufton, the red mist of fury had faded enough to allow her to see the situation more clearly. While sitting at Mrs. Lufton's bedside, Kathleen had asked after her health and that of her newborn daughter, and eventually discussion had turned to the farm.
In answer to Kathleen's questions, Mrs. Lufton had admitted that it had been a long time, longer than anyone could remember, since the Ravenels had made improvements on the estate land. Moreover, the terms of their leases had discouraged the tenants from making changes on their own. Mrs. Lufton had heard that some leaseholders on other estates had adopted more advanced farming practices, but on the Eversby Priory land, things remained as they had been for the past 100 years. Everything the woman had said confirmed what Devon had told her earlier. Why hadn't Theo explained anything to her about the estate's financial troubles? He had told Kathleen that the house had been neglected because no one had wanted to change his late mother's decorations. He had promised that Kathleen would be in charge of ordering silk damask and French paper for the walls, new velvet curtains, fresh plasterwork and paint, new carpets and furniture. They would make the stables beautiful, he had told her, and install the latest equipment for the horses. Theo had spun a fairy story, and it had been so appealing that she had chosen to believe it. But none of it had been true. He had known that she would eventually find out that they couldn't begin to afford any of what he'd promised. How had he expected her to react? She would never know the answer. Theo was gone, and their marriage had ended before it had even begun. The only choice was to forget the past and set her life on a new course. But first, she had to face the uncomfortable truth that she hadn't been fair to Devon. He was an arrogant cad, to be certain, but he had every right to decide the fate of Eversby Priory. It was his now. She had spoken out of turn and behaved like a shrew, and for that she would have to apologize, even knowing that he would throw every word back in her face. Glumly, Kathleen trudged across the spongy turf. Water seeped through seams and welts of her shoes, soaking into her stockings. Soon her widow's veil, which she had folded back to hang behind her, was sodden and heavy. The smell of aniline, used in the dye for mourning clothes, was especially pungent when wet. She should have changed the indoor headpiece to a bonnet instead of dashing out impulsively. It seemed she was no better than the twins. A fine example she had set, running about like a madwoman. She jumped as lightning split the angry sky. Her heart began to thump, and she grabbed up handfuls of her skirts to run faster across the field. The ground had softened, causing her heels to sink deep with each step. Rain came down in violent whooshes, bending the stems of blue scabious and knapweed until bright flower heads were lodged into the grass. The clay soil beyond the field would turn to mud by the time she reached it. Another lightning bolt struck, the sound so explosive that Kathleen flinched and covered her ears. Realizing she had dropped her shawl, she turned to look for it, shielding her eyes with one hand. The limp mass of wool lay on the ground, several yards away. "Bother," she exclaimed, heading back to retrieve it. She stopped with a low cry as a massive dark blur hurtled toward her, too fast to evade. Instinctively she turned and covered her head with her arms. Deafened by the sound of thunder mingled with the roar of the pulse in her ears, she waited, shivering, for whatever would happen. When it seemed that no immediate disaster had befallen her, she straightened and swiped at her wet face with her sleeve. A huge shape loomed beside her. A man mounted on a sturdy black dray. It was Devon, she realized in bewilderment. She couldn't say a word to save her life. He wasn't dressed for riding. He wasn't even wearing gloves. More perplexing still, he was wearing a stableman's low-crowned felt hat, as if he had borrowed it while departing in haste. "Lady Helen asked me to fetch you," Devon called out, his face unfathomable. "You can either ride back with me or well stand here and argue in a lightning storm until we're both flambéed. Personally, I'd prefer the latter. It would be better than reading the rest of those account ledgers." Kathleen stared at him with stunned confusion. In practical terms, it was possible to ride double with Devon back to the estate. The dray, broad-built and calm-tempered, would be more than equal to the task. But as she tried to imagine it, their bodies touching, his arms around her. No, she couldn't bear being that close to any man. Her flesh crawled at the thought. I can't ride with you." Although she tried to sound decisive, her voice was wavering and plaintive. Rain streamed down her face, rivulets trickling into her mouth. Devon's lips parted as if he were about to deliver a scathing reply. As his gaze travelled over her drenched form, however, his expression softened. "Then you take the horse, and I'll walk back." Dumbstruck by the offer, Kathleen could only stare at him. "No," she eventually managed to say. "But, thank you. Please, you must return to the house." "Well, both walk," he said impatiently, "or well, both ride. But I won't leave you. I'll be perfectly—" She broke off and flinched at a bone-rattling peal of thunder. "Let me take you home." Devon's tone was pragmatic, as if they were standing in a parlour instead of a violent late summer storm. Had he said it in an overbearing manner, Kathleen might have been able to refuse him. But somehow he'd guessed that softening his approach was the best way to undermine her. The dray bobbed its head and pawed the ground with one hoof. She would have to ride back with him, she realised in despair. There was no alternative. Wrapping her arms around herself, she said anxiously, "First, I have something to say to you." Devon's brows lifted, his face cold. She swallowed hard, and the words came out in a rush. "What I said in the study earlier was unkind and untrue, and I'm sorry for it. It was very wrong of me. I shall make that very clear to Mr. Tothill and Mr. Fogg, and your brother." His expression changed, one corner of his mouth curling upward in the hint of a smile that sent her heartbeat into chaos. "You needn't bother mentioning it to them. All three will be calling me far worse before all is said and done. Nevertheless, it wasn't fair of me. It's forgotten. Come, the rain is worsening. I must fetch my shawl." Devon followed her glance to the dark heap in the distance. "Is that it? Good God, leave it there, I can't. It's ruined by now. I'll buy you another." "I couldn't accept something so personal from you. Besides, you can't afford extra expenses now that you have Eversby Priory." She saw the flash of his grin. "I'll replace it," he said. "From what I gather, people at my level of debt never concern themselves with economizing." Sliding back against the cantle of the saddle, he extended a hand down. His form was large and lean against the rioting sky, the hard lines of his face cast in shadow. Kathleen gave him a doubtful glance. It would require considerable strength for him to lift her while he was mounted. "You won't drop me?" she asked uneasily. Devon sounded insulted. "I'm hardly some limp-wristed fop, madam. My skirts are heavy and wet. Give me your hand." She approached him, and his hand took hers in a strong clasp. A nervous shiver went through her. She hadn't touched any man since Theo's death 3 months ago. Lord Berwick had attended the funeral and afterward had offered Kathleen an awkward embrace, but she had given him her gloved hand instead. "I can't," she had whispered to him, and Lord Berwick had nodded in understanding. Although he was a kind man, he had seldom been disposed to demonstrations of affection. Lady Berwick was the same, a benevolent but self-contained woman who had tried to teach her daughters and Kathleen the value of self-restraint. "Rule your emotions," she had always advised, "or they will most certainly rule you." An icy runnel of rain ran down Kathleen's sleeve, contrasting sharply with the heat of Devon's grip, and she shivered. The dray waited patiently in the thrashing wind and rain. "I want you to spring up," she heard Devon say, "and I'll lift you until you can find the stirrup with your left foot. Don't try to swing a leg over, just mount as if it were a side saddle." "When should I jump?" "Now would be convenient," he said dryly. Gathering her strength, Kathleen leaped from the ground with as much force as her legs could produce. Devon caught the momentum and lifted her with shocking ease. She didn't even have to find the stirrup. She landed neatly on the saddle with her right leg folded. Gasping, she fought for her balance, but Devon had already adjusted, his left arm enclosing her in a secure hold. "I have you. Settle easy." She stiffened at the feel of being clasped firmly, his muscles working around her, his breath at her ear. "This will teach you to bring baskets to ailing neighbours," he said. "I hope you realise that all the selfish people are safe and dry at home." "Why did you come after me?" she managed to ask, trying to calm the little shocks that kept reverberating through her. Lady Helen was worried. Once assured of her seat, Devon reached up with his left hand, tugged at her veil and headpiece, and tossed them to the ground. "Sorry," he said before she could protest, "but that dye smells like the floor of an East End tavern. Here, slide your leg to the other side of the saddle." "I can't. It's caught in my skirts." The horse's weight shifted beneath them. Unable to find purchase on the smooth, flat saddle, Kathleen fumbled and accidentally gripped Devon's thigh, the surface hard as stone. Gasping, she drew her hand back. It seemed that no matter how much air she took in, it wasn't enough. Temporarily transferring the reins to his left hand, Devon removed his felt hat and pushed it over Kathleen's head. He proceeded to pull at the twisted, bunched layers of her skirts until she was able to unbend her knee enough to slide her leg over the horse's withers. In childhood, she had ridden double with the Berwick's daughters when they had gone on pony rides, but there was no possible comparison with this. The feeling of a powerfully built man right behind her, his legs bracketing hers. Aside from the horse's mane, there was nothing to hold on to. No reins to grasp, no stirrups for her feet. Devon urged the horse into a canter, a gait that was impeccably fluid and smooth in an Arabian or thoroughbred. But it was different for a wide-chested dray, whose legs were spaced farther from its centre of gravity, the 3-beat rhythm shorter and rounder. Kathleen perceived immediately that Devon was an accomplished rider, moving easily with the horse and communicating with explicit signals. She worked to find the rolling motion of the canter, but it wasn't at all the same as riding alone, and she was mortified to find herself bouncing in the saddle like a novice. Devon's arm latched more tightly around her. "Easy. I won't let you fall." "But there's nothing for me to—" "Just relax into it." Feeling how capably he maintained the centre of their combined weight, she tried to soften her clenched muscles. The slope of her back came to rest exactly against his chest, and then, as if by magic, she found the bend and balance of the horse's motion. As she melted into the cadence, there was a curious satisfaction in the sensation of their bodies moving in perfect tandem. Devon's hand splayed across her midriff with supportive pressure. Even through the mass of her skirts, she could feel the robust muscles of his thighs flexing rhythmically. An unbearable, sweet ache began inside her, intensifying until it seemed as if something might fracture. As they began up the hill, Devon slowed the dray to a walk and leaned to distribute more weight over the horse's front legs. Obliged to lean forward as well, Kathleen grasped the dray's rough black mane. She heard Devon's voice, muffled by a peal of thunder. Turning her head to hear him better, she felt the electrifying texture of shaven bristle as his jaw brushed her cheek. It sent a ticklish feeling into her throat, as if she'd just bitten into a honeycomb.
"We're almost there,"
Devon repeated, his breath searing against her wet skin. They ascended the hill and cantered toward the stable block, a 2-story building constructed of plum-coloured brick, with arched entrances and moulded stone surrounds. A dozen saddle horses were housed on one side of the structure, and 10 harness horses and a mule on the other side. The stable also housed a saddle room, harness room, tack room, a forage loft, a coach house, and groom's chambers. Compared to the manor house at Eversby Priory, the stables were in far superior condition. Without a doubt, that was because of the influence of the stablemaster, Mr. Bloom, a stout Yorkshire gentleman with white mutton chop whiskers and twinkling blue eyes. What Bloom lacked in height, he made up for in brawn, his hand so meaty and strong that he could crush walnuts with his fingers. No stable had ever been run with more exacting standards. The floors were always scrupulously clean, every piece of tack and leather highly polished. The horses in Bloom's care lived better than most people. Kathleen had met the stablemaster approximately a fortnight before Theo's accident, and she had liked him immediately. Bloom had known about the Carberry Park stud farm and the exceptional Arabian strain that Kathleen's father had developed, and he had been delighted to include Assad in the Ravenel stables. In the aftermath of Theo's accident, Mr. Bloom had supported Kathleen's decision to keep Assad from being put down, in spite of the demands made by Theo's friends and peers. Bloom had understood that Theo's recklessness had contributed to the tragedy. A horseman should never approach his mount with anger, Bloom had told Kathleen privately, weeping in the aftermath of Theo's death. He had known Theo since he'd been a young boy and had taught him how to ride, especially an Arabian.
"I told Lord Trenier, if thou goes into a pitch battle with Assad, thou'll excite him to wildness."
I could see his lordship was having one of his spates. I told him there was a dozen other mounts that were better for him to ride that day. He wouldn't listen, but I blame Meisel all the same. Kathleen hadn't been able to make herself return to the stables since Theo's death. She didn't blame Assad in the least for what had happened, but she was afraid of what she might feel when she saw him. She had failed Assad just as she had failed Theo, and she didn't know when or how she could ever come to terms with any of it.
Realizing that they were riding through the stable's main arch, Kathleen closed her eyes briefly and felt her stomach turn to ice. She clamped her lips together and managed to keep silent. With every breath, she took in the familiar scents of horses and bedding and feed, the comforting smells of her childhood. Devon stopped the dray and dismounted first, while a pair of stable hands approached. "Spend extra time caring for his feet, lads," came Mr. Bloom's genial voice. "This kind of weather brings thrush." He looked up Kathleen, his manner changing. "Milady, 'tis gradely to see thee here again."
Their gazes met. Kathleen expected a hint of accusation in his eyes after the way she had avoided the stables and abandoned Assad. But there was only friendliness and concern. She smiled tremulously. "It's good to see you too, Mr. Bloom." As she dismounted, Kathleen was surprised to find Devon assisting her. His hands fit at her waist to ease her descent. She turned to face him, and he removed the hat carefully from her head. Handing the dripping felt object to the stablemaster, Devon said, "Thank you for the loan of your hat, Mr. Bloom. I'm glad thou managed to find Lady Trenier in all that rain and wuthering." Noticing that Kathleen's gaze had flickered to the row of stalls, Bloom commented, "Assad is in fine fettle, milady. These past weeks, he's been the best-behaved lad in the stable. Reckon he'd be pleased with a word or two from thee." Kathleen's heart thumped erratically. The stable floor seemed to move beneath her feet. She nodded jerkily. "I suppose I could see him for a moment." To her astonishment, she felt Devon's fingers slide beneath her jaw, gently urging her to look up at him. His face was wet, his lashes spiked, the dripping locks of his hair as shiny as ribbons. "Perhaps later," he said to Mr. Bloom, his intent gaze remaining on Kathleen. "We don't want Lady Trenier to catch a chill." "Aye, reckon not," the stablemaster said hastily. Kathleen swallowed hard and tore her gaze from Devon's. She was shaking deep inside, dull panic rising. "I want to see him," she whispered. Wordlessly, Devon followed as she went to the row of stalls. She heard Mr. Bloom giving directions to the stable hands about seeing to the dray. "No faffing about, lads. Give the horse a good rub down and warm mash." Assad waited in one of the end stalls, watching alertly as Kathleen approached. His head lifted, his ears perking forward in recognition. He was a compact gelding with powerful hindquarters, an elegant conformation that afforded both speed and endurance. His colouring was a shade of chestnut so light it appeared golden, his mane and tail flaxen. "There's my boy," Kathleen exclaimed gently, reaching out to him with her palm upward. Assad sniffed at her hand and gave her a welcoming nicker. Lowering his finely modelled head, he moved to the front of the stall. She stroked his nose and forehead, and he reacted with pure gladness, blowing softly and nudging closer. "I shouldn't have waited so long to see you," she said, overcome with remorse. Clumsily, she leaned to kiss the space between the horse's eyes. She felt him nibble delicately at the shoulder of her dress, trying to groom her. A crooked grin twisted her lips. Pushing his head away, she scratched his satiny neck in the way she knew he liked. "I shouldn't have left you alone, my poor boy." Her fingers tangled in his white blonde mane. She felt the weight of his head come to rest on her shoulder. The trusting gesture caused her throat to cinch around a quick breath. "It wasn't your fault," she whispered. "It was mine. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Her throat had cinched painfully tight. No matter how hard she swallowed, the sharp constriction wouldn't dissolve. It was cutting off her breath. Her arms loosened from Assad's neck, and she turned away. Wheezing, staggering, she crashed into the hard wall of Devon's chest. He gripped her elbows, steadying her. "What is it?" She could scarcely hear his voice over her frantic heartbeat. She shook her head, struggling not to feel, not to give in. "Tell me." Devon gave her a soft, urgent shake. No words would come. Only a raw breath that fractured into coughing sobs. The pressure in her throat released with startling suddenness, and her eyes filled with liquid fire. She shoved at Devon in blind desperation. God, no, please. She was losing control in the most humiliating circumstances imaginable, with the last person in the world she would ever want to witness it. Devon's arm clamped around her shoulders. Ignoring her efforts to twist away, he guided her past the stools. "Milor?" Mr. Bloom asked in mild alarm. "What does the lass need?" "Privacy," Devon said curtly. "Where can I take her?" "The saddle room," the stable master said, pointing to the arched opening beyond the stalls. Devon half-pushed, half-carried Kathleen into the windowless room, lined with matchboarded walls. She grappled with him, flailing like a drowning woman. He said her name repeatedly, patiently, his arms tightening to contain her. The more she struggled, the more firmly he held her, until she was gathered against his chest in a nerveless bundle. Trying to swallow back the shuddering sounds that came from her throat only made them worse. "You're safe," she heard him say. "Easy. You're safe. I won't let go." Dimly, she realized that she was no longer trying to escape, but fighting to press closer and hide against him. Her arms clutched around his neck, her face against his throat as she sobbed too hard to think or breathe. Emotion came in a deluge, impossible to separate into its parts. To feel so much all at once seemed a kind of madness. Her corset was too tight, like a living thing intent on crushing her in its jaws. She went weak, her knees giving way. Her body folded in a slow collapse, and she felt herself being caught up and lifted in strong arms. There was no way to find her bearings, no way to control anything. She could only surrender, dissolving into the devouring shadows. Chapter 4. After a measureless internal, awareness returned by slow degrees. Kathleen stirred, aware of a brief murmured conversation and retreating footsteps, and the relentless patter of rain on the roof. Irritably, she turned her face away from the sounds, wanting to drowse a little longer. Something soft and warm touched the crest of her cheek, lingering gently, and the feel of it teased her senses awake. Her limbs were heavy and relaxed, her head comfortably supported. She was held firmly against a solid surface that rose and fell in a steady rhythm. With every breath, she drew in a fragrance of horses and leather, and something fresh like vetiver. She had the confused impression that it was morning, but that didn't seem quite right. Recalling the storm, she stiffened. A dark murmur tickled her ear. "You're safe. Rest against me." Her eyes flew open. "What?" she faltered, blinking. "Where? Oh." She found herself staring up into a pair of dark blue eyes. A little pang, not entirely unpleasant, pierced somewhere beneath her ribs at the discovery that Devon was holding her. They were on the floor of the saddle room, on a stack of folded horse blankets and rugs. It was the warmest, driest place in the stables, located close to the stalls for easy access. An overhead skylight illuminated the rows of saddle racks affixed to the white pine walls. Rain streamed over the glass and sent dappled shadows downward. Deciding that she wasn't ready to confront the sheer awfulness of how she had just behaved, Kathleen shut her eyes again. Her lids felt itchy and swollen, and she fumbled to rub them. Devon caught one of her wrists, easing it away. "Don't. You'll make them worse." He pressed a soft cloth into her hand, one of the rags used for polishing tack. "It's clean. The stable master brought it a few minutes ago." "Did he? That is, I hope I wasn't like this," she asked, her voice thin and scuffed. He sounded amused. "In my arms, you mean? I'm afraid so." A moan of distress trembled on her lips. What he must have thought. He thought nothing of it. In fact, he said it would benefit you to do a bit of screetin', as he put it. The Yorkshire word for bawling like an infant. Humiliated, Kathleen blotted her eyes and blew her nose. Devon's hand slid into her tumbled hair, his fingertips finding her scalp and stroking gently as if she were a cat. It was wildly improper for him to touch her in such a way, but it was so shockingly pleasant that Kathleen couldn't quite bring herself to object. "Tell me what happened," he said softly. Her insides turned hollow. Her body was as limp as an empty flour sack. Even the effort to shake her head was exhausting. His soothing hand continued to play in her hair. "Tell me." She was too exhausted to refuse him. "It was my fault," she heard herself say. A continuous hot rivulet leaked from the outside corner of her eye and disappeared into her hairline. "I'm the reason Theo is dead." Devon was silent, waiting patiently for her to continue. The words came out in a shamed rush. "I drove him to it. We had been quarrelling. If I had behaved the way I should, if I'd been kind instead of spiteful, Theo would still be alive. I had planned to ride Assad that morning, but Theo wanted me to stay and battle it out with him. And I said no, not when he was in such a state. Then Theo said he would go riding with me, but I told him—" She broke off with a wretched sob and continued resolutely. "I said he wouldn't be able to keep pace with me. He had been drinking the night before, and he still wasn't clear-headed." Devon's thumb stroked across her temple, through the trail of salt water. "So he decided to prove you wrong," he said after a moment. Kathleen nodded, her jaw trembling. "He dashed out to the stables, half drunk and in a fury," Devon continued, "and insisted on riding a horse that he probably wouldn't have been able to control even sober." The tiny muscles of her face spasmed. "Because I didn't manage him as a good wife would have." "Wait," Devon said, as a hiccuping sob escaped her. "No, don't start that again. Hush now. Take a breath." His hand slid from her hair, and he propped her higher in his lap until their gazes were almost level. Taking up a fresh cloth, he blotted her cheeks and eyes as if she were a child. "Let's consider this rationally," he said. "First, as to this business of managing Theoa. Husband isn't a horse to be trained. My cousin was a full-grown man in command of his own fate. He chose to take a stupid risk, and he paid for it." "Yes, but he'd been drinking." "Also his choice." Kathleen was struck by his blunt words and matter-of-fact manner. She had expected him to blame her, perhaps even more than she blamed herself, if that were possible. No one could deny her culpability. It was too obvious. "It was my fault," she insisted. "Theo wasn't in command of himself when he was angry. His judgment was impaired. I should have found a way to appease him, and instead I pushed him over the edge." "It wasn't your responsibility to save Theo from himself. When he decided to act like a hot-headed fool, no one could have stopped him." "But you see, it wasn't a decision. Theo couldn't help it that I set off his temper." Devon's mouth twisted, as if she had said something ridiculous. "Of course he could." "How do you know that?" "Because I'm a Ravenel. I have the same damned evil temper. Whenever I yield to it, I'm perfectly aware of what I'm doing." She shook her head, unwilling to be pacified. "You didn't hear the way I spoke to him. I was very sarcastic and unkind. Oh, you should have seen his face." "Yes, I'm sure you were a perfect little hornet. However, a few sharp words weren't sufficient reason for Theo to dash off in a suicidal tantrum." As Kathleen considered that, she realized with a start that her fingers had slid into the thick, closely shorn locks of hair at his nape.
Her arms were around his neck. When had that happened? Blushing furiously, she jerked her hands from him. "You have no sympathy for Theo because you didn't like him," she said awkwardly. "But I haven't yet decided whether I like you either." "That doesn't change my opinion of the situation." Kathleen stared at him with wide eyes. Somehow his cool, unsentimental assessment was more comforting than sympathy. "They ran to fetch me after it happened," she found herself telling him. Theo was lying on the ground. His neck was broken, and no one wanted to move him until the doctor arrived. I leaned over him and said his name, and when he heard my voice, he opened his eyes. I could see that he was dying. I put my hand on his cheek and told him that I loved him, and Theo said, "You're not my wife." Those were the last words he ever spoke. He was unconscious by the time the doctor arrived. More tears sprang from her eyes. She didn't realize she was twisting the polishing cloth in her fists until one of his hands settled over both of hers, calming the agitated movement. "I wouldn't dwell on Theo's last words," Devon said. "One could hardly expect him to be sensible. For God's sake, his neck was broken." His palm passed over her knuckles in a repeated caress. "Listen, my little watering pot. It was in my cousin's nature to do something rash at any given moment. It always would have been. The reckless streak in the Ravenel family has persevered for centuries. Theo could have married a saint, and he would have lost his temper regardless." "I'm certainly not a saint," she said woefully, ducking her head. Amusement rustled through his voice. "I knew that within the first minute of meeting you." Keeping her head down, Kathleen stared at the hand over hers, elegant but brutally strong, with a faint scattering of hair on the back of it. "I wish I had it to do over again," she whispered. "No one could blame you for what happened." "I blame myself." "Let her cover the mark as she will," he quoted sardonically. "The pang of it will always be in her heart." Recognizing the words from the scarlet letter, Kathleen glanced up at him miserably. "You liken me to Hester Prynne?" "Only in your aspirations to martyrdom. Although even Hester had a bit of fun before her comeuppance, whereas you've apparently had little." "Fun?" Despair gave way to bewilderment. "What are you talking about?" His gaze was intent on her face. "I would think that even a proper lady might find some pleasure in the conjugal embrace." She gasped in befuddled outrage. "I youth that you would dare bring up such a subject." He had been so gentle and comforting, and now he had changed back into the insufferable cad of before. "As if I would ever discuss that with anyone, least of all you." As she writhed and began to crawl from his lap, he held her in place easily. "Before you charge away in righteous indignation," he said, "you might want to refasten your bodice, my." Glancing down at her front, Kathleen saw to her horror that the first few buttons of her dress and the top 2 hooks of her corset had been undone. She went scarlet. "Oh, how could you?" A flare of amusement lit his eyes. "You weren't breathing well. I thought you needed oxygen more than modesty." After watching her frantic efforts to rehook the corset, he asked politely, "May I help?" "No. Although I'm certain you're quite accomplished at helping ladies with their undergarments. They're hardly ever ladies." He laughed quietly as she worked at the placket of the corset with increasing panic. The strain of the afternoon had left her so enervated that even the simplest task was difficult. She huffed and wriggled to pull the edges of the corset together. After watching her for a moment, Devon said brusquely, "Allow me." He brushed her hands away and began to hook the corset efficiently. She gasped as she felt the backs of his knuckles brush the skin of her upper chest.
Finishing the hooks, he started on the row of buttons at her bodice. Relax. I'm not going to ravish you. I'm not quite as depraved as my reputation might indicate. Besides, a bosom of such modest proportions, albeit charming, isn't enough to send me into a frenzy of lust. Kathleen glowered and held still, secretly relieved that he'd given her a reason to hate him again. Nimbly, his long fingers worked at the buttons until each one was neatly secured in its small silk loop. His lashes cast brindled shadows down his cheeks as he glanced along her front. There, he murmured. She clambered out of his lap with the haste of a scalded cat. Careful! Devon flinched at the heedless placement of her knee. I have yet to produce an heir, which makes certain parts of my anatomy more valuable to the estate than the actual family jewels. They're not valuable to me, she said, staggering to her feet. Still, I'm quite fond of them. He grinned and rose in an easy movement, reaching out to steady her. Dismayed by the deplorably rumpled and muddy condition of her skirts, Kathleen whacked at the bits of hay and horsehair that clung to the black crepe fabric. Shall I accompany you into the house? Devon asked. I prefer to go separately, she said. As you wish. Straightening her spine, she added, We will never speak of this. Very well. Also, we are still not friends. His gaze held hers. Are we enemies, then? That depends. Kathleen took a wavering breath. What will you do with Assad? Something in his face softened. He'll remain at the estate until he can be retrained. That's all I can promise for now. Although it wasn't precisely the answer she wanted, it was better than having Assad sold right away. If the horse could be retrained, he might at least end up in the possession of someone who valued him. Then, I suppose, we're not enemies. He stood before her in his shirt sleeves, with no necktie or collar in sight. The hems of his trousers were muddy. His hair needed combing, and there was a bit of hay caught in it, but somehow, in his disarray, he was even more handsome than before. She approached him with abashed tentativeness, and he held very still as she reached up to pull the little wisp of hay from his hair. The dark locks were invitingly dishevelled, a cowlick on the right side, and she was almost tempted to smooth it. How long is the mourning period? He surprised her by asking abruptly. Kathleen blinked, disconcerted. For a widow, there are 4 mourning periods. 4? The first one lasts a year, the second for 6 months, the third for 3 months, and then half mourning lasts for the rest of one's life. And if the widow wishes to marry again? She may do so after a year and a day, although it is frowned upon to marry so quickly unless she has children or lacks income. Frowned upon, but not forbidden. Yes. Why do you ask? Devon shrugged casually. I'm merely curious. Men are required to mourn only for 6 months, probably because we wouldn't tolerate anything longer than that. She shrugged. A man's heart is different from a woman's. His gaze turned quizzical. Women love more, she explained. Seeing his expression, she asked, You think I'm wrong? I think you know little of men, he said gently. I've been married. I know all I wish to. She went to the threshold and paused to look back at him. Thank you, she said, and left before he could reply. Devon wandered to the doorway after Kathleen had gone. Closing his eyes, he leaned his forehead against the frame and expelled a controlled sigh. Dear God, He wanted her beyond decency. He turned and set his back against the match-boarded wall, struggling to understand what was happening to him.
A euphoric, disastrous feeling had invaded him. He sensed that had undergone a sea change from which there was no return. He hated it when women cried. At the first sign of tears, he had always bolted like a hare at a coursing. But as soon as his arms had gone around Kathleen, in one ordinary instant, the world, the past, everything had always been certain of, had all been obliterated. She had reached for him, not out of passion or fear, but the simple human need for closeness. It had electrified him. No one had ever sought comfort from him before, and the act of giving it had felt more unspeakably intimate than the most torrid sexual encounter. Head felt the force of his entire being wrap around her in a moment of sweet, raw connection. His thoughts were in anarchy. His body still smoldered with the feeling of Kathleen's slight weight in his lap. Before she had fully come back to herself, he had kissed her silky cheek, damp with salt tears and summer rain. He wanted to kiss her again, everywhere, for hours. He wanted her naked and exhausted in his arms. After all his past experience, physical pleasure had lost any trace of novelty. But now he wanted Kathleen Ravenel in ways that shocked him. What a damnable situation, he thought savagely. A ruined estate, a depleted fortune, and a woman he couldn't have. Kathleen would be in mourning for a year and a day, and even after that, she would be out of his reach. She would never lower herself to be any man's mistress, and after what she had endured with Theo, she would want nothing to do with another Ravenel. Brooding, Devon went to pick up his discarded coat from the floor. He shrugged into the rumpled garment and wandered from the saddle room back to the stalls. At the far end of the building, a pair of stable boys talked as they cleaned a box stall. Becoming aware of his presence, they quieted instantly, and all he could hear was the rasp of the broom and the scrape of a shovel. Some of the horses in the row watched him curiously, while others affected disinterest. Keeping his movements relaxed, Devon went to the Arabian's stall. Osid turned his head sideways to view him, his teacup muzzle tightening in a sign of unease. "No need for concern," Devon murmured. "Although one can't blame you for wrinkling your nose at a Ravenel's approach." Osid shuffled and swished his tail nervously. Slowly, he came to the front of the stall. "Look sharp, milor," came Mr. Bloom's calm voice from somewhere behind Devon. "The lad's a biter. He may take a nip of that, if he doesn't know that. He prefers a lass company to a man's." "That shows your judgment is sound," Devon told the horse. He extended a hand palm up, as he had seen Kathleen do earlier. Carefully, Osid sniffed, his eyes half closed. Working his mouth, he lowered his head in submission and pressed his muzzle against Devon's hands. Devon smiled and stroked the horse's head on both sides. "You're a handsome fellow, aren't you?" "And well he knows it," the stable master said, approaching with a chuckle. "He smells her ladyship on thee. Now he'll take to thee like halfpenny sweets. Once they know they're safe with thee, they'll do anything they asks." Devon ran his hand along Osid's graceful neck, from the narrow, refined throat latch down to the sturdy shoulder. His coat was sleek and warm, like living silk. "What do you make of his temperament?" he asked. "Is there any danger to Lady Trenier if she continues to train him?" "Not a bit, milor. Osid will be a perfect lady's mount, once he's trained right. He's not abstractless, only sensitive. He sees, hears, smells everything. The fine ones are canny like that. Best to ride 'em with soft tack and gentle hands." Bloom hesitated, idly tugging on his white whiskers. "A week before the wedding, Osid was brought here from Leominster. Lord Trenier came to the stables to see him.
'Twas a mercy that her ladyship wasn't here to witness. Ossett nipped at him, and his lordship delivered a hard clout to his muzzle. I warned him, if they use a fist against him, milor, they may earn his fear, but not his trust.
Bloom shook his head sadly, his eyes moistening.
I knew the master since he was a dear little lad. Everyone at the priory loved him, but none could deny he was a fireflot.
Devon gave him a quizzical glance.
What does that mean? In Yorkshire, it's what they call the hot coal that bounces out of the hearth. But it's also the name for a man who can't bide his temper.
Ossett raised his head and delicately touched his muzzle to Devon's chin. Resisting the urge to jerk his head back, Devon held still.
Breathe soft into his nose, Bloom murmured. He wants to make friends with thee.
Devon complied. After blowing back gently, the horse nudged his chest and licked his shirt front.
They has won him over, milor, the stable-master said,
a smile splitting his round face until his cheeks bunched over the cottony bolsters of his whiskers.
It has nothing to do with me, Devon replied, stroking Assad's sleek head, and everything to do with Lady Trenier's scent. Aye, but tha has a good touch wi' him, blandly the stable-master added. And wi' her ladyship, it seems. Devon sent him a narrow-eyed glance, but the elderly man returned it innocently. Lady Trenier was distressed by the memory of her husband's accident, Devon said. I would offer assistance to any woman in such a state. He paused. For her sake, I want you and the stablemen to say nothing about her loss of composure. I told the lads I'd flay the hide off them if there's so much as a whisper oft. Bloom frowned in concern. That morning, there was a scruffle between her ladyship and the master, before he came running to the stables. I worried she might fault herself for it. She does, Devon said quietly. But I told her that she is in no way accountable for his actions, nor is the horse. My cousin brought the tragedy upon himself. I agree, milor. Devon gave Assad a last pat. Goodbye, fellow. I'll visit you in the morning before I leave. He turned to walk along the stalls to the entrance, while the elderly man accompanied him. I suppose rumors ran rife around the estate after the Earl's death. Rumors? Aye, the air was fat with 'em. Has anyone said what Lord and Lady Trenier were arguing about that morning? Bloom was expressionless. I couldn't say. There was no doubt that the man had some idea as to the nature of the conflict between Theo and Kathleen. Servants knew everything. However, it would be unseemly to persist in questioning him about private family matters. Reluctantly, Devon set aside the subject. For now. Thank you for your help with Lady Trenier, he told the stable-master. If she decides to continue training Assad, I'll allow it on condition of your oversight. I trust your ability to keep her safe. Thank you, milor, Bloom exclaimed. That intends for the lady to remain at Eversby Priory, then. Devon stared at him, unable to answer. The question was simple on the surface, but it was overwhelmingly complex. What did he intend for Kathleen? For Theo's sisters? What did he intend for Eversby Priory, the stables and household, and the families that farmed the estate? Could he really bring himself to throw them all upon the mercy of fate? But damn it, how could he spend the rest of his life with unimaginable debt and obligations hanging over his head like the sword of Damocles? He closed his eyes briefly as the realization came to him. It was already there. The sword had been suspected above him from the moment he'd been informed of Theo's death. There was no choice to make. Whether or not he wanted the responsibility that came with the title, it was his. I do,
he finally said to the stable master, feeling vaguely nauseous. I intend for all of them to stay. The older man smiled and nodded, seeming to have expected no other answer. Exiting through the wing of the stables that connected to the house, Devon made his way to the entrance hall. He had a sense of distance from the situation, as if his brain had decided to stand back and view it as a whole before applying itself to the particulars. The sounds of piano music and feminine voices drifted from one of the upper floors. Perhaps he was mistaken, but Devon thought he could hear a distinctly masculine tone filtering through the conversation. Noticing a housemaid cleaning the stair rails of the grand staircase with a banister brush, he asked, "Where is that noise coming from?" "The family is taking their afternoon tea in the upstairs parlor, milord." Devon began to ascend the staircase with measured footsteps. By the time he reached the parlor, he had no doubt that the voice belonged to his incorrigible brother. "Devon!" West exclaimed with a grin as he entered the room. "Look at the charming little bevy of cousins I've discovered." He was sitting in a chair beside a game table, pouring a hefty splash of spirits from his flask into a cup of tea. The twins hovered around him, busily constructing a dissected map puzzle. Sliding a speculative glance over his brother, West remarked, "You look as though you'd been pulled backward through the hedgerow." "You shouldn't be in here," Devon told him. He turned to the room in general. "Has anyone been corrupted or defiled?" "Since the age of 12, West replied. "I wasn't asking you. I was asking the girls." "Not yet," Cassandra said cheerfully. "Drat," Pandora exclaimed, examining a handful of puzzle pieces. "I can't find Luton." "Don't concern yourself with it," West told her. "We can leave out Luton entirely, and England will be none the worse for it. In fact, it's an improvement. They are said to make fine hats in Luton," Cassandra said. "I've heard that hat-making drives people mad," Pandora remarked. "Which I don't understand, because it doesn't seem tedious enough to do that." "It isn't the job that drives them mad," West said.
It's the mercury solution they use to smooth the felt. After repeated exposure, it addles the brain, hence the term, mad as a hatter. Then why is it used, if it is harmful to the workers? Pandora asked. Because there are always more workers, West said cynically. Pandora, Cassandra exclaimed. I do wish you wouldn't force a puzzle piece into a space where it obviously does not fit. It does fit, her twin insisted stubbornly. Helen, Cassandra called out to their older sister, is the Isle of Man located in the North Sea? The music ceased briefly. Helen spoke from the corner, where she sat at a small cottage piano. Although the instrument was out of tune, the skill of her playing was obvious. No, dear, in the Irish Sea. Fiddlesticks. Pandora tossed the piece aside. This is frustrating. At Devon's puzzled expression, Helen explained, Pandora likes to invent words. I don't like to, Pandora said irritably. It's only that sometimes an ordinary word doesn't fit how I feel. Rising from the piano bench, Helen approached Devon. Thank you for finding Kathleen, my lord, she said, her gaze smiling. She is resting upstairs. The maids are preparing a hot bath for her, and afterward, cook will send up a tray. She is well? He asked, wondering exactly what Kathleen had told Helen. Helen nodded. I think so, although she is a bit weary. Of course she was. Come to think of it, so was he. Devon turned his attention to his brother. West, I want to speak to you. Come with me to the library, will you? West drained the rest of his tea, stood, and bowed to the Ravenel sisters. Thank you for a delightful afternoon, my dears. He paused before departing. Pandora, sweetheart, you're attempting to cram Portsmouth into Wales, which I assure you will please neither party. I told you, Cassandra said to Pandora, and the twins began to squabble while Devon and West left the room. Chapter 5. Lively as kittens, West said, as he and Devon walked to the library. They're quite wasted out here in the country. I'll confess, I never knew that the company of innocent girls could be so amusing. What if they were to take part in the London season? Devon asked. It was one of approximately 1,000 questions buzzing in his mind. How would you rate their prospects? West looked bemused. At catching husbands? Non-existent. Even Lady Helen? Lady Helen is an angel. Lovely, quiet, accomplished. She should have her pick of suitors. But the men who would be appropriate for her will never come up to scratch. Nowadays, no one can afford a girl who lacks a dowry. There are men who could afford her, Devon said absently. Who? Some of the fellows we're acquainted with. Severin or Winterbourne. If they're friends of ours, I wouldn't pair Lady Helen with one of them. She was bred to marry a cultivated man of leisure, not a barbarian. I would hardly call a department store owner a barbarian. Reese Winterbourne is vulgar, ruthless, willing to compromise any principle for personal gain. Qualities I admire, of course, but he would never do for Lady Helen. They would make each other exceedingly unhappy. Of course they would. It's marriage. Devon sat in a musty chair positioned behind a writing desk in one of the deep-set window niches. So far, the library was his favourite room in the house, panelled in oak with walls of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that contained at least 3,000 volumes. One bookcase had been fitted with narrow, stacked drawers for storing maps and documents. Agreeable hints of tobacco, ink, and book dust spiced the air, overlaying the sweetness of vellum and parchment. Idly, Devon reached for a wooden cigar holder on the nearby desk and examined it. The piece was carved in the shape of a beehive, with tiny brass bees scattered on its surface. What Winterbourne needs most is something he can't purchase. Whatever Winterbourne can't purchase isn't worth having. What about an aristocrat's daughter? West wandered past the bookshelves, perusing titles. He pulled a volume from a shelf and examined it dispassionately. Why the devil are we talking about arranging a match for Lady Helen? Her future is none of your concern. After we sell the estate, you'll likely never see her again. Devon traced the pattern of inset bees as he replied, I'm not going to sell the estate. West fumbled with the book, nearly dropping it. Have you gone mad? Why? He didn't want to have to explain his reasons when he was still trying to sort through them. I have no desire to be a landless earl. When has your pride ever mattered? It does now that I'm a peer. West gave him a sharply assessing glance. Eversby Priory is nothing you ever expected to inherit, nor desired, nor prepared for in any way whatsoever. It's a millstone tied around your neck. I didn't fully grasp that until the meeting with Tothill and Fogg this morning. You'd be a fool if you do anything other than sell it and keep the title. A title is nothing without an estate. You can't afford the estate, then I'll have to find a way. How? You have no bloody idea how to manage complex finances. As for farming, you've never planted so much as a single turnip seed. Whatever you're qualified for, which isn't much, it's certainly not running a place like this. Oddly, the more that his brother echoed the doubts that were already in his mind, the more stubborn Devon became. If Theo was qualified,
I'll be damned if I can't learn to do it. West shook his head incredulously. Is that where this nonsense is coming from? You're trying to compete with our dead cousin? Don't be an idiot, Devon snapped. Isn't it obvious there's far more at stake than that? Look around you, for God's sake. This estate supports hundreds of people. Without it, many of them won't survive. Tell me you'd be willing to stand face to face with one of the tenants and tell him that he has to move his family to Manchester so they can all work in a filthy factory. How can the factory be any worse than living on a muddy scrap of farmland? Considering urban diseases, crime, slum alleys and abject poverty, Devon said acidly, I'd say it's considerably worse. And if my tenants and servants all leave, what of the consequences to the village of Eversby itself? What will become of the merchants and businesses once the estate is gone? I have to make a go of this, West. His brother stared at him as if he were a stranger. Your tenants and servants. Devon scowled. Yes, who else's are they? West's lips curled in a derisive sneer. Tell me this, O lordly one. What do you expect will happen when you fail? I can't think about failure. If I do, I'll be doomed from the start. You're already doomed. You'll preen and posture as lord of the manor while the roof caves in and the tenants starve, and I'm damned if I'll have any part of your narcissistic folly. I wouldn't ask you to, Devon retorted, heading for the door. Since you're usually as drunk as a boiled owl, you're of no use to me. Who the hell do you think you are? West called after him. Pausing at the threshold, Devon gave him a cold glance. I'm the Earl of Treneer, he said, and left the room. Chapter 6. For the first time since Theo's accident, Kathleen had slept without nightmares. After emerging from a deep rest, she sat up in bed as her lady's maid, Clara, brought her breakfast tray. Good morning, milady. Clara placed the tray on Kathleen's lap, while a housemaid opened the curtains to admit a spill of weak grey light from the cloud-hazed sky. Lord Treneer gave me a note to set by your plate. Frowning curiously, Kathleen unfolded the small parchment rectangle. Devon's penmanship was angular and decisive, the words written in black ink. Madam, as I will soon depart for London, I would like to discuss a matter of some consequence. Please come to the library at your earliest convenience. Treneer. All her nerves jumped at the notion of facing Devon. She knew why he wanted to speak to her. He was going to ask her to leave the estate as soon as possible. He would not want to be burdened by the presence of Theo's widow or his sisters, and certainly no one would expect it of him. Today she would send out inquiries to find a house. With strict economizing, she, Helen, and the twins could live on the income from her jointure. Perhaps it was for the best to make a new beginning somewhere else. Very little good had come to her in the 3 months she had lived at Eversby Priory, and although Helen and the twins loved the only home they had ever known, they would benefit from a change. They had been secluded from the world for too long. They needed new people, new scenery, new experiences. Yes, the 4 of them, together, would manage. But Kathleen was worried about what would become of the servants and tenants. It was a pity, too, that with Theo's death, the Ravenel family and its proud legacy had essentially come to an end. Filled with melancholy, she dressed with Clara's assistance in multiple layers of petticoats, a corset, and a petite padded bustle. Next came a black crepe dress, fitted close to the body with pleated tiers that draped down the back and ended in a slight train. The dress was fastened down the front with jet buttons, the long sleeves fitted closely to her wrists and finished with detachable cuffs made of white linen. She considered and rejected the idea of a veil, deciding wryly that she and Devon were beyond such formalities. While Clara arranged Kathleen's hair in plaits that had been twisted and pinned tightly to the back of her head, she asked cautiously, "Milady, has his lordship said anything about what he plans to do with the staff?"
Many are worried about their positions. So far he has said nothing to me of his plans, Kathleen said, inwardly chafing at her own helplessness. But your position with me is safe. Thank you, milady.
Clara looked marginally relieved, but Kathleen understood her conflicting emotions. After being an upper servant at a grand estate, it would be a come-down to work at a cottage or a set of rented rooms. I'll do what I can to influence Lord Trenier on behalf of the servants, Kathleen told her, but I'm afraid I have no sway over him. They exchanged bleak smiles, and Kathleen left the room. As she approached the library, she felt her heartbeat quicken uncomfortably. Squaring her shoulders, she crossed the threshold. Devon appeared to be browsing over a row of books, reaching up to straighten a trio of volumes that had fallen sideways. "My lord," Kathleen said quietly. Devon turned, his gaze finding hers at once. He was stunningly handsome, dressed in a dark suit of clothes that had been tailored in the new, looser-fitting fashion, the coat, waistcoat and trousers all made of matching fabric. The informal cut of the suit did nothing to soften the hard lines of his body. For a moment, Kathleen couldn't help remembering the feel of his arms around her, his solid chest beneath her cheek. Heat swept over her face. Devon bowed, his face inscrutable. He appeared relaxed at first glance, but a closer look revealed faint shadows beneath his eyes and fine-spun tension beneath his calm veneer. "I hope you're well this morning," he said quietly. Her blush deepened uncomfortably. "Yes, thank you." She curtsied and wove her fingers together in a stiff knot. "You wish to discuss something before you depart?" "Yes, regarding the estate. I've come to some conclusions. I do hope," she began, and broke off. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to." "Go on." Kathleen dropped her gaze to her clenched hands as she spoke. "My lord, if you decide to dismiss any of the servants, or indeed all of them, I hope you take into account that some have served the Ravenels for their entire lives. Perhaps you might consider giving small parting sums to the oldest ones who have little hope of securing other employment." "I'll bear it in mind." She could feel him looking at her, his gaze as tangible as the heat of sunlight. The mahogany bracket clock on the mantel measured out the silence with delicate ticks. His voice was soft. "You're nervous with me? After yesterday?" She broke off and swallowed hard and nodded. "No one but the two of us will ever know about that." Even if Kathleen chose to believe him, it didn't set her at ease. The memory was an unwanted bond with him. He had seen her at her weakest, her lowest, and she would have preferred him to be mocking rather than treat her with gentleness. She forced herself to meet his gaze as she admitted with vexed honesty, "It's easier to think of you as an adversary." Devon smiled faintly. "That puts us in an awkward situation then, as I've decided against selling the estate." Kathleen was too astonished to reply. She couldn't believe it. Had she heard him correctly? "Eversby Priory's situation is so desperate," Devon continued, "that few men could conceivably make it worse. Of course, I'm probably one of them." He gestured to a pair of chairs positioned near the writing desk. "Will you sit with me?" She nodded, her thoughts racing as she settled into the chair. Yesterday he had seemed so resolved. There had been no doubt that he would dispense with the estate and all its problems as expediently as possible. After she had arranged her skirts and folded her hands in her lap, she sent him a wondering gaze. "May I ask what caused you to change your mind, my lord?" Devon was slow to reply, his expression troubled. "I've tried to think of every reason why I should wash my hands of this place, but I keep returning to the conclusion that I owe it to every man, woman and child on this estate to try and save the estate. Eversby Priory has been the work of generations, I can't destroy it. I think that's a very admirable decision, she said with a hesitant smile. His mouth twisted. My brother calls it vanity. He predicts failure, of course. Then I'll be the counterbalance, she said impulsively, and predict success. Devon gave her an alert glance, and he dazzled her with a quick grin. Don't put money on it, he advised. The smile faded except for a lingering quirk at one corner of his mouth. I kept waking during the night, he said, arguing with myself. But then it occurred to me to wonder what my father would have done had he lived long enough to find himself in my position. He would have saved the estate? No, he wouldn't have considered it for a second. Devon laughed shortly. It's safe to say that doing the opposite of what my father would have done is always the right choice. Kathleen regarded him with sympathy. Did he drink? She dared to ask. He did everything, and if he liked it, he did it to excess. A Ravenel through and through. She nodded, thinking of Theo. It has occurred to me, she ventured, that the family temperament isn't well suited to stewardship. Amusement glinted in his eyes. Speaking as a man who has the family temperament in full measure, I agree. I wish I could claim to have a mother from steady, pragmatic stock to balance out the Ravenel wildness. Unfortunately, she was worse. Worse? Kathleen asked, her eyes widening. She had a temper? No, but she was unstable, flighty. It's no exaggeration to say there were days at a time when she forgot she even had children. My parents were very attentive and involved, Kathleen volunteered after a moment. As long as you were a horse. Devon smiled. He leaned forward and rested his forearms on his legs, dropping his head for a moment. The posture was far too casual to affect in the presence of a lady, but it revealed how very tired he was, and overwhelmed. For the first time, Kathleen felt a stirring of genuine sympathy for him. It wasn't fair that a man should have to contend with so many dire problems all at once, without warning or preparation. There's another matter I need to discuss, he said eventually, sitting up again. I can't, in good conscience, turn Theo's sisters out of the only home they've ever known. One of his brows arched as he saw her expression. Yes, I have a conscience. It's been abused and neglected for years, but even so, it occasionally manages to be a nuisance. If you're considering allowing the girls to remain here, I am. But the scenario presents obvious difficulties. They'll require a chaperone, not to mention rigorous instruction, if they're eventually to come out in society. Society? Kathleen echoed in bemusement. All three? Why not? They're of an age, aren't they? Yes, but the expense. That's for me to worry about. He paused. You would manage the most difficult part of the whole business by taking the twins in hand, civilizing them to whatever extent you can manage. Me? Her eyes widened. You propose that I remain at Eversby Priory with them? Devon nodded. Obviously, you're scarcely older than Helen and the twins, but I believe you could manage them quite well. Certainly better than a stranger could. He paused. They deserve the same opportunities that other young ladies of their rank enjoy. I'd like to make that possible, but I can't do it without you staying here to bring them along. He smiled slightly. Of course, you would be free to train Ossed as well. I suspect he'll learn table manners before Pandora does. Kathleen's heart was fluttering madly. To stay here with Helen and the twins? And Ossed? It was more than she could have dared to dream. I suppose you would live here as well? She asked warily. I'll visit infrequently, Devon said. But most of the work in setting the estate's financial affairs to rights will have to be done in London. In my absence, The entire household will be under your supervision. Would that be inducement enough for you to stay?" Kathleen began to nod before he'd even finished the sentence. "Yes, my lord," she said, almost breathless with relief. "I'll stay, and I'll help you any way I can." A month after Devon and West had left Hampshire, a parcel addressed to Kathleen was delivered to Eversby Priory. With the Ravenel sisters gathered around her in the upstairs parlor, she opened the parcel and folded back layers of rustling paper. They all exclaimed in admiration as a cashmere shawl was revealed. Such shawls were all the rage in London, hand-loomed in Persia and finished with a border of embroidered flowers and silk fringe. The wefts of wool had been dyed in graduating colors so that it produced the exquisite effect of a sunset, glowing red melting into orange and gold. "It's called ombre," Cassandra said reverently. "I've seen ribbons dyed that way. How fashionable." "It will look beautiful with your hair," Helen commented. "But who sent it?" Pandora asked. "And why?" Picking up the note that had been enclosed in the parcel, Kathleen read the boldly scrawled words. "As promised, Trenier." Devon had deliberately chosen a shawl with the most vibrant colors imaginable, a garment that a widow could never, ever wear. "I can't accept this," she said with a scowl. "It's from Lord Trenier, and it is entirely too personal. Perhaps if it were a handkerchief or a tin of sweets. But he's a relation," Helen surprised her by pointing out. "And a shawl isn't all that personal, is it? One doesn't wear it next to the skin, after all." "Think of it as a very large handkerchief," Cassandra suggested. "Even if I did keep it," Kathleen said, "I would have to dye it black." The girls looked as aghast as if she had suggested murdering someone. They all spoke at once. "You mustn't! Oh, but why? To ruin such lovely colors? How could I wear this as it is?" Kathleen demanded. "I'd be as flamboyant as a parrot. Can you imagine the gossip?" "You can wear it at home," Pandora interrupted. "No one will see." "Do try it on," Cassandra urged.
Despite Kathleen's refusal, the girls insisted on draping it over her shoulders, just to see how it looked. "How beautiful," Helen said, beaming. It was the most luxurious fabric she had ever felt, the fleece soft and cushiony. Kathleen ran her hand across the rich hues and sighed. "I suppose I can't ruin it with aniline dye," she muttered. "But I'm going to tell him that I did." "You're going to lie?" Cassandra asked, her eyes wide. "That's not setting a very good example for us. He must be discouraged from sending unsuitable gifts," Kathleen said. "It's not his fault if he doesn't know any better," Pandora pointed out. "He knows the rules," Kathleen said darkly. "And he enjoys breaking them." "My lord, it was very kind of you to send the lovely gift, which is very useful now that the weather has turned. I am pleased to relate that the cashmere absorbed an application of black dye quite evenly, so that it is now appropriate for mourning. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Lady Trenier." "You dyed it?" Devon asked aloud, setting the note on his desk with a mixture of amusement and irritation. Reaching for a silver pen holder, he inserted a fresh nib and pulled a sheet of writing paper from a nearby stack. That morning, he had already written a half-dozen missives to lawyers, his banker, and contractors, and had hired an outside agent to analyse the estate's finances. He grimaced at the sight of his ink-stained fingers. The lemon and salt paste his valet had given him wouldn't entirely remove the smudges. He was tired of writing, and even more so of numbers, and Kathleen's letter was a welcome distraction. The challenge could not go unanswered. Staring down at the letter with a faint smile, Devon pondered the best way to annoy her. Dipping the pen nib into the inkwell, he wrote, "Madam, I am delighted to learn that you find the shawl useful in these cooler days of autumn. On that subject, I am writing to inform you of my recent decision to donate all the black curtains that currently shroud the windows at Eversby Priory to a London charitable organisation. Although you will regrettably no longer have use of the cloth, it will be made into winter coats for the poor, which I am sure you will agree is a far nobler purpose. I am confident in your ability to find other ways of making the atmosphere at Eversby Priory appropriately grim and cheerless. If I do not receive the curtains promptly, I will take it to mean that you are eager for my assistance, in which case I will be delighted to oblige you by coming to Hampshire at once. Treneer. Kathleen's reply was delivered a week later, along with massive crates containing the black curtains. My lord, in your concern for the downtrodden masses, it appears to have escaped your mind to inform me that you had arranged for a battalion of workmen to invade Eversby Priory. Even as I write, plumbers and carpenters wander freely throughout the house, tearing apart walls and floors, and claiming that it is all by your leave. The expense of plumbing is extravagant and unnecessary. The noise and lack of decorum is unwelcome, especially in a house of mourning. I insist that this work discontinue at once. Lady Treneer. Madam, every man has his limits. Mine happen to be drawn at outdoor privies. The plumbing will continue. Treneer. My lord, with so many improvements that are desperately needed on your lands, including repairs to labourers' cottages, farm buildings, drainage systems and enclosures, one must ask if your personal bodily comfort really outweighs all other considerations. Lady Treneer. Madam, in reply to your question, yes. Treneer. Oh, how I despise him, Kathleen cried, slamming the letter onto the library table. Helen and the twins, who were poring over books of deportment and etiquette, all looked up at her quizzically. Treneer, she explained with a scowl. I informed him of the chaos he has caused with all these workmen tramping up and down the staircases and hammering and sawing at all hours of the day. But he doesn't give a fig for anyone else's comfort save his own. I don't mind the noise, actually, Cassandra said. It feels as if the house has come alive again. I'm looking forward to the indoor water closets, Pandora confessed sheepishly. Don't tell me your loyalty has been bought for the price of a privy, Kathleen demanded. Not just one privy, Pandora said. One for every floor, including the servants. Helen smiled at Kathleen. It might be easier to tolerate a little inconvenience if we keep reminding ourselves of how pleasant it will be when it's finished. The optimistic statement was punctuated by a series of thuds from downstairs that caused the floor to rattle. A little inconvenience, Kathleen repeated with a snort. It sounds as if the house is about to collapse. They're installing a boiler system, Pandora said, flipping through a book. It's a set of 2 large copper cylinders filled with water pipes that are heated by gas burners. One never has to wait for the hot water. It comes at once through expansion pipes attached to the top of the boiler. Pandora? Kathleen asked suspiciously. How do you know all that? The master plumber explained it to me. Dear, Helen said gently. It's not seemly for you to converse with a man when you haven't been introduced, especially a labourer in our home. But Helen, he's old. He looks like Father Christmas. Age has nothing to do with it, Kathleen said crisply. Pandora, you promised to abide by the rules. I do, Pandora protested, looking chagrined. I follow all the rules that I can remember. How is it that you remember the details of a plumbing system, but not basic etiquette?
Because plumbing is more interesting. Pandora bent her head over a book on deportment, pretending to focus on a chapter titled A Lady's Proper Demeanour. Kathleen contemplated the girl with concern. After a fortnight of tutelage, Pandora had made little headway compared to Cassandra, who had learned far more in the same length of time. Kathleen had also noticed that Cassandra was trying to conceal her own progress to avoid making Pandora look even worse. It had become clear that Pandora was by far the more undisciplined of the pair. Just then, Mrs. Church, the plump and genial housekeeper, came to inform them that tea would soon be brought to the upstairs parlour. "Hurrah!" Pandora exclaimed, leaping from her chair. "I'm so famished I could eat a carriage wheel." She was gone in a flash. Sending Kathleen an apologetic glance, Cassandra scampered after her sister. Out of habit, Helen began to collect the books and papers and sort them into stacks. Kathleen pushed the chairs back into place at the library table. "Has Pandora always been so?" Kathleen began, but paused in search of a diplomatic word. "Yes," Helen said feelingly. "It's why none of the governesses lasted for long." Kathleen returned to the library table, pushing the chairs back into place. "How am I to prepare her for the season if I can't manage to keep her seated for more than 5 minutes?" "I'm not certain it can be done. Cassandra is making excellent progress, but I'm not certain that Pandora will be ready at the same time. Cassandra would never go to a ball or soiree if Pandora wasn't with her, but it's not fair for her to make such a sacrifice." Helen's slight shoulders lifted in a graceful shrug. "It's the way they've always been. When they were small, they spoke to each other in their own invented language. When one of them was disciplined, the other would insist on sharing her punishment. They hate to spend time apart." Kathleen sighed. "They'll have to, if progress is to be made. I'll spend a few afternoons tutoring Pandora in private. Would you be willing to study separately with Cassandra?" "Yes, of course." Helen organised the books, tucking in scraps of paper to mark the right place before closing each one. How careful she always was with books. They had been her companions, her entertainment, and her only window to the outside world. Kathleen worried that it would be difficult for her to acclimate to the cynicism and sophistication of London. "Will you want to take part in society when the mourning period is over?" she asked. Helen paused, considering the question. "I would like to be married someday," she admitted. "What kind of husband do you wish for?" Kathleen asked with a teasing smile. "Handsome and tall? Dashing?" "He doesn't have to be handsome or tall, as long as he's kind. I would be very happy if he loved books and music. And children, of course." "I promise we'll find a man like that for you," Kathleen said, regarding her fondly. "You deserve nothing less, dear Helen." "Why didn't you come to eat at the club?" West asked, striding into the parlour of Devon's terrace apartment. Most of the rooms had been stripped of their furnishings. The stylish modern terrace had just been let to an Italian diplomat for the purpose of keeping his mistress. They served beefsteak and turnip mash, West continued. "I've never known you to miss—" He stopped abruptly. "Why are you sitting on the desk? What the devil have you done with the chairs?" Devon, who had been sorting through a stack of mail, looked up with a scowl. "I told you I was moving to Mayfair. I didn't realise it would be so soon." Ravenel House was a 12-bedroom Jacobean residence of stone and brick, looking as if the manor at Eversby Priory had spawned a smaller version of itself. Thankfully, Ravenel House had been kept in better condition than Devon had expected.
It was over-furnished but comfortable, the dark wood interior and deeply hued carpets imparting a distinctly masculine ambience. Although Ravenel House was too large for one person, Devon had no choice but to take up residence there. He had invited West to live with him, but his brother had no desire to give up the comfort and privacy of his stylish terrace. One couldn't blame him. "You look rather glumpish," West commented. "I know just the thing to cheer you. Tonight, the fellows and I are going to the music hall to see a trio of female contortionists who are advertised as the Boneless Wonders. They perform in tights and little scraps of gold cloth." "Thank you, but I can't." "Boneless Wonders," West repeated, as if Devon must not have heard him correctly. Not long ago, the offer might have been moderately tempting. Now, however, with the weight of accumulated worry pressing on him, Devon had no interest in flexible showgirls. He and West and their friends had seen similar performances countless times in the past. There was no novelty left in such shenanigans. "Go and enjoy yourself," he said, "and tell me about them later." His gaze returned to the letter in his hand. "It does no good to tell you about them," West said, disgruntled. "You have to see them, or there's no point." He paused. "What is so fascinating about that letter? Who is it from?" "Kathleen." "Is there news from the estate?" Devon laughed shortly. "No end of it. All bad." He extended the letter to West, who skimmed it quickly. "My lord, today I received a visit from Mr. Tothill, who appears to be in failing health. It is my private opinion that he is overwhelmed by the demands of his position as your estate agent and is no longer capable of carrying out his responsibilities to your satisfaction, or indeed to anyone's. The issue he brought to my attention concerns 5 of your lowland tenants, who were promised drainage improvements 3 years ago. The clay soil on their farms is as thick and sticky as birdlime and nearly impossible to plough. To my dismay, I have just learned that the late Earl borrowed money from a private land improvement company to perform the necessary work, which was never done. As a result, we have just been issued an order from the Court of Quarter Session. Either we must repay the loan immediately or install proper drainage on the tenants' farms. Please tell me if I may help. I am acquainted with the tenant families involved, and I would be willing to speak to them on your behalf. Lady Trenier. "What's birdlime?" West asked, handing back the letter. "A glue made of holly bark. It's smeared on tree branches to catch birds. The moment they alight, they're permanently stuck." Devon understood exactly how they felt. After a month of unrelenting work, he had barely scratched the surface of the Eversby Priory's needs. It would take years to acquire an adequate understanding of crop cultivation, land improvement, dairying, animal husbandry, forestry, accounting, investment, property law, and local politics. For now, it was essential not to become mired in detail. Devon was trying to think in broad sweeps, seeing ways that problems related to other problems, finding patterns. Although he was beginning to understand what needed to be accomplished, he didn't know precisely how it should be done. He would have to hire men whom he could trust to manage the situation on his terms, but it would take time to find them. Tothill was too old and stubbornly traditional, and so was Carlo, the land agent who worked for him. Replacements were immediately necessary, but throughout England there were only a handful of men equipped for estate administration. That very morning, Devon had sunk into despair, brooding over his mistake in taking on such a burden. But then Kathleen's letter had arrived, and that had been enough to bolster his resolve. Anything was worth having her. Anything. He couldn't explain his obsession with her, even to himself, but it seemed as if it had always been there, woven through the fabric of his being, waiting to be discovered. "What will you do?" he heard West ask. "First, I'll ask Tothill what he knows about the borrowed funds. Since he probably won't have a satisfactory answer, I'll have to go through the account ledgers to find out what happened. In either event, I'll tell the land steward to estimate what it will take to make the land improvements." "I don't envy you," West said casually, and paused. His tone changed, sharpening. "Nor do I understand you. Sell the damned estate, Devon. You owe nothing to those people. Eversby Priory isn't your birthright." Devon sent him a sardonic glance. "Then how did I end up with it?" "By bloody accident. Regardless, it's mine. Now leave before I flatten your skull with one of these ledgers." But West stood unmoving, pinning him with a baleful stare. "Why is this happening? What has changed you?" Exasperated, Devon rubbed the corners of his eyes. He hadn't slept well for weeks, and his cookmaid had brought him only burned bacon and weak tea for breakfast. "Did you think that we were going to go through life completely unaltered?" he asked. "That we would occupy ourselves with nothing but selfish pleasures and trivial amusements? I was counting on it." "Well, the unexpected happened. Don't trouble yourself over it. I've asked nothing of you." West's aggression weathered down to a core of resentment. He approached the desk, turned, and hoisted himself up with effort to sit next to Devon. "Maybe you should, you stupid bastard." They sat side by side. In the hard, scoured silence, Devon contemplated his brother's blurred and puffy countenance, the flesh beneath his chin loosening. Alcohol had begun to crosshatch a pattern of thread-like capillaries across his cheeks. It was difficult to reconcile the disenchanted man beside him with the laughing, high-spirited boy West had once been. It occurred to Devon that in his determination to save the estate, the tenants, servants, and Theo's sisters, he had overlooked the fact that his own brother could do with some saving as well. West had always been so clever that Devon had assumed he could take care of himself. But the cleverest people sometimes caused the worst trouble for themselves. It had seemed inevitable that Devon and West would turn out to be selfish wastrels. After their father had died in a brawl, their mother had left them at boarding school while she had travelled the continent. She had fluttered from affair to affair, accumulating heartbreak in small fractures that had eventually proved fatal. Devon had never learned whether she had died from illness or suicide, and he didn't want to know. Devon and West had been shuttled between schools and relations' homes, insisting on remaining together no matter how often people tried to separate them. As Devon reflected on those troubled years, in which each had been the other's only constant, he realized that he had to include West in his new life, even if he didn't want to be included. The strength of their bond would not allow one of them to move in any direction without pulling the other inexorably along. "I need your help, West," he said quietly. His brother took his time about replying. "What would you have me do?" "Go to Eversby Priory." "You would trust me around the cousins?" West asked sullenly. "I have no choice. Besides, you didn't seem particularly interested in any of them when we were there. There's no sport in seducing innocence. Too easy." West folded his arms across his chest. "What is the point of sending me to Eversby? I need you to manage the tenants' drainage issues. Meet with each one individually. Find out what was promised and what has to be done." "Absolutely not." "Why?" "Because that would require me to visit farms and discuss weather and livestock. As you know, I have no interest in animals unless they're served with port wine sauce and a side of potatoes." "Go to Hampshire," Devon said curtly. "Meet with the farmers, listen to their problems, and if you can manage it, fake some empathy. Afterward, I want a report and a list of recommendations on how to improve the estate." Muttering in disgust, West stood and tugged at his wrinkled waistcoat. "My only recommendation for your estate," he said as he left the room, "is to get rid of it." Chapter 8. "Madam,
My sincere thanks for your offer to speak to the tenants regarding the drainage issues. However, since you are already burdened with many demands, I have sent my brother, Weston, to handle the problem. He will arrive at Eversby Priory on Wednesday and stay for a fortnight. I have lectured him at length about gentlemanly conduct. If he causes you a moment's distress, wire me and it will be resolved immediately. My brother will arrive at the Alton rail station at noon on Saturday. I do hope you'll send someone to collect him, since I feel certain no one else will want him. Trenier. P.S. Did you really dye the shawl black? My lord. Amid the daily tumult of construction, which is louder than an army corps of drums, your brother's presence will likely go unnoticed. We will fetch him on Wednesday. Lady Trenier. P.S. Why did you send me a shawl so obviously unsuitable for mourning? In response to Kathleen's letter, a telegram was delivered from the village post office on the morning of West's scheduled arrival. Madam, you won't be in mourning forever. Trenier. Smiling absently, Kathleen set down the letter. She caught herself wishing, just for a moment, that Devon were coming to Hampshire instead of his brother. She scolded herself for the ridiculous thought. Sternly, she reminded herself of how he had distressed and unnerved her, not to mention the cacophony of plumbing installation that plagued her daily at his insistence. And she would not overlook the way he had forced her to take down the mourning curtains, although privately she had to admit that everyone in the household, including the servants, took pleasure in the brightened rooms and unencumbered windows. No, she didn't want to see Devon, not in the least. She was far too busy to spare a thought for him, or to ponder what the dark, clear blue shade of his eyes reminded her of. Bristol glass, perhaps. And she had already forgotten the feel of his hard arms around her, and the rasp of his whisper in her ear. I have you. And that shiver-inducing scrape of his shaven bristle against her skin. She had to wonder at Devon's reasons for sending his brother to deal with the tenants. Kathleen had seen little of West during their previous visit, but what she had learned had not been promising. West was a drunkard, and would probably be more of a hindrance than a help. However, it was not her place to object. And since West was the next in line for the earldom, he might as well become familiar with the estate. The twins and Helen were delighted by the prospect of West's visit, and had made a list of planned outings and activities. I doubt he will have much time, if any, for amusements, Kathleen warned them, as they all sat in the family parlour with needlework. Mr. Ravenel is here on a business matter, and the tenants need his attention far more than we do. But Kathleen, Cassandra said in concern, we mustn't let him work himself into exhaustion. Kathleen burst out laughing. Darling, I doubt he's ever worked a day in his life. Let's not distract him on his first attempt. Gentlemen aren't supposed to work, are they? Cassandra asked. Not really, Kathleen admitted. Men of nobility usually concern themselves with the management of their lands, or sometimes they dabble in politics. Kathleen paused. However, I think even a common working man could be called a gentleman, if he is honourable and kind. I agree, Helen said. I wouldn't mind working, Pandora announced. I could be a telegraph girl, or own a bookshop. You could make hats, Cassandra suggested sweetly, arranging her features in a horrid cross-eyed grimace. And go mad. Pandora grinned. People will watch me running in circles and flapping my arms, and they'll say, oh dear, Pandora's a chicken today. And then I'll remind them that you behaved that way before you ever started making hats, Helen said serenely, her eyes twinkling. Chuckling, Pandora plied her needle to mend a loose seam. I shouldn't like to work if it ever prevented me from doing exactly what I wished,
When you're the lady of a great household, Kathleen said in amusement, you'll have responsibilities that will occupy most of your time. Then I won't be the lady of a great household. I'll live with Cassandra after she marries. Unless her husband forbids it, of course. You silly, Cassandra told her twin. I would never marry a man who would keep us apart. Finishing the seam of a detachable white cuff, Pandora began to set it aside and huffed as her skirt was tugged. Fiddlesticks, who has the scissors? I've sewed the mending to my dress again. West arrived in the afternoon, accompanied by an unwieldy assortment of luggage, including a massive steamer trunk that 2 footmen struggled to carry upstairs. Somewhat to Kathleen's dismay, all 3 Ravenel sisters greeted him as if he were a returning war hero. Reaching into a leather Gladstone bag, West began to hand out cunning parcels wrapped in delicate layers of paper and tied with matching ribbon as narrow as twine. Noticing the little tags, each stamped with an ornate letter W, Helen asked, "What does this mean?" West smiled indulgently. "That shows that it's from Winterbourne's department store, where I shopped yesterday afternoon. I couldn't visit my little cousins empty-handed, could I?" To Kathleen's dismay, any semblance of ladylike decorum fled. The twins erupted in screams of delight and began to dance around him right there in the entrance hall. Even Helen was pink-cheeked and breathless. "That will do, girls," Kathleen finally said, struggling to keep her expression neutral. "There's no need to hop about like demented rabbits." Pandora had already begun to rip one of the parcels open. "Save the paper!" Helen cried. She brought one of the parcels to Kathleen, lifting one of the layers of paper. "Just see, Kathleen, how thin and fine it is." "Gloves!" Pandora shouted, having unwrapped a parcel. "Oh, look, they're so stylish! I want to die!" She held them against her chest. The wrist-length kid gloves had been tinted a soft pink. "Coloured gloves are all the rage this year," West said, or so the girl at the department store counter said. "There's a pair for each of you." He grinned at Kathleen's obvious disapproval, his grey eyes glinting with mischief. "Cousins," he said, as if that could explain away such unseemly gifts. Kathleen narrowed her eyes. "My dears," she said calmly, "why don't you open your parcels in the receiving room?" Chattering and squealing, the sisters hurried into the receiving room and piled the gifts on a satin wood table. They opened each parcel with scrupulous care, unfolding the gift tissue and smoothing each piece before placing it on an accumulating stack that resembled the froth of freshly poured milk. There were more gloves, dyed in delicate shades of violet and aqua, tins of sweets, pleated paper fans with gold and silver embossing, novels and a book of poetry, and bottles of flower water to be used for the complexion or the bath, or sprinkled on the bedpillows. Although none of it was appropriate, except perhaps the books, Kathleen couldn't find it in her heart to object. The girls had long been deprived of small luxuries. She knew that Theo would never have thought of bringing gifts home for his sisters. And despite the family's relative proximity to London, the girls had never been to Winterbourne's. Neither had Kathleen, since Lady Berwick had disliked the notion of rubbing elbows in a large store crowded with people from all walks of life. She had insisted instead on frequenting tiny, exclusive shops, where merchandise was kept discreetly out of sight rather than spread willy-nilly over the counters. Stealing glances at West, Kathleen was disconcerted by the flashes of resemblance he bore to his older brother. The same dark hair and assertive bone structure. But Devon's striking good looks were marred in his brother, whose features were ruddy and soft with dissipation. West was nothing if not well-groomed. In fact, he dressed too lavishly for Kathleen's taste, wearing an embroidered silk waistcoat and jaunty patterned necktie, and gold cufflinks set with what were either garnets or rubies. Even now at midday, he smelled strongly of liquor. "You may not want to glare at me quite so fiercely," West murmured to Kathleen sotto voce, as the sisters gathered up their gifts and carried them from the room. "It would distress the girls if they were to realize how much you dislike me." "I disapprove of you," she replied gravely, walking out to the grand staircase with him. "That's not the same as dislike. Lady Trenier, I disapprove of me." He grinned at her. "So we have something in common. Mr. Ravenel, if you... Mightn't we call each other cousin?" "No, Mr. Ravenel. If you are to spend a fortnight here, you will conduct yourself like a gentleman, or I will have you forcibly taken to Alton and tossed onto the first railway car that stops at the station." West blinked and looked at her, clearly wondering if she was serious. "Those girls are the most important thing in the world to me," Kathleen said. "I will not allow them to be harmed." "I have no intention of harming anyone," West said, offended. "I'm here at the Earl's behest to talk to a set of clodhoppers about their turnip planting. As soon as that's concluded, I can promise you that I'll return to London with all possible haste." Clodhoppers? Kathleen drew in a sharp breath, thinking of the tenant families and the way they worked and persevered and endured the hardships of farming. All to put food on the table of men such as this, who look down his nose at them. "The families who live here," she managed to say, "are worthy of your respect. Generations of tenant farmers built this estate, and precious little reward they've received in return. Go into their cottages and see the conditions in which they live, and contrast it with your own circumstances. And then perhaps you might ask yourself if you're worthy of their respect." "Good God," West muttered. "My brother was right. You do have the temperament of a baited badger." They exchanged glances of mutual loathing and walked away from each other. Fortunately, the girls kept the conversation cheerful at dinner. Only Helen seemed to notice the bitter tension between Kathleen and West, sending Kathleen discreet glances of concern. With each course, West asked for new wine, obliging the under-butler to fetch bottle after bottle from the cellar. Fuming at his wastefulness, Kathleen bit her tongue to keep from commenting as he became increasingly soused. At the conclusion of the meal, Kathleen ushered the girls upstairs, leaving West alone at the table with a bottle of port. In the morning, Kathleen rose early, dressed in her riding habit, and went out to the stable as usual. With the assistance of Mr. Bloom, the stable master, she was training Assad to resist shying at objects that frightened him. Bloom accompanied her out to the paddock as she led Assad with a special training halter. Kathleen had quickly come to value Bloom's advice. He did not believe that physically restraining a horse, especially an Arabian, was the right way to help him overcome his fear. That would only break his spirit, binding him up like a fly in a spider's web. "Aben he'll take his reassurance from thee, milady. He'll trust that to keep him safe and know what's best for him." At Bloom's direction, Kathleen grasped the lead rope under Assad's chin and guided him to take a step forward and then a step back again. Bloom said approvingly, "Backward and forward," and again. Assad was perplexed but willing, moving back and forth easily, almost as if he were learning to dance. "Well done, lass," Bloom praised, so involved in the training that he forgot to address Kathleen by her title. Now thus taking up all his thoughts and leaving no room for fear. He placed a crop in Kathleen's left hand. "This is for tha to tap his side if need be." Standing by Assad's side, he began to unfold a black umbrella. The horse started and nickered, instinctively cringing away from the unfamiliar object. This umbrolly scares tha a bit, lad, doesn't it? He closed and opened the umbrella repeatedly, while telling Kathleen, make the task thus given him more important than the thing that scares him. Kathleen continued to move Assad in the back and forth step, distracting him from the threatening movement of the billowing black object. When he tried to swing his hindquarters away, she tapped him back into place with a touch of the crop, not allowing him to put distance between himself and the umbrella. Although Assad was clearly uneasy, his ears swivelling in every direction, he did exactly as she commanded. His hide twitched nervously at the umbrella's proximity, but he didn't shy away. When Bloom finally closed the umbrella, Kathleen grinned and patted Assad's neck with affectionate pride. "Good boy," she exclaimed. "You're a fast learner, aren't you?" She took a carrot stub from the pocket of her skirt and gave it to him. Assad accepted the treat, crunching noisily. "Next, we'll try it as thou rides him," Bloom began. He was interrupted by a stable boy, Freddie, who hadn't yet reached his teenage years. "Mr. Bloom," the boy said breathlessly, hurrying up to the paddock railing. "The head groom bade me tell you that Mr. Ravenel has come to the stables for his mount." "Aye, I told the lads to saddle Royal." Freddie's small face was pinched with anxiety. "There's a problem, sir. Mr. Ravenel is the worse for drink and isn't fit to ride, but he ordered them to bring the horse to him. The head groom tried to refuse, but the land agent, Mr. Carlo, is there as well, and he said to give Royal to Mr. Ravenel because they're supposed to ride out to a tenant farm." Once again, Kathleen thought in panicked fury. A drunken Ravenel was going to try to ride a horse from the stables. Wordlessly, she climbed through the paddock rails, in too much of a hurry to bother with the gate. She grabbed handfuls of her riding skirt and ran to the stables, ignoring the sound of Bloom calling after her. As soon as she entered the building, she saw West gesturing angrily at the head groom, John, whose face was averted. The land agent, Carlo, stood by looking impatient and embarrassed. Carlo, a portly middle-aged man who resided in town, had been employed by Theo's family for more than a decade. It would be his job to escort West to the tenant farms. One glance was all Kathleen needed to take stock of the situation. West was red-faced and sweating, his eyes bloodshot, and he was swaying on his feet. "I'm the one to judge my capabilities," West was saying belligerently. "I've ridden in far worse condition than this, and I'll be damned if—" "Good morning, gentlemen," Kathleen interrupted, her heart hammering. Without warning, the image of Theo's stricken face appeared in her mind. The way he had looked at her, his eyes like cooling embers as the last seconds of his life had ticked away. She blinked hard, the memory vanishing. The reek of alcohol drifted to her nostrils, provoking a touch of nausea. "Lady Trenier," the land agent exclaimed with relief. "Perhaps you would be able to talk sense into this half-wit." "Indeed." Without expression, she took hold of West's arm, digging her fingers in as she felt him resist. "Come outside with me, Mr. Ravenel." "My lady," the land agent said uncomfortably. "I was referring to the head groom. John is not the half-wit," Kathleen said curtly. "As for you, Carlo, you may attend to your other responsibilities. Mr. Ravenel will be indisposed for the rest of the day." "Yes, my lady." "What the devil is going on?" West spluttered as Kathleen towed him outside and around to the side of the stables. "I dressed and came to the stables at the crack of dawn." The crack of dawn was 4 hours ago. When they had reached a relatively secluded place behind an equipment shed, West shook his arm free of Kathleen's grip and glared at her. "What is the matter? You stink of spirits." "I always begin the day with brandied coffee. How do you expect to ride when you're not steady on your feet?" "The same way I always ride. Badly. Your concern for my welfare is misplaced." "My concern is not for your welfare. It's for the horse you intended to ride, and the tenants you're supposed to visit. They have enough hardship to contend with. They don't need to be subjected to the company of a drunken fool." West gave her a baleful glance. "I'm leaving. Don't you dare take one step away." Discovering that she was still clutching the riding crop, Kathleen brandished it meaningfully. "Or I'll thrash you." West's incredulous gaze went to the crop. With startling speed, he reached out and wrenched the crop from her and tossed it to the ground. The effect was ruined, however, as he staggered to regain his balance. "Go on and say your piece," he snapped. Kathleen folded her arms across her chest. "Why did you bother coming to Hampshire?" "I'm here to help my brother." "You aren't helping anyone," she cried with incredulous disgust. "Do you understand anything about the burden that Lord Trenier has taken on? About how high the stakes are? If he fails and the estate is divided and sold, what do you think will happen to these people? 200 families cut adrift with no means of supporting themselves, and 50 servants, most of whom have spent their entire lives serving the Ravenels." As she saw that he wasn't even looking at her, she took a quivering breath, trying to contain her fury. "Everyone on this estate is struggling to survive, and we're all depending on your brother, who's trying to solve problems that he had no hand in creating. But instead of doing something to help, you've chosen to drink yourself silly and totter around like a selfish, lumping idiot." Her throat worked around an angry sob, and she swallowed it down before continuing quietly. "Go back to London. You're of no use to anyone here. Blame me if you like. Tell Lord Trenier that I was too much of a bitch to tolerate. He'll have no difficulty accepting that." Turning, she walked away from him, throwing a few last words over her shoulder. "Perhaps someday you'll find someone who can save you from your excesses. Personally, I don't believe you're worth the effort." To Kathleen's surprise, West didn't leave. He returned to the house and went to his room. At least, she thought darkly, he'd made no further attempt to mount a horse while he was drunk, which she supposed put him above her late husband in terms of intelligence. For the rest of the day, West kept to his room, presumably sleeping, although it was possible he was continuing to pickle himself in strong spirits. He didn't come downstairs for dinner, only requested that a tray be brought up to him. In response to the girls' concerned inquiries, Kathleen said curtly that their cousin had been taken ill and would probably return to London in the morning. When Pandora opened her mouth to ask questions, it was Helen who quelled her with a quiet murmur. Kathleen sent her a grateful glance. As unworldly as Helen might be, she was quite familiar with the kind of man who drank to excess and lost his head. At daybreak, when Kathleen went down to the breakfast room, she was shocked to find West sitting at one of the round tables, staring morosely into the depths of a teacup. He looked ghastly, the skin under his eyes pleated, his complexion pallid and damp. "Good morning," Kathleen murmured, taken aback. "Are you ill?" He gave her a bleary glance, his eyes bloodshot and red-rimmed in his grey complexion. "Only if one considers sobriety to be an illness, which I do." Kathleen went to the sideboard, took up a pair of silver tongs, and began to heap bacon on a piece of toast. She placed another piece of toast on top, cut the sandwich neatly in two, and brought the plate to West. "Eat this," she said. Lord Berwick always said that a bacon sandwich was the best cure for the morning after. He regarded the offering with loathing, but picked up a piece and bit into it while Kathleen made herself breakfast. Sitting next to him, Kathleen asked quietly, "Shall I have the carriage readied in time for you to catch the late morning train?" "I'm afraid you won't be that fortunate." West took a swallow of tea. "I can't go back to London. I have to stay in Hampshire until I've met with all the tenants I had planned to visit. Mr. Ravenel, I have to," he said doggedly. "My brother never asks anything of me, which is why I'll do this even if it kills me." Kathleen glanced at him in surprise. "Very well," she said after a moment. "Shall we send for Mr. Carlow to accompany you?" "I rather hoped that you would go with me." Seeing her expression, West added warily, "Only for today. Mr. Carlow is far more familiar with the tenants and their situations. His presence may prove to be inhibiting. I want them to speak to me frankly." He glared at his plate. "Not that I expect more than a half-dozen words from any of them. I know what that sort thinks of me. A city toff. A great, useless peacock who knows nothing about the superior virtues of farm life." "I don't think they'll judge you severely, so long as they believe that you're not judging them. Just try to be sincere, and you should have no difficulty." "I have no talent for sincerity," West muttered. "It's not a talent," Kathleen said. "It's a willingness to speak from your heart, rather than trying to be amusing or evasive." "Please," West said tersely. "I'm already nauseous." Scowling, he took another bite of the bacon sandwich. Kathleen was pleased to see that despite West's expectation of being treated with insolence, if not outright contempt by the tenants, the first one he encountered was quite cordial. George Strickland was a middle-aged man, stocky and muscular, with kind eyes set in a large, square face. His land, which he farmed with the help of 3 sons, was a small holding of approximately 60 acres. Kathleen and West met him at his cottage, a ramshackle structure propped next to a large barn where corn was threshed and stored. Livestock were kept in a tumble-down collection of sheds that had been built without plan, placed with apparent randomness around a yard where manure was liquefied by water running from unspouted roofs. "I'm pleased to meet you, sir," the tenant farmer said, gripping his hat in his hands. "I'm wondering if you and the good lady would mind just walking a piece with me into the field. We could talk while I work. The oats have to be cut and brought in before the rain comes back." "What if they're not harvested in time?" West asked. "Too much grain will shed on the ground," Strickland replied. "Once the grain is good and plump, even a gust of high wind could shake it loose from the chaff. We'd lose as much as a third." As West glanced at Kathleen, she nodded slightly to convey her willingness. They walked out into the field, where the feathery tops of the gold-green oats grew as tall as West's shoulder. Kathleen enjoyed the dusty, sweet smell of the air as a pair of men mowed through the crop with wickedly sharp scythes. A pair of gatherers followed to bind cut stalks into sheaves. After that, bandsters tied the sheaves into stooks, and a young boy cleared loose straw with stubble rakes. "How much can a man cut in a day?" West asked, while Strickland squatted to deftly bind a sheaf. "The best scytheman I've seen can cut 2 acres in a day, but that's oats, which is faster than other grain." West glanced at the labourers speculatively. "What if you had a reaping machine? The kind with a binder attachment?" Strickland removed his hat and scratched his head. "A dozen acres or more, I'd reckon." In one day? And how many labourers would you need to operate it? 2 men and a horse. 2 men, producing at least 6 times the result? West looked incredulous. Why don't you buy a mechanical reaper? Strickland snorted. Because it would cost £25 or more, but it would pay for itself before long. I can't afford horses and a machine, and I couldn't do without a horse. Frowning, West watched as Strickland finished tying a sheaf. I'll help you catch up with the mowers if you'll show me how to do that. The farmer glanced at West's tailored clothes. You're not dressed for field work, sir. I insist, West said, shrugging out of his jacket and handing it to Kathleen. With any luck, I'll develop a callus to show people afterward. He squatted beside Strickland, who showed him how to cinch a band around the top of the straw. Just under the grain, and not too tight, the farmer cautioned, so that when sheaves were stood on end and bound together, there was enough room between stalks to allow air to circulate and dry the grain faster. Although Kathleen had expected West to tire quickly of the novelty, he was persistent and diligent, gradually gaining competence. As they worked, West asked questions about drainage and planting, and Strickland answered in detail. It was unexpected the way West's politeness seemed to have transformed into genuine interest in the process taking place before him. Kathleen watched him thoughtfully, finding it difficult to reconcile the drunken lout of yesterday with this attentive, engaging stranger. One would almost think he gave a damn about the estate and its tenants. At the end of the row, West stood, dusted his hands, and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to mop his face. Strickland blotted his own brow with his sleeve. Next, I could show you how to mow, he offered cheerfully. Thank you, no, West replied with a rueful grin, looking so much like Devon that Kathleen felt a quick pang of recognition. I'm sure I shouldn't be trusted with a sharp blade. Surveying the field speculatively, he asked, Have you ever considered dairying, Mr. Strickland? No, sir, the tenant said firmly. Even with lower yields, there's still more profit in grain than milk or meat. There's a saying about the market. Down horn, up corn. Perhaps that's true for now, West said, thinking out loud. But with all the people moving to factory towns, the demand for milk and meat will rise. And then... No dairying. Strickland's tentative friendliness faded. Not for me. Kathleen went to West, giving him his jacket. She touched his arm lightly to gain his attention. I believe Mr. Strickland fears you may be trying to avoid paying for the drainage work, she murmured. West's face cleared instantly as he understood. No, he said to the farmer. You'll have the improvements as promised. In fact, Lord Trenier has no choice in the matter. It's his legal obligation. Strickland looked sceptical. Beg pardon, sir, but after so many broken promises, it's hard to put faith in another one. West was silent for a moment, contemplating the man's troubled expression. You have my word, he said in a way that left no room for doubt. And he extended his hand. Kathleen stared at him in surprise. A handshake was only exchanged between close friends, or on an occasion of great significance, and then only between gentlemen of similar rank. After a hesitation, however, Strickland reached out and took West's hand, and they exchanged a hearty shake. That was well done of you, Kathleen told West as they rode along the unpaved farm road. She was impressed by the way he had handled himself and addressed Strickland's concerns. It was clever of you to put him at ease by trying your hand at fieldwork. I wasn't trying to be clever. West seemed preoccupied. I wanted to gain information. And so you did. I expected that this drainage issue would be easily solved, West said. Dig some trenches, line them with clay pipes, and cover it all up. It doesn't sound all that complicated. It is. It's complicated in ways I hadn't considered. West shook his head. Drainage is such a minor part of the problem that it would be a waste of money to fix it without addressing the rest. What is the rest? I'm not even sure yet. But if we don't figure it all out, there's no hope of ever making Eversby Priory profitable again. Or even sustaining itself. He gave Kathleen a dark glance as she opened her mouth. Don't accuse me of scheming to have the estate sold. I wasn't, she said indignantly. I was going to say that as far as I can tell, the Strickland farm is more or less in the same condition as the other tenants. Down horn, up corn, West muttered. My arse. In a few short years, it's going to be up horn, down corn, and it's going to stay that way. Strickland has no idea that his world has changed for good. Even I know it, and I could hardly be more ignorant about farming. You think he should turn to dairying and livestock, Kathleen said. It would be easier and more profitable than trying to farm lowland clay. You may be right, she told him ruefully. But in this part of England, breeding livestock is not considered as respectable as working the land. What the devil is the difference? Either way, one ends up shoveling manure. West's attention was diverted as his horse stumbled on a patch of rough road. Ease up on the reins, Kathleen said. Just give the horse more slack and let him pick his way through. West complied immediately. Would a bit more advice be unwelcome? She dared to ask. Far away. You tend to slouch in the saddle. That makes it difficult for you to follow the horse's motion, and it will make your back sore later. If you sit tall and relaxed. Yes, like that. Now you're centered. Thank you. Kathleen smiled, pleased by his willingness to take direction from a woman. You don't ride badly. With regular practice, you would be quite proficient. She paused. I take it you don't ride often in town? No, I travel by foot or hackney. But your brother? Kathleen began, thinking of Devon's assured horsemanship. He rides every morning. A big dapple grey that's as mean as the devil if it goes one day without hard exercise. A pause. They have that in common. So that's why Treneer is so fit, Kathleen murmured. It doesn't stop at riding. He belongs to a pugilism club where they batter each other senseless in the savate style. What is that? A kind of fighting that developed in the streets of old Paris. Quite vicious. My brother secretly hopes to be attacked by ruffians someday, but so far, no luck. Kathleen smiled. What is the reason for all of his exertion? To keep his temper under control. Her smile faded. Do you have a temper as well? West laughed shortly. Without a doubt. It's only that I prefer to drink my demons to sleep rather than battle them. So did Theo, she thought, but kept it to herself. I like you better sober, she said. West slid her an amused glance. It's only been half a day. Wait a bit longer, and you'll change your mind. She didn't, however. In the fortnight that followed, West continued to remain relatively sober, limiting his drinking to a glass of wine or two at dinner. His days were divided between visiting tenant farms, poring over rent books, reading books on agriculture, and adding page after page to the report he was writing for Devon. At dinner one night, he told them of his plan to visit many more tenants to form a comprehensive understanding of their problems. With each new piece of information, a picture of the estate's true condition was forming, and it wasn't a pretty sight. On the other hand, West concluded, it's not altogether hopeless, as long as Devon is doing his job. What is his job? Cassandra asked. Finding capital, West told her. A great deal of it. It must be difficult for a gentleman to find money without working, Pandora said. Especially when all the criminals are trying to do the same thing. West drowned a grin in his goblet of water. I have every faith, he replied, that my brother will either outsmart the criminals or join them. He turned his attention to Kathleen. I realized this morning that I need to stay here a bit longer than I'd originally planned, he said. Another fortnight, or better yet, a month. There's still too much I haven't learned. Stay then, Kathleen said matter-of-factly. West glanced at her in surprise. You wouldn't object? Not if it will help the tenants. What if I remained through Christmas? Certainly, she said without hesitation. You have more claim to stay here than I do. But won't you miss your life in town? West's lips quirked as he glanced down at his plate. I miss certain things. However, there is much to do here, and my brother has a shortage of trustworthy advisors. In fact, few landowners of his rank seem to understand what they're facing. But you and Lord Trenier do. West grinned suddenly. No, we don't either. The only difference is, we know it. Chapter 10. Cousin West, Kathleen said a month later, fiercely pursuing him down the grand staircase. Stop running away, I want a word with you. West didn't slow his pace. Not while you're chasing me like Attila the Hun. Tell me why you did it. She reached the bottom step at the same time he did and swung around to block his escape. Kindly explain what deranged mode of thinking caused you to bring a pig into the house. Cornered, he resorted to honesty. I wasn't thinking. I was at John Potter's farm, and he was about to cull the piglet because it was undersized. A common practice, as I understand it, she said curtly. The creature looked at me, West protested. It seemed to be smiling. All pigs seem to be smiling. Their mouths are curved upwards. I couldn't help it, I had to bring him home. Kathleen shook her head disapprovingly as she looked at him. The twins had already bottle-fed the creature with a formula of cow's milk whisked with raw egg, while Helen had lined a basket with soft cloth for it to sleep in. Now there was no getting rid of it. What do you intend for us to do with the pig once it's full grown? She demanded. West considered that. Eat it? She let out an exasperated huff. The girls have already named it Hamlet. Would you have us eat a family pet, Mr. Ravenel? I would if it turned into bacon. West smiled at her expression. I'll return the pig to the farmer when it's weaned, he offered. You can't. He forestalled her by lifting his hand in a staying motion. You'll have to badger me later. I've no time for it now. I'm leaving for Alton Station and I can't miss the afternoon train. Train? Where are you going? West dodged around her, heading to the front door. I told you yesterday. I knew you weren't listening. Kathleen glowered and followed him, thinking it would serve him right if bacon were eventually declared off-limits in the Ravenel household. They paused beside the front receiving room, where workmen pulled up flooring planks and tossed them aside with noisy clatters. Elsewhere, the sound of incessant hammering peppered the air. As I explained yesterday, West said, raising his voice to be heard above the infernal racket, I'm visiting a man in Wiltshire who's taken over a tenancy to experiment with modern farming methods. How long will you be away? 3 days, he said cheerfully. You'll scarcely have time to miss me before I'm back. I wouldn't miss you, no matter how long you were gone." But Kathleen looked over him with concern as the butler helped him don his hat and coat. When he returned, she thought, they would have to take in his clothes again. He had lost at least another stone. "Don't forget to eat while you're away," she scolded. "You'll soon be mistaken for a scarecrow if you keep missing your dinner." The constant exercise of riding across the estate lands, walking the fields, helping a farmer repair a gate or retrieve a ewe that had jumped a garden wall, had wrought considerable changes in West. He had lost so much weight that his garments hung on his frame. The bloat had melted from his face and neck, revealing a firm jawline and hard profile. All the time spent outdoors had imparted healthy colour to his complexion, and he appeared years younger, an air of vitality replacing the look of sleepy indolence. West leaned down to press a light kiss on her forehead. "Goodbye, Attila," he said affectionately. "Try not to browbeat everyone in my absence." After West's departure, Kathleen headed to the housekeeper's room near the kitchen. It was washing day, the dreaded occasion when the household laundry was sorted, boiled, washed, rinsed, and hung in a drying room attached to the scullery. Together, Kathleen and Mrs. Church would take inventory and order fabric. They had only just begun to discuss the need for new aprons for the housemaids when the butler, Sims, appeared. "I beg your pardon, milady." Sim's tone was measured, but the wrinkles and crags of his face had scrunched in dissatisfaction. "A tenant and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Woutener, asking to meet with Mr. Ravenel. I explained that he was away, but they won't leave. They claim their need is urgent. I thought it best to inform you before I have a footman remove them." Kathleen frowned. "No, you mustn't do that. The Wootons wouldn't call without good reason. Please show them to the receiving room, and I'll meet them there." "I feared you would say that," Sims said dourly. "I must protest, milady, that as a widow in mourning, your peace and quiet should not be disturbed." A crash from the upstairs caused the ceiling to rattle. "My stars!" the housekeeper exclaimed. Kathleen fought back a laugh and glanced at the butler. "I'll show the Wootons in," he said in resignation. When Kathleen entered the receiving room, she saw that the young couple were distraught. Mrs. Wooton's eyes were swollen and tear-glazed, while her husband's face was pale with anxiety. "I hope no one is ill or injured?" Kathleen asked. "No, milady," Mr. Wooton replied, while his wife bobbed a curtsy. He twisted his cap back and forth as he explained that one of his hired workers had encountered a pair of trespassers who had identified themselves as representatives of the railway company. "They said they was surveying the land," Wooton continued, "and when I asked by whose leave, they said Lord Trenier himself gave them permission." His voice turned unsteady. "They said my farm would be sold to the railway company. I went to Mr. Carlo, but he knows naught about it." His eyes flooded. "My father left this farm to me, milady. They're going to put tracks on it and plough under my fields and turn me and my family out of our home without so much as a farthing." He would have continued, but Mrs. Wooton had begun to sob. Shocked, Kathleen shook her head. "Mr. Ravenel mentioned nothing of this, and Lord Trenier would not do such a thing without first discussing it with his brother. I am certain this claim is baseless." "They knew my lease was up," Mr. Wooton said, his eyes haunted. "They knew exactly when, and they said it wouldn't be renewed." That gave Kathleen pause. What the devil was Devon up to? Surely he could not be so heartless and cruel as to sell a tenant's farm without notifying him. "I will find out," she said firmly. In the meantime, there is no need for distress. Mr. Ravenel is firmly on the side of the tenants, and he has influence with Lord Trenier. Until Mr. Ravenel returns in only 3 days, my advice is to carry on as usual. Mrs. Wooten, you really must stop crying. I'm sure such distress isn't good for the baby. After the Wootens had departed, taking little apparent comfort from her reassurances, Kathleen hurried to the study and sat at the large desk. Fuming, she reached for a pen, uncapped a bottle of ink, and proceeded to write Devon a scathing message, informing him of the situation and demanding to know what was going on. For good measure, she added a none too subtle threat of legal action on behalf of the Wootens. Even though there was nothing a lawyer could do, since Devon had the right to sell any portion of his estate, it would certainly seize his attention. Folding the message, she tucked it into an envelope and rang for the footman to take it to the telegraph office of the local postmaster. "I'd like this dispatched right away," she told him. "Tell the postmaster that it's a matter of the utmost urgency." "Yes, m'lady." As the footman departed, the housekeeper appeared at the threshold. "Lady Trenier," she said, looking vexed. "Mrs. Church," Kathleen said, "I promise I haven't forgotten about the washing book or the aprons." "Thank you, my lady, but it's not that. It's the workmen. They finished plumbing the master bathroom." "That's good news, isn't it?" "So I would think, except that now they've begun to convert another upstairs room into an additional bathing room, and they must run a pipe beneath the floor of your room." Kathleen jumped to her feet. "Do you mean to say there are men in my bedroom? No one mentioned anything of the sort to me." "The master plumber and carpenter both say it's the only way it can be done." "I won't have it. They have already pulled up some of the flooring without so much as a by your leave."
Kathleen shook her head in disbelief. "I suppose it can be tolerated for an afternoon. My lady, they say it will take several days, most likely a week, to put it all back to rights." Her mouth fell open. "Where am I to sleep and dress while my bedroom is torn apart?" "I've already directed the maids to convey your belongings to the master bedroom," Mrs. Church replied. "Lord Trenier has no need of it, since he is in London." That did nothing to improve Kathleen's mood. She hated the master bedroom, the place she had last seen Theo before his accident, where they had argued bitterly, and Kathleen had said things she would regret for the rest of her life. Dark memories lurked in the corners of that room like malevolent nocturnal creatures. "Is there any other room I might use?" she asked. "Not at the moment, my lady. The workmen have pulled up the floors in 3 other rooms as well as yours." The housekeeper hesitated, understanding the reason for Kathleen's reluctance. "I'll direct the maids to air out a bedchamber in the east wing and give it a good cleaning, but those rooms have been closed for so long that it will take some work to turn it out properly." Sighing, Kathleen dropped back to her chair. "Then it seems I'll have to sleep in the master bedroom tonight." "You'll be the first to try the new copper bathtub," the housekeeper said, in a tone she might have used while offering a bonbon to a sullen child. Kathleen smiled wanly. "That is some consolation." As it turned out, her bath in the copper tub was so lovely and luxurious that it almost made up for having to sleep in the master bedroom. Not only was it deeper than any bath she'd ever been in before, it was crowned with a full roll edge upon which she could rest her head comfortably. It was the first bath Shed had ever taken in which she could lean back and submerge herself all the way up to the neck, and it was heavenly. She stayed in the bath for as long as possible, lazing and half-floating until the water began to cool. Clara, her lady's maid, came to wrap her in soft Turkish towels and settle a clean white nightgown over her head. Covered with goose flesh, Kathleen went to sit in an upholstered chair by the fire and discovered that her ombre shawl had been draped over the back of the chair. She pulled it over her lap,
snuggling beneath the soft cashmere. Her gaze went to the stately bed, with its carved wooden canopy mounted on 4 elaborately turned posters. One glance was enough to destroy all the good the bath had done. She had refused to sleep in that bed with Theo after the debacle of their wedding night. The sound of his slurred, angry voice emerged from her memories. "Do what you're told, for God's sake. Lie back and stop making this difficult. Behave like a wife, damn it." In the morning, Kathleen was exhausted, her sore eyes undercut with dark shadows. Before she went out to the stables, she went to find the housekeeper at the spice cupboard. "Mrs. Church, forgive me for interrupting you, but I'd like to make certain that you'll have a new bedroom readied for me by this evening. I can't stay in that master bedroom ever again. I'd sooner sleep in the outhouse with a herd of feral cats." The housekeeper glanced at her in concern. "Yes, my lady. The girls have already begun cleaning a room overlooking the rose garden. They're beating the carpets and scrubbing the floor." "Thank you." Kathleen felt her spirits improve as soon as she reached the stables. A morning ride always seemed to restore her soul to rights. Entering the saddle room, she removed the detachable skirt of her riding habit and hung it on a wall bracket. It was customary for a lady to wear chamois or wool breeches beneath a riding skirt to prevent chafing, but it was not at all proper to wear only the breeches, as Kathleen was doing. However, she hadn't yet broken Assad to side saddle. She had chosen to train him while riding astride, which would be far safer if the horse tried to unseat her. A picturesque riding skirt with its masses of flowing fabric was apt to catch on tack or low tree branches, or even become entangled with the horse's legs. Kathleen had felt more than a little embarrassed the first time she had walked out to the paddock in breeches. The stablemen had stared at her with such astonishment that one might have thought she'd walked out there in the altogether. However, Mr. Bloom, who was more concerned with safety than propriety, had instantly given her his approval. Soon the stablemen had grown accustomed to the sight of Kathleen's unconventional appearance, and now they seemed to think nothing of it. No doubt it helped that her figure was so slight. With her lack of womanly curves, she could hardly be accused of tempting anyone. Assad was supple and responsive during their practice, moving in half circles and serpentine patterns. His transitions were seamless, his focus perfect.
Kathleen decided to take the Arabian outside the paddock for a ride in an enclosed pasture, and he did so well that she extended the morning session. Glowing and pleasantly tired after the exercise, Kathleen returned into the house and bounded up one of the back staircases. Nearing the top, she realized she had forgotten her detachable skirt at the stables. She would send a footman to fetch it later. As she headed toward the master bedroom, she was obliged to stop and flatten against a wall as a trio of workmen proceeded through the hallway, their arms laden with copper pipes. Noticing Kathleen's breeches, one of the workmen nearly dropped the pipes, and another told him curtly to put his eyes back in his head and carry on. Blushing, Kathleen hurried into the master bedroom and went directly to the open door of the bathroom, since Clara was nowhere to be seen. Despite her objections to the expense of indoor plumbing, she had to admit that it was lovely to have hot water without having to ring for the maids. After entering the bathroom, she closed the door firmly. A startled yelp escaped her as she saw that the tub was occupied. Dear God! Her hands flew up to cover her face, but the image of Devon Ravenel, wet and naked, had already been burned into her brain. Chapter 11. It couldn't be. Devon was supposed to be in London. It was a trick of her imagination, a hallucination. Except that the air was hot and humid, spiced with the fragrance that was unmistakably his. A spicy, clean incense of skin and soap. Apprehensively, Kathleen parted her fingers just enough to peek through them.
Devon was reclining in the copper tub, looking at her in sardonic inquiry. Hot mist rose around him in a smoke-coloured veil. Droplets of water clung to the tautly muscled slopes of his arms and shoulders and sparkled in the dark fleece of hair on his chest. Kathleen whirled to face the door, her thoughts scattering like the pins in a game of skittles. "What are you doing here?" she managed to ask. His tone was caustic. "I received your summons." You mean the telegram?" It was difficult to pull a coherent thought from the wreckage of her brain. "That wasn't a summons. It read like one. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Certainly not so much of you." She went crimson as she heard his low laugh. Desperate to escape, she seized the door handle, a bit of hardware that had just been installed by the contractor, and tugged. It remained stubbornly closed. "Madam," she heard Devon behind her, "I suggest that you—" She ignored him in her panic, yanking violently at the hand grasp. Abruptly, the piece pulled free of its rivets, and she staggered back. Bewildered, she looked down at the broken metal part in her hand. For a moment, there was only silence. Devon cleared his throat roughly. His voice was thick with suppressed laughter. "It's a Norfolk latch. You have to push down on the thumb piece before pulling the handle." Kathleen attacked the thumb piece that dangled on the faceplate, jabbing repeatedly until the entire door rattled. "Sweetheart." Now Devon was laughing almost too hard to speak. That's not going to help." "Don't call me that," she said, keeping her back to him. "How am I going to get out of here?" "My valet went to fetch some towels. When he returns, he'll open the door from the outside." With a moan of dismay, Kathleen leaned her forehead against the wood panel. "He mustn't know that I was in here with you. I'll be ruined." She heard the lazy sluice of water over skin. "He'll say nothing. He's discreet." "No, he's not." The splashing stopped. "Why do you say that?" "He's provided the servants with no end of gossip fodder about your past exploits. According to my maid, there was a particularly riveting story involving a music hall girl." She paused before adding darkly, "dressed in feathers." "Bloody hell," Devon muttered. The splashing resumed. Kathleen stayed against the door, tense in every limb. Devon's naked body was only a few yards away, in the same bathtub she had used last night. She was helpless to stop herself from imagining the sights that accompanied the sounds: water darkening his hair, soap foam coursing over his skin. Taking care to keep her gaze averted, she set the latch handle on the floor. "Why are you bathing so early in the day?" "I came by train and hired a coach in Alton. A wheel came loose along the way to Eversby. I had to help the driver bolt it back on. Cold, muddy work." "Couldn't you have asked your valet to do it instead?" A scoffing sound. "Sutton can't lift a carriage wheel. His arms are no thicker than jackstraws." Frowning, she drew her finger through a film of moisture that had collected on the door. "You needn't have come to Hampshire in such a hurry. The threat of lawyers and Chancery Court impressed me with the need for haste," he said darkly. Perhaps her telegram had been a bit dramatic. "I wasn't really going to bring lawyers into it. I only wanted to gain your attention." His reply was soft. "You always have my attention." Kathleen wasn't certain how to take his meaning. Before she could ask, however, the latch of the bathroom door clicked. The wood panels trembled as someone began to push his way in. Kathleen's eyes flew open. She wedged her hands against the door, her nerves stinging in horror. A violent splash erupted behind her as Devon leaped from the bathtub and flattened a hand on the door to keep it from opening further. His other hand slid around her to cover her mouth. That was unnecessary. Kathleen couldn't have made a sound to save her life. She quivered in every limb at the feel of the large, steaming mail at her back. "Sir?" came the valet's puzzled voice. "Confound it! Have you forgotten how to knock?" Devon demanded. "Don't burst into a room unless it's to tell me that the house is on fire." Distantly, Kathleen wondered if she might swoon. She was fairly certain that Lady Berwick would have expected it of her in such circumstances. Unfortunately, her mind remained intractably awake. She swayed, her balance uncertain, and his body automatically compensated, hard muscles flexing to support her. He was pressed all along her, hot water seeping through the back of her riding habit. With every breath, she drew in the scents of soap and heat. Her heart faltered between every beat, too weak, too fast. Dizzily, she focused on the large hand braced against the door. His skin was faintly tawny, the kind that would brown easily in the sun. One of his knuckles was scraped and raw from lifting the carriage wheel, she guessed. The nails were short and scrupulously clean, but ink stains lingered in faint shadows on the sides of 2 fingers. "I beg your pardon, my lord," the valet said. With an overdone respect that hinted at sarcasm, he added, "I've never known you to be modest before." "I'm an aristocrat now," Devon said. "We prefer not to flaunt our assets." He was wedged against her so tightly that Kathleen could feel his voice resonate through her. The vital, potent maleness of him surrounded her. The sensation was foreign and frightening, and bewilderingly pleasant. The motion of his breathing and the heat of him along her back sent little flames dancing through her tummy. "There is some confusion as to the location of your luggage," Sutton was explaining. "One of the footmen carried it inside the house, as I directed, but Mrs. Church told him not to bring it to the master bedroom, as Lady Trenier has taken up temporary residence." "Has she? Did Mrs. Church enlighten you as to why Lady Trenier has invaded my room?" "The plumbers are installing pipe beneath the floor in her bedroom. I'm told that Lady Trenier was none too pleased by the situation. One of the footmen said he heard her vow to do you bodily harm." "How unfortunate." Subtle amusement wove through Devon's voice. She felt his jaw nudge against her hair as he grinned. "I'm sorry to have inconvenienced her." "It wasn't merely an inconvenience, my lord. Lady Trenier quitted the master bedroom immediately after the late Earl's passing, and hasn't spent a night there since. Until now. According to one of the servants." Kathleen stiffened. "I don't need to know why," Devon interrupted. "That is Lady Trenier's concern, and none of ours." "Yes, sir," the valet said. "More to the point, the footman conveyed your luggage to one of the upstairs rooms, but no one seems to know which one." "Has anyone thought of asking him?" Devon suggested dryly. "At present, the man is nowhere to be found. Lady Pandora and Lady Cassandra recruited him to assist them in searching for their pig, which has gone missing." Devon's body tensed. "Did you say pig?" "Yes, my lord. A new family pet." Devon's hand slid gently from Kathleen's lips, his fingertips grazing her chin in a whisper of a caress. "Is there a particular reason why we're keeping livestock in the Merster?" Kathleen had turned to glance up at him just as his head bent. His mouth collided against her temple, the accidental touch causing her senses to reel in confusion. His lips so firm and smooth, his hot, tickling breath. She began to tremble. "House," Devon finished, his voice roughening. He reached out to grasp the door's metal edge plate, preventing it from closing again. "I needn't point out that such questions do not arise in most well-appointed households," Sutton said primly. "Shall I hand the towels past the door?" "No, leave them on the other side. I'll retrieve them when I'm ready." "On the floor?" Sutton sounded appalled. "My lord,
Allow me to set them on a chair." There were sounds of objects being moved within the room, the thump of a light piece of furniture. Through heavy-lidded eyes, Kathleen saw that Devon's grip had tightened on the door until the tip of his thumb had turned white. His wrist and arm were corded. How warm he was, and how firmly his chest and shoulders supported her. The only place they didn't quite fit was the place low on her spine, where the pressure of his body was inflexible and stiffly prodding. She squirmed, seeking a more comfortable position. Devon inhaled quickly and reached down to grasp her right hip, forcing her to stay still. Then she realized what the hard ridge was. She tensed, her throat closing against a whimper. All the tantalizing heat fled, her flesh turning to ice, the trembling breaking into continuous shivers. She was about to be hurt, attacked. Marriage had taught her that men forgot themselves when aroused. They lost control and turned into beasts. Desperately, she calculated how much of a threat Devon might pose, how far he might go. If he hurt her, she would scream. She would fight back, no matter what the consequences to herself or her reputation. One of his hands came to the side of her waist. She felt the pressure of it even through her corset. And he rubbed in slow circles, the way one would calm a spooked horse. Through the blood pounding in her ears, Kathleen heard the valet ask if the luggage should be conveyed to the master bedroom. Devon replied that he would decide later. For now, just bring some clothes and be quick about it. The valet agreed. "He's gone," Devon said in a few moments. After taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly, he reached around the edge of the door to tamper with the latch mechanism, bending the thumb lift bar so it wouldn't close. "Although no one has asked my opinion about the pig," he said, "I'm against any house pet that will eventually outweigh me." Having braced herself for attack, Kathleen blinked uncertainly. He was behaving so unlike a lust-crazed beast that it gave her pause. In response to her frozen silence, Devon lifted a hand to her jaw and nudged her to look at him. Unable to avoid his calm, appraising glance, she realized there was no immediate danger of him forcing himself on her. "You'd best look away," he advised, "unless you want a big eyeful of Ravenel. I'm going to fetch the towels." Kathleen nodded, her eyes squeezing shut as he left the bathroom. She waited, letting the chaos of her thoughts settle. But her nerves still reverberated with the feeling of him against her, the details of his aroused body. Once, not long ago, she had gone with Lord and Lady Berwick and their daughters to visit the National Museum. On their way to view a display of South Seas objects that had been collected by the legendary explorer Captain James Cook, they had passed by a gallery of Italian statuary, where a pair of nude male sculptures had been positioned by the doorway. One of the detachable plaster fig leaves, devised by a museum director to conceal the statue's genitals, had dropped to the floor and scattered in pieces. Lady Berwick, appalled by what she had considered no less than a visual assault, had whisked Kathleen and her daughters past the offending marble flesh. But not before they had seen exactly what the fig leaf had been intended to cover. Kathleen had been shocked but intrigued by the statue, marvelling at how the delicacy of the sculpting had made cold marble look like flesh. Veined, vulnerable, smooth everywhere except for the little scruff of hair at the groin. The shy, unobtrusive bud hadn't seemed worth the fuss Lady Berwick had made. On Kathleen's wedding night, however, she had glimpsed and felt
just enough of Theo's body to realise that a living, breathing man was endowed far more substantially than the marble sculpture at a museum. And just now, the pressure of Devon's body against hers. She wished she'd been able to look at him. Instantly, she chastised herself for the thought. Still, she couldn't help being curious. Would it do any harm if she took a quick peek? This was the only chance she would ever have to see a man as God had made him. Before she could talk herself out of it, she inched to the edge of the door and looked around it cautiously. What a startling sight! A healthy, virile male in his prime. Strong and complexly muscled, barbaric and yet beautiful. Fortunately, he was facing partially away from her, so that her surveillance went unnoticed. He toweled his hair until the thick locks stood on end and worked down to his arms and chest, scrubbing vigorously. His back was powerful, the line of his spine a pronounced groove. The broad slopes of his shoulders flexed as he draped the towel across and began to dry himself with a sawing motion. A plentitude of hair covered his limbs and the upper portion of his chest, and there was far more at his groin than the decorative tuft she had expected. As for the glimpse she'd had of his male part, it was scaled similarly to her husband's, except perhaps even more prodigious. It appeared decidedly inconvenient to have such an appendage. How in the world did men ride horses? Red-faced, she shrank back behind the door before Devon could catch her spying on him. Soon she heard him approach, the floor creaking beneath his feet, and a dry Turkish towel was extended through the partially open doorway. She took it gratefully and wrapped it around herself. "Are you adequately covered?" she brought herself to ask.
I doubt anyone would call it adequate.
"Would you like to wait in here?" she offered reluctantly.
The bathroom was warmer than the drafty bedroom. No, but it's as cold as ice out there.
"Precisely," came his brusque reply. Judging from his voice, he was standing just on the other side of the door.
What the devil are you wearing, by the way?
"My riding habit."
It looks like half a riding habit. I leave off the overskirt when I train Assad.
At his lack of response, she added, "Mr. Bloom approves of my breeches. He says that he could almost mistake me for one of the stable boys."
Then he must be blind. No man with eyes in his head would ever mistake you for a boy.
Devon paused.
From now on, you'll ride in skirts or not at all.
"What?" she asked in disbelief. "You're giving me orders?"
Someone has to, if you're going to behave with so little propriety.
"You are lecturing me about bloody propriety, you sodding hypocrite. I suppose you learned that filthy language at the stables."
No, from your brother, she shot back.
"I'm beginning to realise I shouldn't have stayed away from Eversby Priory for so long," she heard him say grimly.
The entire household is running amok.
Unable to restrain herself any longer, Kathleen went to the open gap in the doorway and glared at him. "You were the one who hired the plumbers," she hissed.
The plumbers are the least of it. Someone needs to take the situation in hand. If you're foolish enough to imagine you could take me in hand, oh, I'd begin with you, he assured her feelingly.
Kathleen would have delivered a scathing reply, but her teeth had begun to chatter. Although the Turkish towel had absorbed some of the moisture from her clothes, they were clammy. Seeing her discomfort, Devon turned and surveyed the room, obviously hunting for something to cover her. Although his back was turned, she knew the precise moment that he spotted the shawl on the fireplace chair. When he spoke, his tone had changed.
You didn't dye it. Give that to me.
Kathleen thrust her arm through the doorway. Devon picked it up. A slow smile crossed his face.
Do you wear it often?
The great, shameless peacock. As soon as the shawl was within reach, Kathleen snatched it from him. Casting aside her damp towel, she pulled the shawl around herself. The garment was comforting and familiar, the soft wool warming her instantly. I couldn't bring myself to ruin it, she said grudgingly. She was tempted to tell him that, even though the gift had been inappropriate, the truth was, she loved it. There were days when she wasn't certain whether the gloomy widow's weeds were reflecting her melancholy mood or causing it, and when she pulled the brilliant shawl over her shoulders, she felt instantly better. No gift had ever pleased her as much. She couldn't tell him that, but she wanted to. You look beautiful in those colours, Kathleen. His voice was low and soft. She felt her face prickle. Don't use my first name.
By all means,
Devon mocked, glancing down at his towel-clad form.
Let's be formal.
She made the mistake of following his gaze and coloured deeply at the sight of him. The intriguing dark hair on his chest, the way the muscle of his stomach seemed to have been carved like mahogany fretwork. A knock came at the bedroom door. Kathleen retreated deeper into the bathroom like a turtle withdrawing in its shell.
Come in, Sutton,
she heard Devon say.
Your clothes, sir. Thank you. Lay them out on the bed. Won't she require assistance? Not today.
You will dress yourself? The valet asked, bewildered.
I've heard that some men do,
Devon replied sardonically.
You may leave now.
The valet heaved a long-suffering sigh.
Yes, sir.
After the door had opened and closed again, Devon said,
Give me a minute. I'll be dressed soon.
Kathleen didn't reply, thinking to her dismay that she would never be able to look at him without being aware of what was beneath those elegant layers of clothing. Over the rustle of cloth, Devon said,
You're welcome to occupy the master bedroom if you like. It was your room before it was mine.
No, I don't want it.
As you prefer.
She was desperate to change the subject. We need to discuss the tenants, she said.
As I mentioned in the telegram.
Later. There's no point in talking about it without my brother's participation.
The housekeeper said that he has gone to Wiltshire.
When will he return? Tomorrow.
Why did he go?
To consult with an expert about modern farming methods.
Knowing my brother, Devon said, it's more likely he's gone a-whoring.
Apparently you don't know him then. Not only was she pleased to be able to contradict him, she was affronted on West's behalf. Mr. Ravenel has worked very hard ever since he arrived here. I dare say he has learned more about the tenants and estate farms than anyone, including the land agent. Spend a few minutes reading the reports and ledgers he keeps in the study, and you'll change your tune.
We'll see.
Devon pushed open the bathroom door. He was fully clothed in a grey wool suit, although he wore no necktie and his cuffs and collar had been left unfastened. His face was expressionless.
Will you help with this?
He asked, extending his arm. Hesitantly, Kathleen reached out to fasten one of his loose cuffs. The backs of her knuckles brushed the skin on the inside of his wrist, where the skin was blood-heated and smooth. Acutely aware of the measured sound of his breathing, she fastened the other cuff. Reaching up to the sides of his open shirt collar, she drew them together and proceeded to fasten them with a small gold stud that had been left dangling in the buttonhole. As she slid her fingers beneath the front of the collar, she could feel the ripple of his swallow.
Thank you,
Devon said. There was a slight rasp in his voice, as if his throat had gone dry. As he turned to leave, Kathleen said, Please take care not to be seen when you leave the room. Devon paused at the door and glanced back at her, The familiar, taunting gleam appeared in his eyes.
Have no fear. I'm accomplished at making a discreet exit from a lady's bedroom.
He grinned at her scowl, looked out into the hallway, and slipped from the room. Chapter 12. Devon's smile vanished as soon as he left the master bedroom. With no destination in mind, he wandered along the hallway until he reached a connecting space with an inset window niche. It led to a cramped circular stair that spiraled upward to servants' rooms and garrets. The ceiling was so low that he was obliged to duck his head to pass through. A house as old as Eversby Priory had undergone multiple expansions over the decades, the additions creating odd and unexpected nooks. He found the effect less charming than other people might have. Eccentricity was not something he valued in architecture. Lowering to sit on a narrow step, Devon braced his forearms on his knees and bent his head. He let out a shaking breath. It had been the most exquisite torment he had ever suffered, standing there with Kathleen pressed against him. She had trembled like a newborn foal straining to stand. He'd never wanted anything in his life as much as he'd wanted to turn her to face him and take her mouth with long, searching kisses until she melted against him. Groaning faintly, he rubbed the inside of one of his wrists, where a glow of heat lingered, as if he'd been branded by her touch. What had his valet started to say about Kathleen? Why had she refused to sleep in the master bedroom after Theo's death? The memory of her last argument with her husband must have something to do with it. But could it be something more? Perhaps the wedding night had been unpleasant for her. Privileged young women were often kept in ignorance about such matters until they were married. Devon certainly cared to speculate on his cousin's prowess in the bedroom, but even Theo would have known to treat a virgin with care and patience. Wouldn't he? Even Theo would have known enough to soothe and seduce a nervous bride and ease her fears before taking his own pleasure. The thought of the two of them together, Theo's hands on Kathleen, it sent an unfamiliar, poisonous feeling through him. Holy hell! Was it jealousy? He'd never been jealous over a woman. Cursing beneath his breath, Devon stood and raked his hands through his damp hair. Brooding over the past wouldn't change the fact that Kathleen had belonged to Theo first. But she would belong to Devon last. Gathering his wits, he walked through Eversby Priory, investigating the changes that had taken place since his last visit. Activity was rampant in the house, with many rooms in various stages of disrepair and construction. So far, repairs on the estate had required a small fortune, and it would take 10 times that before all was said and done. He ended up in the study, where ledgers and bundled papers had been piled high on the desk. Recognizing his brother's precise, compact handwriting, he picked up a report of what West had learned about the estate so far. It took 2 hours to read the report, which was more thorough than Devon would have ever expected, and it didn't appear to be finished by half.
Apparently, West was visiting every tenant farm on the estate, making detailed notes about each family's problems and concerns, the conditions of their property, their knowledge and views of farming techniques. Sensing a movement, Devon turned in his chair and saw Kathleen in the doorway. She was dressed in widow's weeds again, her hair pinned in a braided coil, her wrists encircled with demure white cuffs. Her cheeks were very pink. Devon could have devoured her in one bite. Instead, he gave her a neutral glance as he rose to his feet. "Skirts," he said in a tone of mild surprise, as if it were a novelty to see her in a dress. "Where are you going?" "To the library for a lesson with the girls. But I noticed that you were in here, and I wondered if you'd read Mr. Ravenel's report." "I have. I'm impressed by his dedication. Also rather astonished, since West advised me to sell the estate, lock, stock and barrel, just before he left London."
Kathleen smiled and studied him with those tip-tilted eyes. He could see tiny rays in the light brown irises, like gold threads. "I'm very glad you didn't," she said softly. "I think perhaps he might be too." All the heat from their earlier encounter came rushing back so fast that it hurt, his flesh rising with a swift ache beneath the layers of his clothes. Devon was profoundly grateful for the concealment of his suit coat. Kathleen reached for a wood-cased pencil on the desk. The graphite lead had worn down to a dull stub. "Sometimes I wonder." Picking up a pair of scissors, she began to sharpen the pencil with one blade, scraping off thin layers of wood. "What is it?" Devon asked huskily. She concentrated on her task, sounding troubled as she replied, "I wonder what Theo would have done with the estate if he hadn't passed away. I suspect he would have turned a blind eye until there were no decisions left to make. But why? He wasn't a stupid man." A latent impulse of fairness moved Devon to say, "It had nothing to do with intelligence." Kathleen paused and gave him a puzzled glance. "Eversby Priory was Theo's childhood home," Devon continued. "I'm sure it was painful for him to confront its decline." Her face softened. "You're confronting it though, aren't you? You've changed your entire life for it." Devon shrugged casually. "It's not as though I had something better to do." "It's not easy for you, however." A faintly apologetic smile whisked across her lips. "I don't always remember that." Lowering her head, she resumed her work on the pencil. Devon watched, helplessly charmed by the sight of her scraping away like an industrious schoolgirl. "At this rate," he said after a moment, "you'll spend all day doing that. Why don't you use a knife?" Lord Berwick would never allow it. He said scissors were safer. "Just the opposite. I'm surprised you never lost a finger. Here, set those down." Devon reached across the desk to retrieve a silver penknife resting in the inkwell tray. He unfolded the blade and gave it to Kathleen, handle first. "Hold the knife like this." He rearranged her fingers, disregarding her protests. "Always direct the pencil away from your body as you sharpen it." "Really? There's no need. I'm better with scissors." "Try. It's more efficient. You can't go through life doing this the wrong way. The wasted minutes could add up to days, weeks." An unexpected giggle escaped her, as if she were a young girl being teased. "I don't use a pencil that often." Devon reached around her, his hands engulfing hers, and she let him. She stood still, her body wary but compliant. A fragile trust had been established during their earlier encounter. To matter what else she might fear from him, she seemed to understand that he wouldn't hurt her. The pleasure of holding her washed through him in repeated waves. She was petite and fine-boned, the delicious fragrance of roses rising to his nostrils. He'd noticed it when he'd held her earlier. Not a cloying perfume, but a light floral essence swept with the sharp freshness of winter air. "All it takes is 6 cuts," he said near her ear. She nodded, relaxing against him as he guided her hands with precision. One deep stroke of the blade neatly removed an angled section of wood. They rotated the pencil and made another cut, and then a third, creating a precise triangular prism. "Now trim the sharp edges." They concentrated on the task, with his hands still bracketed over hers, using the blade to chamfer each corner of wood until they had created a clean, satisfying point. Done. After one last luxurious inhalation of her scent, Devon released her slowly, knowing that for the rest of his life, a single breath of a rose would bring him back to this moment. Kathleen set aside the knife and pencil and turned to face Devon. They were very close, not quite touching, not quite separate. She looked uncertain, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something but couldn't think of what it should be. Devon's control began to fray, thread by thread, in that electric silence. He found himself leaning forward by degrees until his hands were anchored on the desk on either side of her. Kathleen was forced to lean back, gripping his forearms to maintain her balance. He waited for her to protest, push him, tell him to move back. But she stared at him as if mesmerized, her breath coming in fits and starts. Her grip began to tighten and ease on his arms, like a cat needing her paws. Lowering his head, he touched his lips to her temple, where a faint whisk of blue veins was visible. He could sense her bewilderment, the force of her unwilling attraction to him. Dimly aware that he was burning through the last few shreds of self-control, he forced himself to straighten and take his hands from the desk. He began to move away, but Kathleen stayed with him, still clinging to his arms, her gaze unfocused. God, this was how it would be, her body following his without effort, while he lifted and filled her. Every heartbeat drove him closer to her. His hand lifted to the side of her face, tilting it upward, while his other arm drew around her. Her lashes lowered, settling in dark crescents against her pink skin. Confusion had etched a delicate apostrophe of tension between her brows, and he kissed the fine notches before bringing his mouth to hers. He expected her to protest, to push him away, but instead she went pliant, making a little pleasured sound that sent burning chills down his spine. Both his hands came to her face, gently adjusting the angle of her jaw as he coaxed her lips to part. He began to search her, wringing sensation and sweetness from her innocently responsive mouth. But her tongue retreated instantly at the first touch of his. Burning with lust and tender amusement, Devon slid his mouth to her ear. "No," he whispered. "Let me taste you. Let me feel how soft you are inside." He kissed her again, slow and ruthlessly gentle, until her mouth clung to his and he felt the answering touch of her tongue. Her hands inched up his chest, her head tilting backward as she surrendered helplessly. The pleasure was unimaginable, as unfamiliar to him as it must have been to her. Suffused with an agony of need, he moved his hands over her, caressing and trying to grip her closer. He could feel the movements of her body within the rustling dress, firm, sweet flesh trussed in all those stiff layers of starch and laces and boning. He wanted to tear it all from her. He wanted her vulnerable and exposed to him, her private skin naked beneath his mouth. But as he took her face in his hands so his thumbs could stroke her cheeks, he felt a smudge of moisture. A tear. Devon went still. Lifting his head, he stared down at Kathleen while their panting breaths mingled. Her eyes were wet and bewildered. She raised her fingers to her lips, touching them tentatively as if they'd been burned. Silently, he berated himself, knowing that he'd pushed her too far, too soon. Somehow, he managed to let go and back away, putting a crucial distance between them. "Kathleen," he began gruffly. "I shouldn't have." She fled before he could say another word. The next morning, Devon took the family coach to meet West's train. The market town of Alton was bisected by a long main street lined with prosperous shops, neighbourhoods of handsome houses, a bombazine cloth factory and a paper mill. Unfortunately, the sulphurous stench of the paper mill announced itself well before the building came into view. The footman huddled closer to the station building, taking refuge from the biting November wind. Feeling too restless to stay still, Devon paced along the platform, his hands shoved in the pockets of his black wool greatcoat. Tomorrow he would have to return to London. The thought of that silent house, so crowded with furniture and yet so empty, filled him with revulsion. But he had to stay away from Hampshire. He needed distance from Kathleen, or he wouldn't be able to stop himself from seducing her long before she was ready for it. He was playing a long game, and he couldn't let himself forget that. Bloody mourning period. He was obliged to curtail his pacing as the platform became crowded with people holding tickets and others waiting to greet the arriving passengers. Soon their conversation and laughter were drowned out by the approach of the locomotive, a thundering, hissing beast that sped forward with impatient clattering and chugging. After the train had stopped with a metallic screech, porters carried trunks and valises off the train, while arriving and departing passengers milled in a roiling crowd. People collided as they headed in a multitude of directions. Objects were dropped and hastily retrieved. Travellers became separated and searched for each other. Names were called out in the cacophony.
Devon pushed past the confluence of bodies, looking for his brother. Not finding him, he glanced back at the footman, wondering if he had caught sight of West. The servant gestured and shouted something, but his voice was lost in the clamour. As Devon made his way to the footman, he saw him talking to a stranger wearing baggy clothes, the kind of good quality but ill-fitting cast-offs that a clerk or tradesman might wear. The man was young and slim, with heavy dark hair that wanted cutting. He bore a striking resemblance to West in his days at Oxford, especially the way he smiled with his chin tilted downward, as if reflecting on some private joke. In fact, holy hell, it was his brother. It was West. "Devon!" West exclaimed with a surprised laugh, reaching out to shake his hand heartily. "Why aren't you in London?" Devon was slow to gather his wits. West looked years younger, healthy, clear-eyed, as he'd never thought to see him again. "Kathleen sent for me," he finally said. "Did she? Why?" "I'll explain later." "What has happened to you? I hardly recognize you." "Nothing's happened. What do you—" "Oh, yes, I've lost a bit of weight. Never mind that. I've just arranged to purchase a threshing machine." West's face glowed with pleasure. At first, Devon thought he was being sarcastic. My brother, he thought, is excited over farming equipment. As they proceeded to the coach, West described his visit to Wiltshire and talked animatedly about what he had learned from an agriculturist who was practicing modern techniques on his model farm. With a combination of deep drainage and steam power, the man had doubled the yield on his land, using less than half the labor. Furthermore, the agriculturist wanted to acquire the latest machinery and was willing to sell his equipment at a bargain. "It will require some investment," West admitted, "but the returns will be exponential. I have some estimates to show you. I've seen some of them. You've done impressive work." West shrugged nonchalantly. They climbed into the coach and settled into the fine leather seats. "You seem to be thriving at Eversby Priory," Devon remarked as their vehicle began to move. "The devil knows why. There's never a moment's peace or privacy. A man can't sit and think without being jumped on by some overexcited dog or harassed by gabby females. There's always an emergency, something breaking, exploding, or collapsing." Exploding? One explosion. The laundry drying room stove wasn't properly ventilated. No, don't be alarmed. The brick wall absorbed most of the force. No one was injured. The point is that the house is perpetually topsy-turvy. "Why don't you come back to London, then?" "I can't." If it's because of your plan to visit every tenant family on the estate, I don't see the need. No, it's not that. The fact is, Eversby Priory suits me. Damned if I know why. Have you developed an attachment for someone? Devon asked, his soul icing over with the suspicion that West wanted Kathleen. All of them, West admitted readily. But not one in particular. West blinked. A romantic interest in one of the girls, you mean? Good God, no. I know too much about them. They're like sisters to me. Even Kathleen? Especially her. An absent smile crossed West's face. I've come to like her, he said frankly. Theo chose well for himself. She would have improved him. He didn't deserve her, Devon muttered. West shrugged. I can't think of a man who would. Devon clenched his hand until the scab over his knuckle pulled stingingly tight. Does she ever mention Theo? Not often. I can't imagine a more dedicated effort to mourn someone, but it's obvious that her heart isn't in it. Noticing Devon's sharp glance, West said, she knew Theo for a mere matter of months and was married to him for 3 days. 3 days? How long should a woman grieve for a man she scarcely knew? It's absurd for society to insist upon a fixed mourning period without regard to circumstance. Can't such things be allowed to happen naturally? The purpose of society is to prevent natural behavior, Devon said dryly. West grinned. Granted, but Kathleen isn't suited to the role of drab little widow. She has too much spirit. It's why she was attracted to a Ravenel in the first place. The amiable relationship between West and Kathleen was immediately obvious upon their return to Eversby Priory. Kathleen came to the entrance hall while the butler was still collecting their hats and coats, and propped her hands on her hips as she viewed West with mock suspicion. Have you brought back any farm animals? She asked. Not this time. West smiled and went to kiss her forehead. To Devon's surprise, Kathleen accepted the affectionate gesture without protest. Did you learn as much as you'd hoped? She asked. 10 times more, West said promptly. On the subject of fertilizer alone, I could regale you for hours. Kathleen laughed, but her expression became remote as she turned to Devon. My lord. Annoyed by the stilted acknowledgement, Devon nodded in return. It appeared that she had decided to hold him at arm's length and pretend the kiss had never happened. The Earl claims that you sent for him, my lady, West said. Should I assume that you pined for his charming company, or was there another reason? After you left, there was a crisis with the Wootons, Kathleen told him. I informed Trenier of the situation and asked what he knew about it. So far, he's insisted on being mysterious. What happened to the Wootons? West asked, looking from one of them to the other. Well, discuss it in the library, Devon said. Lady Trenier, it's unnecessary for you to be present. However, I will be present. Kathleen's brows lowered. I gave the Wootons my personal assurance that everything would be sorted out. They shouldn't have come to you, Devon said bluntly. They should have waited to speak to my brother or Mr. Carlo. They went to Mr. Carlo first, she retorted, and he knew nothing about the situation. And Mr. Ravenel wasn't here. I was the only person available. From now on, I would prefer you not to make yourself available when it comes to discussing leaseholds. You should limit yourself to whatever it is the lady of the manor is supposed to do. Bring them baskets when people are ill, and so forth. What smug, condescending, Kathleen began. Are we to stand here, squabbling in the entrance hall? West interceded hastily.
Let's pretend to be civilized and proceed to the library. He pulled Kathleen's arm over his and accompanied her from the entrance hall. I wouldn't mind sending for some tea and sandwiches, he said. I'm starved after riding on the train. You're always telling me to eat, remember? Devon strode after them, only half listening to the conversation. Scowling, he focused on the sight of Kathleen's arm tucked into West's. Why was he touching her? Why was she allowing it? The unfamiliar, poisonous jealousy returned, coiling thickly in his chest. And Mrs. Wooten couldn't speak for weeping, Kathleen said indignantly. They have 4 children, and Mrs. Wooten's elderly aunt to look after, and if they were to lose the farm— Don't worry, West interrupted with a soothing murmur. We'll sort it all out, I promise. Yes, but if Treneer made such an important decision without saying anything— Nothing's been decided yet, Devon said stonily, following the pair. Kathleen glanced over her shoulder, her eyes narrowed. Then why were there railroad surveyors on the estate land? I prefer not to discuss my business affairs in the hallway. You gave them permission to be there, didn't you? Kathleen tried to stop and face him, but West tugged her inexorably toward the library. I wonder if I should have Darjeeling tea, West mused aloud. No, perhaps something stronger. Ceylon or Pico. And some of the little buns with the cream and jam. What were those, Kathleen? Cornish splits. Ah, no wonder I like them. It sounds like something I once saw performed at a dance hall. They entered the library. Kathleen tugged at the bell pull beside the door and waited until a housemaid appeared. After requesting a tea tray and a plate of sandwiches and pastries, Kathleen went to the long table where Devon had unrolled a map of the estate lands. Well, did you? She asked. Devon gave her an ominous glance. Did I what? Did you give the railway men permission to survey your land? Yes, he said flatly. But they didn't have permission to talk to anyone about it. They should have kept their mouths shut. Her eyes flashed with outrage. Then it's true. You've sold the Wootens' farm. No, and I don't intend to. Then what, Kathleen? West broke in gently. We'll be here all night if you don't let him finish. She scowled and fell silent, watching as Devon weighted the corners of the map with various objects. Taking up a pencil, Devon drew a line across the east side of the estate. Recently, I met with the director of the London Ironstone Railway, he said. For Kathleen's benefit, he explained, it's a private company, owned by a friend, Tom Severin. We're in the same London club, West added. Devon viewed the map critically before drawing a parallel line. Severin wants to reduce distance on London Ironstone's existing Portsmouth route. He's also planning to relay the entire 60-mile line, start to finish, with heavier rails to accommodate faster trains. Can he afford such a project? West asked. He's already secured £1 million. West uttered a wordless exclamation. Precisely, Devon said, and continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Of all the prospective plans for the shortened route, the natural gradient is best across this area. He shaded lightly between the parallel lines. If we were to allow London Ironstone to cross the eastern perimeter of the estate, we would receive a large annual sum that would go far toward easing our financial problems. Kathleen leaned over the table, staring intently at the pencil markings. But this is impossible, she said. According to what you've drawn, the tracks would run not only across the Wootens' farm, but at least 3 other leaseholds as well. 4 tenant farms would be affected, Devon admitted. A frown grooved West's forehead as he studied the map. The tracks appeared across 2 private drives. We would have no access to the east side. The railroad would build occupation bridges at their own expense to keep all parts of the estate connected. Before West could comment, Kathleen stood and faced Devon across the table. She looked stricken. "You can't agree to this. You can't take the farms away from those families." The solicitor confirmed that it's legal. "I don't mean legally. I mean morally. You can't deprive them of their homes and their livings. What would happen to those families? All those children? Even you couldn't live with that on your conscience." Devon gave her a sardonic glance, annoyed that she would automatically assume the worst about him. "I'm not going to abandon the tenants. I fully intend to help them find new situations." Kathleen had begun to shake her head before he had even finished. "Farming is what these people have done for generations. It's in their blood. Taking away their land would break them." Devon had known this was exactly how she would react. People first, business second. But that wasn't always possible. "We're discussing 4 families out of 200, he said. "If I don't strike a deal with London Ironstone, all the Eversby Priory tenants may lose their farms." "There has to be another way," Kathleen insisted. If there were, it'd have found it. She knew nothing of all the sleepless nights and exhausting days he'd spent searching for alternatives. There was no good solution, only a choice between several bad solutions, and this was the least harmful. Kathleen stared at him as if she'd just caught him snatching a crust of bread from an orphan. "But don't press me on this," Devon snapped, losing his patience. "It's difficult enough without a display of adolescent drama." Kathleen's face went white. Without another word, she turned and strode from the library. West sighed and glanced at Devon. "Well done. Why bother reasoning with her when you can simply crush her into submission?" Before Devon could reply, his brother had left to follow Kathleen. Chapter 13. Kathleen was halfway down the hallway before West could catch up to her. Having become acquainted with Kathleen, and knowing Devon as well as anyone could, West could say with authority that they brought out the worst in each other. When they were in the same room, he reflected with exasperation, tempers flared and words became bullets. The devil knew why they found it so difficult to be civil to each other. "Kathleen," West said quietly as he reached her. She stopped and turned to face him. Her face was drawn, her mouth tight. Having endured the lash of Devon's temper more than a few times in the past, West understood how deeply it could cut. "The estate's financial disaster is not of Devon's making," he said. "He's only trying to minimize the casualties. You can't blame him for that." "Tell me what I can blame him for, then. In this situation?" A note of apology entered his voice. "Being realistic." Kathleen gave him a reproachful glance. "Why should 4 families pay the price for all the rest of us to survive? He has to find some other way." West rubbed the back of his neck, which was stiff after 2 nights of sleeping on a lumpy bed in a cold farmhouse. "Life is hardly ever fair, little friend, as you well know." "Can't you talk him out of it?" she brought herself to ask. "Not when I would make the same decision. The fact is, once we lease the land to London Ironstone, that tiny eastern portion of the estate will become our only source of reliable profit." Her head lowered. "I thought you would be on the tenant's side." "I am. You know I am." West reached out to take her narrow shoulders in a warm, sustaining grip. "I swear to you, we'll do everything possible to help them. Their farms will be reduced in size, but if they're willing to learn modern methods, they could produce double their annual yields."
To make certain she was listening, he gave her the gentlest possible shake. "I'll persuade Devon to give them every advantage. We'll reduce their rents and provide drainage and building improvements. We'll even supply machinery to help them plow and harvest." Staring down into her mutinous face, he said ruefully, "Don't look like that. Good God, one would think we were conspiring to murder someone." "I have just the person in mind," she muttered. "You had better pray that nothing ever happens to him, because then I would become the Earl, and I would wash my hands of the estate." "Would you really?" She seemed genuinely shocked. "Before you could blink."
"But you've worked so hard for the tenants. As you yourself once said, Devon is carrying a heavy burden. There's nothing in this world I want badly enough to be willing to do what my brother is doing. Which means I have no choice but to support him." Kathleen nodded glumly. "Now you're being practical." West smiled slightly. "Will you accompany me back to the lion's den?" "No. I'm tired of quarreling." Briefly, she rested her forehead against his chest, a close and trusting gesture that touched him nearly as much as it surprised him. After parting company with Kathleen, West returned to the library. Devon was outwardly calm as he stood at the table and stared down at the map. However, the pencil had been broken into multiple pieces that were scattered across the carpet. Contemplating Devon's hard profile, West asked blandly, "Could you try to be a bit more artful in dealing with her? Perhaps use a smidgen of diplomacy? Because even though I happen to agree with your position, you're being a donkey's ass about it." Devon sent him a wrathful glance. "I'll be damned if I have to win her approval before making decisions about my estate. Unlike either of us, she has a conscience. It won't hurt you at all to hear her opinion, especially since she happens to be right." "You just said you agreed with my position." "From a practical standpoint, morally, Kathleen is right." West watched as his brother prowled away from the table and back again, pacing like a caged tiger. "You have to understand something about her," he said. "She's spirited on the surface, but sensitive at the core. If you show her just a little consideration, I don't need you to explain her to me. I know her better than you," West said sharply. "I've been living with her for God's sake." That earned him a chilling glance. "Do you want her?" Devon asked briskly. West was baffled by the question, which seemed to have come from nowhere. "Want her? In the biblical sense? Of course not. She's a widow. The Ose widow? How could anyone—" His voice faded as he saw that Devon had resumed pacing, his expression murderous. Thunderstruck, West realized what the most likely reason was for all the free-floating hostility and high-riding tension between Devon and Kathleen. He closed his eyes briefly. This was bad. Bad for everyone, bad for the future, just bloody awful compounding badness in all directions. He decided to test his theory in the hope that he was mistaken. "Although," West continued, "she is a little beauty, isn't she? One could find all kinds of entertaining uses for that sweet mouth. I wouldn't mind catching her in a dark corner and having some fun. She might resist at first, but soon I'd have her writhing like a cat." Devon lunged at him in a blur of motion, seizing West by the lapels. "Touch her, and I'll kill you," he snarled. West stared at him in appalled disbelief. "I knew it! Sweet mother of God, you want her!" Devon's visceral fury appeared to fade a few degrees as he realized he had just been outmaneuvered. He released West abruptly. "You took Theo's title and his home," West continued in appalled disbelief, "and now you want his wife." "His widow,"
Devon muttered. "Have you seduced her?" "Not yet." West clapped his hand to his forehead. "Christ. Don't you think she's suffered enough? Oh, go on and glare, snap me in pieces like that blasted pencil. It will only confirm that you're no better than Theo." Reading the outrage in his brother's expression, he said, "Your relationships typically last no longer than the contents of the meat larder. You have a devil of a temper, and if the way you just handled her is an example of how you'll deal with disagreements—" "That's enough," Devon said with dangerous softness. Rubbing his forehead, West sighed and continued wearily. "Devon, you and I have always overlooked each other's faults, but that doesn't mean we're oblivious to them. This is nothing but blind, stupid lust. Have the decency to leave her alone. Kathleen is a sensitive and compassionate woman who deserves to be loved, and if you have any capacity for that, I've never witnessed it. I've seen what happens to women who care about you. Nothing cools your lust faster than affection." Devon gave him a cold stare. "Are you going to say anything to her?" "No. I'll hold my tongue and hope that you'll come to your senses." "There's no need to worry," Devon said darkly. "At this point, I've made her so ill-disposed toward me that it would be a miracle if I ever managed to lure her to my bed." After considering the idea of missing dinner for the second night in a row, Kathleen decided, in a spirit of defiance, to join the family in the dining room. It was Devon's last evening at Eversby Priory, and she could force herself to endure an hour and a half of sitting at the same table with him. Devon insisted on seating her, his face inscrutable, and she thanked him with a few clipped words. But even with that civilized distance between them, she was in an agony of nerves and anger, most of it directed at herself. Those kisses, the impossible, terrible pleasure of them. How could he have done that to her? How could she have responded so wantonly? The fault was more hers than Devon's. He was a London rake. Of course he would make advances to her, or to any woman in his proximity. She should have resisted, slapped him, but instead she had stood there and let him. Let him. She couldn't find the right words for what he had done. He had shown her a side of herself that she had never known existed. She had been raised to believe that lust was a sin, and she had self-righteously considered herself to be above carnal desire, until Devon had proven otherwise. Oh, the shocking heat of his tongue against hers, and the shivery weakness that had made her want to sink to the floor and have him cover her. She could have wept for shame. Instead, she could only sit there suffocating while the conversation flowed around her. It was a pity she couldn't enjoy the meal, a succulent partridge pie served with fried oyster patties and a crisp salted salad of celery, radishes and cucumber. As she forced herself to take a few bites, every mouthful seemed to stick in her throat. As talk turned to the subject of the approaching holiday, Cassandra asked Devon if he planned to come to Eversby Priory for Christmas. "Would that please you?" Devon asked. "Oh, yes. Will you bring presents?" Pandora asked. "Pandora," Kathleen chided. Devon grinned. "What would you like?" he asked the twins. "Anything from Winterbourne's," Pandora exclaimed. "I want people for Christmas," Cassandra said wistfully. "Pandora, do you remember the Christmas balls that Mamma gave when we were little? All the ladies in their finery, and the gentlemen in formal attire, the music and dancing. And the feasting," Pandora added. "Puddings, cakes, mince pies." "Next year we'll make merry again," Helen said gently, smiling at the pair of them. She turned to West. "How do you usually celebrate Christmas, cousin?" He hesitated before replying,
seeming to ponder whether to answer truthfully. Honesty won out. On Christmas Day, I visit friends in a parasitical fashion, going from house to house and drinking until I finally fall unconscious in someone's parlour. Then someone pours me into a carriage and sends me home, and my servants put me to bed. That doesn't sound very merry, Cassandra said. Beginning this year, Devon said, I intend for us all to do the holiday justice. In fact, I've invited a friend to share Christmas with us at Eversby Priory. The table fell silent, everyone staring at him in collective surprise. Who? Kathleen asked suspiciously. For his sake, she hoped it wasn't one of those railway men plotting to destroy tenant farms. Mr. Winterbourne himself. Amid the girls gasping and squealing, Kathleen scowled at Devon. Damn him. He knew it wasn't right to invite a stranger to a house of mourning. The owner of a department store? She asked. No doubt accompanied by a crowd of fashionable friends and hangers-on. My lord, surely you haven't forgotten that we're all in mourning. How could I? He parried, with a pointed glance that incensed her. Winterbourne will come alone, as a matter of fact. I doubt it will burden my household unduly to set one extra place at the table on Christmas Eve. A gentleman of Mr. Winterbourne's influence must already have 1,000 invitations for the holiday. Why must he come here? Devon's eyes glinted with enjoyment at her barely contained fury. Winterbourne is a private man. I suppose the idea of a quiet holiday in the country appeals to him. For his sake, I would like to have a proper Christmas feast, and perhaps a few carols could be sung. The girls chimed in at once. Oh, do say yes, Kathleen. That would be splendicious. Even Helen murmured something to the effect that she couldn't see how it would do any harm. Why stop there? Kathleen asked sarcastically, giving Devon a look of open animosity. Why not have musicians and dancing and a great tall tree lit with candles? What excellent suggestions, came Devon's silky reply. Yes, let's have all of that. Infuriated to the point of speechlessness, Kathleen glared at him, while Helen discreetly pried the butter knife from her clenched fingers. Chapter 14. December swept over Hampshire, bringing chilling breezes and whitening the trees and hedgerows with frost. In the household's general enthusiasm for the approaching holiday, Kathleen soon gave up any hope of curtailing the celebrations. She found herself surrendering by degrees. First, she consented to let the servants plan their own party on Christmas Eve, and then she agreed to allow a large fir tree in the entrance hall. And then West asked if the festivities could be expanded even more. He found Kathleen in the study, labouring over correspondence. May I interrupt you for a few moments? Of course. She gestured to a chair near her writing desk and set the pen in its holder. Noticing the deliberately bland expression on his face, she asked, What scheme are you hatching? He blinked in surprise. How do you know there's a scheme? Whenever you try to look innocent, it's obvious you're up to something. West grinned. The girls wouldn't dare approach you about it, but I told them I would, since it's been established that I can outrun you when necessary. He paused. It seems that Lord and Lady Trenier used to invite all the tenant families and some local tradesmen to a party on Christmas Eve. Absolutely not. Yes, that was my first reaction. However, he gave her a patient, cajoling glance. Encouraging a spirit of community would benefit everyone on the estate. He paused. It's not that different from the charitable visits you pay to those families individually. Kathleen buried her face in her hands with a groan. A grand party, music, presents, sweets, holiday cheer. She knew exactly what Lady Berwick would have said,
It was indecent to host such revelry in a house of mourning. It was wrong to steal a day or two of joy out of a year that had been set aside for sorrow. Worst of all, she secretly wanted to do it. She spoke through her fingers. "It's not proper," she said weakly. "We haven't done anything the way we should. The black was taken from the windows far too early, and no one's wearing veils anymore, and—" "No one gives a damn," West said. "Do you think any of the tenants would blame you for setting aside your mourning just for one night? To the contrary, they would appreciate it as a gesture of kindness and goodwill. I know next to nothing about Christmas, of course, but even so, it strikes me as being in keeping with the spirit of the holiday." At her long hesitation, he went in for the kill. "I'll pay for it out of my own income, after all." A touch of self-pity shaded his voice. "How else am I to learn about Christmas?" Lowering her hands, Kathleen gave him a dark glance. "You're a shameless manipulator, Weston Ravenel." He grinned. "I knew you'd say yes." "It's a very tall tree," Helen commented a week later as they stood in the entrance hall. "We've never had one this large before," Mrs. Church admitted with a perturbed frown. Together they watched as West, a pair of footmen and the butler struggled to heft the trunk of an enormous fir into a metal tub filled with stones. The air was filled with masculine grunts and profanity. Shiny green needles sprinkled across the floor, pencil-thin cones scattering as the tree was hoisted upward. Their under-butler stood halfway up the curving grand staircases, holding the end of a cord that had been tied to an upper section of the trunk. On the other side of the hall, Pandora and Cassandra stood at the second-floor balcony, gripping another attached cord. Once the trunk was positioned perfectly, the cords would be tied to the balustrade spindles to keep the tree from tilting to one side or the other. The under-butler pulled the cord steadily, while West and the footman pushed from below. Gradually the fir eased upright, its boughs spreading majestically to fan a pungent evergreen scent through the air. "It smells heavenly," Helen exclaimed, inhaling deeply. "Did Lord and Lady Berwick have a Christmas tree, Kathleen?" "Every year," Kathleen smiled. "But only a small one, because Lady Berwick said it was a pagan custom." "Cassandra, we'll need many more ornaments," she heard Pandora exclaim from the second-floor balcony. "We've never had a tree this tall before." "We'll make another batch of candles," her twin replied. "No more candles," Kathleen called up to them. "This tree is already a fire hazard." "But Kathleen," Pandora said, looking down at her, "the tree will look dreadful if we don't have enough decorations. It will look positively undressed." "Perhaps we could tie some sweets in scraps of netting and ribbon," Helen suggested. "It would be pretty to hang them from the branches." West brushed. "I did not invite Miss Winterbourne," Kathleen retorted. "And we certainly can't accept gifts from a stranger. They're not for you, they're for the household. Hang it all, it's just a few baubles and wisps of tinsel." She stared at him uncertainly. "I don't think we should. I'm not certain of the etiquette, but it doesn't seem proper. He's an unmarried gentleman, and this is a household of young women who have only me as a chaperone. If I were 10 years older and had an established reputation, it might be different. But as things are, I'm a member of the household," West protested. "Doesn't that make the situation more respectable?" Kathleen looked at him. "You're joking, aren't you?" West rolled his eyes. "My point is, if anyone were to try and attach some improper meaning to Winterbourne's gift, the fact that I'm here would—" He stopped as he heard a choking sound from Helen, who had turned very red. "Helen?" Kathleen asked in concern, but the girl had turned away, her shoulders shaking. Kathleen sent West an alarmed glance. "Helen," he said quietly, striding forward and taking her upper arms in an urgent grasp. "Sweetheart, are you ill?" "What?"
He paused as she shook her head violently and gasped out something, one of her hands flailing in the direction behind them. West looked up alertly. His face changed, and he began to laugh. "What is the matter with you two?" Kathleen demanded. Glancing around the entrance hall, she realized the crate was no longer in the corner. The twins must have raced downstairs the moment it had been mentioned. Clutching it on either side, they lugged it furtively toward the receiving room. "Girls," Kathleen said sharply, "bring that back here at once." But it was too late. The receiving room's double doors closed, accompanied by the click of a key turning in the lock. Kathleen stopped short, her jaw slackening. West and Helen staggered together, overcome with hilarity. "I'll have you know," Mrs. Church said in amazement, "it took our two stoutest footmen to bring that crate into the house. How did two young ladies manage to carry it away so quickly?" Sheer determination," Helen wheezed. "All I want in this life," West told Kathleen, "is to see you try to pry that crate away from those two." "I wouldn't dare," she replied, giving up. "They would do me bodily harm." Helen wiped at a stray tear of mirth. "Come, Kathleen, let's go see what Mr. Winterbourne sent. You too, Mrs. Church." "They won't let us into the room," Kathleen muttered. Helen grinned at her. "They will if I ask." The twins, busy as squirrels, had already unpacked a multitude of wrapped parcels when they finally allowed everyone into the receiving room. The butler, under-butler and footman ventured to the doorway to have a peek at the contents of the crate. It resembled a pirate's treasure chest, overflowing with blown glass spheres painted to look like fruit, papier-mâché birds decorated with real feathers, clever tin figures of dancers and soldiers and animals. There was even a large box of miniature coloured glass cups, or fairy lights, meant to be filled with oil and floating candle wicks and hung on the tree. "A fire will be inevitable," Kathleen said in worry, looking at the multitude of candle cups. "Well, station a pair of boys with pails of water next to the tree when it's lit," Mrs. Church reassured her. "If any of the branches catches fire, they'll douse it right away." Everyone gasped as Pandora unearthed a large Christmas angel from the crate. Her porcelain face was framed by golden hair, while a pair of gilded wings protruded from the back of a little satin gown embellished with pearls and gold thread. While the family and servants gathered reverently to view the magnificent creation, Kathleen took West's arm and tugged him out of the room. "Something is going on here," she said. "I want to know the real reason why the Earl has invited Mr. Winterbourne." They stopped in the space beneath the grand staircase, behind the tree. "Can't he show hospitality to a friend without an ulterior motive?" West parried. She shook her head. "Everything your brother does has an ulterior motive. Why has he invited Mr. Winterbourne?" "Winterbourne has his finger in many pies. I believe Devon hopes to benefit from his advice and at some future date enter into a business deal with him." That sounded reasonable enough, but her intuition still warned that there was something fishy about the situation. How did they become acquainted? About 3 years ago, Winterbourne was nominated for membership at 2 different London clubs, but was rejected by both of them. Winterbourne is a commoner. His father was a Welsh grocer. So after hearing the sniggering about how Winterbourne had been refused, Devon arranged to have our club, Brabblers, offer a membership to him. And Winterbourne never forgets a favour. "Brabblers?" Kathleen repeated. "What an odd name." "It's the word for a fellow who tends to argue over trifles." West looked down and rubbed at a sticky spot of sap on the heel of his hand. "Brabblers is a second-tier club for those who aren't allowed into White's or Brooks, but it includes some of the most successful and clever men in London, such as Mr. Winterbourne." "Just so. What is he like? What is his character?" West shrugged. "He's a quiet sort, but he can be as charming as the devil if it suits him." "Is he young or old?" 30 years or thereabouts." "And his appearance? Is he well favoured?" "The ladies certainly seem to think so." although with his fortune, Winterbourne could look like a toad and they would still flock to him. Is he a good man? One doesn't acquire a fortune by being a choir boy. Holding his gaze, Kathleen realised that was the most she was going to pry from him. The Earl and Mr. Winterbourne are scheduled to arrive tomorrow afternoon, are they not? Yes, I'll go to meet them at the Alton station. Would you like to accompany me? Thank you, but my time will be better spent with Mrs. Church and cook, making certain everything is prepared. She sighed and cast a rueful glance at the looming tree, feeling guilty and uneasy. I hope none of the local gentry hears about all our festivities. But I'm sure they will. I shouldn't allow any of this, you know that. But since you have, West said, patting her shoulder, you may as well try to enjoy it. Chapter 15. You're going to be nominated for membership at White's, Rhys Winterbourne said, as the train rattled and swayed along the route from London to Hampshire. Although their private compartment in the first-class carriage could have easily accommodated 4 more passengers, Winterbourne had paid to keep the seats empty so they could have the space to themselves. Devon's valet, Sutton, was travelling in one of the lower-class carriages farther back in the train. Devon shot him a look of surprise. How do you know that? Winterbourne's only reply was an oblique glance. He often knew about people's private business before they themselves had learned of it. Since almost everyone in London had applied to his store for credit, the man knew intimate details about their finances, their purchases, and their personal habits. In addition, much of what the store employees overheard on the floors was funneled upward to Winterbourne's office. They needn't bother, Devon said, stretching his legs into the space between the seats. I wouldn't accept. White's is a more prestigious club than Brabler's. Most clubs are, Devon rejoined wryly. But the air is a bit too thin in such elevated circles. And if White's didn't want me before I was an earl, there's no reason for them to want me now. I'm unchanged in every regard, except for the fact that I'm now as deeply in debt as the rest of the peerage. That's not the only change. You've gained social and political power. Power without capital. I'd rather have money. Winterbourne shook his head. Always choose power. Money can be stolen or devalued, and then you're left with nothing. With power, one can always acquire more money. I hope you're right about that. I'm always right, Winterbourne said flatly. Few men could make such a statement convincingly, but Rhys Winterbourne certainly did. He was one of those rare individuals who had been born in the perfect time and place to suit his abilities. In a staggeringly short time, he had built his father's ramshackle shop into a mercantile empire. Winterbourne had an instinct for quality and a shrewd understanding of the public appetite. Somehow he could always identify what people wanted to buy before they themselves knew. As a well-known public figure, he had a vast array of friends, acquaintances, and enemies, but no one could truthfully claim to know the man. Reaching for a decanter, which had been set on a railed shelf affixed to the teak panelling beneath the window, Winterbourne poured 2 malt whiskies and handed one to Devon. After a silent toast, they settled back into the plush seats and watched the ever-changing view through the window. The luxurious compartment was one of 3 in the carriage, each with its own set of doors that opened to the outside. The doors had been locked by a porter, a standard railway practice to prevent unticketed passengers from sneaking aboard. For the same reasons, the windows had been barred with brass rods. To distract himself from the vague feeling of being trapped, Devon focused on the scenery. How much smaller England had become now that it was possible to cover a distance in a matter of hours rather than days. There was scarcely time to absorb the scenery before it had rushed by, which inspired some people to call the railway a magician's road. The train crossed bridges, pastures, public thoroughfares and ancient villages, now passing through deep chalk cuttings, now chugging by open heath.
The Hampshire hills appeared, slopes of dark wintry green hunkering beneath the white afternoon sky. The prospect of arriving home filled Devon with anticipation. He had brought presents for everyone in the family, but he had deliberated the longest about what to give to Kathleen. At one of the jeweller's counters in Winterbourne's, he had found an unusual cameo brooch, an exquisitely carved scene of a Greek goddess riding a horse. The cream-coloured cameo was set against an onyx background and framed with tiny white seed pearls. Since the cameo was set in onyx, the saleswoman at the counter had told Devon it was suitable for a lady in mourning. Even the pearls were acceptable, since they were said to represent tears. Devon had purchased it on the spot. It had been delivered to him that morning, and he had slipped it into his pocket before leaving for the railway station. He was impatient to see Kathleen again, hungry for the sight of her and the sound of her voice. He had missed her smiles, her frowns, her endearing frustrations with impropriety and pigs and plumbers. Filled with anticipation, he contemplated the scenery as the train struggled to the summit of a hill and began the downward slope. Soon they would cross the River Wey, and then it would be only a mile to the station at Alton. The railway cars were only half full. A far greater number of passengers would travel the next day, on Christmas Eve. The train's momentum gathered as they approached the bridge, but the forward hurtling force of the engine was upset by a sudden jerk and lurch. Instantly, Devon's ears were filled with the metallic shrieks of brakes. The carriage erupted with violent shudders. Reflexively, Devon grabbed one of the brass window bars to keep from being bounced out of his seat. In the next second, a tremendous impact jolted his hand loose of the brass barno. The bar itself had come loose, and the window shattered as the carriage wrenched free of the rails. Devon was thrown into a chaos of glass, splintering wood, twisting metal, and unholy noise. A wild heave was accompanied by the snap of the couplings, and then there was the sensation of plunging, tumbling, as the two men were thrown across the compartment. Blinding white light filled Devon's head as he tried to find a fixed point in all the madness. He kept falling, helpless to stop the descent, until his body slammed down and a spear-like pain burst in his chest and his mind reeled and sank into darkness. Chapter 16. The violent cold brought him back to awareness, pulling gasps from the bottom of his lungs. Devon rubbed his wet face and tried to hoist himself upward. Foul-smelling river water was gushing steadily into the train compartment, or what remained of it. Climbing over splintered glass and wreckage, Devon manoeuvred to the gap of the shattered window and stared through the brass bars. It appeared that the locomotive had plummeted over the wing wall of the bridge and taken 3 railway carriages with it, leaving 2 remaining vehicles poised on the embankment above. Nearby, the broken bulk of a railway carriage had settled into the water like a felled animal. Desperate cries for help swarmed through the air. Turning, Devon searched frantically for Winterbourne, shoving aside planks of teak until he found his friend's unconscious form beneath a chair that had broken free of the floor. The water had just begun to close over his face. Devon hauled him upward, every movement sending an excruciating stab of pain through his chest and side. "Winterbourne," he said roughly, shaking him a little. "Wake up! Come to, now!" Winterbourne coughed and let out a ragged groan. "What happened?" he asked hoarsely. "The train derailed," Devon replied, panting. "Carriage is in the river." Winterbourne rubbed at his bloody face and grunted in pain. "I can't see." Devon tried to pull him higher as the water inched steadily upward. "You'll have to move, or well drown."
Indecipherable Welsh phrases tore through the air before Winterbourne said in English, "My leg is broken." Cursing, Devon shoved more debris aside and found a brass window bar that had broken from its rivets. He crawled over another seat and reached upward for the locked side door on the downstream side of the current. Gasping with effort, he used the brass rod as a makeshift crowbar to pry open the door. The diagonal tilt of the carriage made it difficult work, and all the while, water rushed in, swirling up to their knees now. Once the lock was broken, Devon pushed the door open until it swung free and thudded against the outer side of the vehicle. Poking his head out, he calculated their distance from the riverbank. The water appeared to be no more than hip deep. The problem was the extreme cold, which would finish them off quickly. They couldn't afford to wait for help. Coughing from the smoke-glazed air, Devon ducked back into the carriage. He found Winterbourne pulling shards of glass from his hair, his eyes still closed, his face scored with a mesh of bloody scratches. "I'm going to pull you outside and guide you to the river's edge," Devon said. "What's your condition?" Winterbourne asked, sounding remarkably lucid for a man who'd just been blinded and had his leg broken. "Better than yours. How far are we from solid ground?" "About 20 feet. "And the current? How strong is it?" "It doesn't bloody matter. We can't stay here." "Your odds are better without me," came the calm observation. "I'm not going to leave you in here, you arse-witted bastard." Devon gripped Winterbourne's wrist and pulled it across his shoulders. "If you're afraid, you'll owe me a favour after saving your life." With effort, he towed him toward the open doorway. "You're right. A huge favour." He set a foot wrong, and they both stumbled. Reaching out with his free hand, Devon grabbed hold of the doorway to secure their balance. A lacerating jolt pierced through his chest, momentarily stealing his breath. "Christ, you're heavy," he managed to say. There was no reply. He realized that Winterbourne was fighting not to lose consciousness. With every excoriating breath, Devon felt the stabs in his chest lengthen into an unbroken shrill of agony. His muscles locked and spasmed. Too many complications were piling up. The river, the cold, Winterbourne's injuries, and now whatever was causing him such pain. But there was no choice except to keep moving. Gritting his teeth, he managed to tug Winterbourne upward and out of the carriage. Together they splashed into the water, which caused Winterbourne to cry out in agony. Clutching him, Devon struggled to find purchase, anchoring his feet into the gluey river bottom. The water was higher than he'd estimated, reaching well over his waist. For a moment, the shock of cold paralyzed him. He concentrated on forcing his locked muscles to move. "Winterbourne," he said through gritted teeth, "it's not far." "Well, make it," his friend replied with a succinct curse, making him grin briefly. Labouring against the current, Devon waded toward the reed bed at the riverbank, where other survivors of the accident were crawling out. It was hard, exhausting work, the mud sucking at his feet, the frigid water sapping his coordination and shutting down all feeling. My lord, I'm here!" His valet, Sutton, was standing at the river's edge, waving to him anxiously. It appeared he had climbed down the escarpment from the derailed carriages, still poised on the bridge. The valet plunged into the shallows, gasping at the bone-chilling temperature. "Take him," Devon said brusquely, dragging the half-conscious Winterbourne through the reed bed. Sutton locked his arms around the other man's chest and pulled Winterbourne to safety. Devon felt his knees give out, and he staggered among the reeds, fighting not to collapse. His exhausted brain worked to summon his last reserves of strength, and he lurched toward the bank. He stopped as he became aware of frantic, high-pitched cries. Looking back over his shoulder, he saw that passengers still occupied one of the compartments of a flooded carriage that had landed in the river at a diagonal tilt. They hadn't been able to break open the locked door. No one had gone to help them. The survivors who had made it out of the water had collapsed from the cold. Rescuers were only now just beginning to arrive, and by the time they made it down the embankment, it would be too late. Without giving himself time to consider it, Devon turned and sloshed back out into the water. "Sir," he heard Sutton call out. "Look after Winterbourne," Devon said brusquely. By the time he reached the carriage, he was numb from the waist down and struggling through a haze of confusion. Through pure force of will, he fought his way into a compartment of the carriage, through the space in a wall that had been torn by the force of the accident. He went to a window and gripped a brass rod. It took immense concentration to make his hand close around it properly. Somehow, he managed to wrench it free of the wall and waded through the carriage to plunge back into the river. As he used the bar to pry at the door of the locked compartment, he heard screams of relief from inside. The door opened with a protesting groan of metal, and passengers crowded the opening. Devon's bleary gaze took in a middle-aged woman holding a squalling baby, 2 weeping girls, and a boy in his early teens. "Are there any more in there?" Devon asked the boy. His voice was slurred, as if he were drunk. "None alive, sir," the boy said, shivering. "Do you see those people at the side of the river?" "I think so, sir." "Go there. Take the girls arm in arm. Keep your sides to the current. Less for it to push against. Go." The boy nodded and plunged into the river, gasping at the intense cold that reached up to his chest. The frightened girls followed with shrieks, clutching at his arms. Together, the trio moved toward the riverbank, steadying one another against the current. Turning to the terrified woman, Devon said tersely, "Give me the child." She shook her head wildly. "Please, sir, why?" Now. He wouldn't be able to stay on his feet much longer. The woman obeyed, weeping, and the child continued to wail as he curled his little arms around Devon's neck. His mother gripped Devon's free arm and stepped from the carriage, letting out a shrill cry as she plunged into the water. Step by step, Devon hauled her through the river, the weight of her skirts making progress difficult. He soon lost all sense of time. He wasn't quite certain where he was or what was happening. He couldn't be sure that his legs were still working. He couldn't feel them. The baby had stopped crying, his hand groping curiously over Devon's face, like a migrating starfish. He was vaguely aware that the woman was shouting something, but the words were lost amid the sluggish pulse in his ears. There were people in the distance, hand lamps, lights dancing and bobbing in the smoke-blistered air. He kept pushing on, impelled by the dim understanding that to hesitate even for a moment was to snap the last thread of consciousness. His mind registered a tug at the child in his arms, another stronger pull as he resisted briefly. The child was being gathered up by strangers, while others had come forward to help the woman through the sludge of reeds and mud. Losing his balance, Devon staggered back, his muscles no longer obeying his commands. The water snatched him instantly, closing over his head and dragging him away. As he felt himself carried by the current, his brain hovered over the scene, observing the slowly spinning form, his own in the inky water. He couldn't save himself, he realized with dazed surprise. No one was going to save him. He had met the same untimely fate as all the Ravenel men, leaving far too much unfinished, and he couldn't even bring himself to care. Somewhere in the rubble of his thoughts, he knew that West would manage without him. West would survive. But Kathleen, she would never know what she had meant to him. That pierced his failing awareness. Dear God, why had he waited, assuming he had time at his disposal? If he could have had 5 minutes to tell her, bloody hell, 1 minute. But it was too late. Kathleen would go on without him. Some other man would marry her, grow old with her, and Devon would be nothing but a faded memory, if she remembered him at all. He struggled and flailed, a silent howl trapped inside. Kathleen was his fate, his. He would defy all the hells that ever were to stay with her. But it was no use. The river bore him steadily away into the darkness. Something caught at him. Tough, sinewed bands twined around his arm and chest like some monster from the deep. An inexorable force wrenched him painfully backward. He felt himself gripped and held fast against the current. "Oh, no, you don't," a man growled close to his ear, gasping with effort. The secure grip tightened around his midriff, and he began to cough, spikes of agony driving through him as the voice continued. "You're not leaving me to manage that bloody estate on my own." Chapter 17. "The train must have been late," Pandora said crossly, playing with the dogs on the receiving room floor. "I hate waiting." "You could occupy yourself with a useful task," Cassandra said, poking away at her needlework. "That makes waiting go faster." People always say that, and it's not true. Into the billowing folds of Pandora's dress. "Darling, you'll be covered with dog hair by the time the gentlemen arrive." "They won't notice," Pandora assured her. "My dress is black, and so is the dog." Perhaps, but still, Kathleen broke off as Hamlet trotted into the receiving room with his perpetual grin. In all the bustle of holiday preparations for that evening, she had forgotten about the pig. She had become so accustomed to the sight of him following Napoleon and Josephine everywhere that she had begun to think of him as a third dog. "Oh dear," she said, "something must be done with Hamlet. Banish him from the house." "There's no choice," Kathleen said regretfully. "I'm afraid that Mr. Winterbourne can't be expected to share our enlightened view of pigs. Hamlet will have to sleep in the barn. You can make him a nice bed of straw and blankets." The twins were aghast, both of them protesting at once. "But that will hurt his feelings. He'll think he's being punished." "He'll be perfectly comfortable," Kathleen began, but broke off as she noticed that both dogs, alerted by a noise, had hurried from the room with their tails wagging. Hamlet rushed after them with a determined squeak. "Someone is at the front door," Helen said, setting aside her embroidery. She went to the window for a glimpse of the front drive and portico. It had to be Devon and his guest. Jumping to her feet, Kathleen told the twins urgently, "Take the pig to the cellars. Hurry!" She suppressed a grin as they ran to obey. Smoothing her skirts and tugging her sleeves into place, Kathleen went to stand beside Helen at the window. To her surprise, there was no carriage or team of horses on the drive. Only a sturdy pony, its sides sweat-streaked and heaving. She recognized the pony. It belonged to the postmaster's young son, Nate, who was often sent to deliver telegraph dispatches. But Nate didn't usually ride pell-mell on his deliveries. Uneasiness slithered down her spine. The elderly butler came to the doorway. "Milady?" A breath caught in Kathleen's throat as she saw that he held a telegram in his hand. In the time she had known him, Sims had never given her a letter or telegram directly from his own hand, but had always brought it on a small silver tray. "The boy says it's a matter of great urgency," Sims said, his face tense with repressed emotion as he gave the telegram to her. "A news dispatch was sent to the postmaster. It seems there was a train accident at Alton." Kathleen felt the color drain from her face. A sharp hum crackled in her ears. Clumsy with haste, she snatched the telegram from him and opened it. "Derailment near Alton Station. Trenier and Winterbourne both injured. Have doctor ready for their arrival. I will return by hired coach. Sutton. Devon."
injured. Kathleen found herself clenching her fists, as if the terrifying thought were something she could physically bat away. Her heart had begun to hammer. "Sims, send a footman to fetch the doctor." She had to force words through a smothering layer of panic. "He must come without delay. Both Lord Trenier and Mr. Winterbourne will require his attention." "Yes, my lady." The butler left the receiving room, moving with remarkable alacrity for a man his age. "May I read it?" Helen asked. Kathleen extended the telegram to her, the paper's edges fluttering like a captured butterfly. Nate's breathless voice came from the doorway. He was a small, wiry boy with a mop of rust-colored hair and a round face constellated with freckles. "My dad told me the news from the wire." Seeing that he had gained both women's attention, he continued excitedly. "It happened at the bridge, just before the station. A train of ballast wagons was crossing the line and didn't clear in time. The passenger train crashed into it, and some of the carriages went over the bridge into the River Wey." The boy's eyes were huge and round with awe. "More than a dozen people were killed, and another score are missing. My dad says there's probably some who'll die in the coming days. They might have their arms and legs torn off, and their bones crushed." "Nate," Helen interrupted, as Kathleen whirled away, "why don't you run to the kitchen and ask the cook for a biscuit or a heel of gingerbread?" "Thank you, Lady Helen." Kathleen pressed her balled fists against her eyes, digging her knuckles hard against the sockets. Anguished fear caused her to shake from head to toe. She couldn't bear knowing that Devon was hurt. At that very moment, that beautiful, arrogant, superbly healthy man was in pain. Perhaps frightened. Perhaps dying. She let out a coughing breath, and another, and a few hot tears slid between her knuckles. No, she couldn't let herself cry. There was too much to do. They had to be ready when he arrived. Everything necessary to help him must be instantly available. "What can I do?" she heard Helen ask behind her. She dragged her cuffs over her wet cheeks. It was difficult to think. Her brain was in a fog. "Tell the twins what's happened and make certain they're not present when the men are brought inside. We don't know what their condition is or how severe the injuries are, and I wouldn't want the girls to see." "Of course." Kathleen turned to face her. Blood throbbed in her temples. "I'll find Mrs. Church," she said hoarsely.
"We'll need to gather the household medical supplies and clean sheets and rags." Her throat closed. "West is with them," Helen said, settling a gentle hand on her shoulder. She was very calm, although her face was white and tense. "He'll take good care of his brother. Don't forget, the Earl is large and very strong. He would survive hazards that other men might not." Kathleen nodded automatically, but the words gave her no comfort. Yes, Devon was a big, strapping man, but a railway accident was different from any other kind of disaster. Injuries from collisions and derailments were rarely trifling. It didn't matter how strong or brave or clever someone was, when he was hurtling along at 60 miles per hour, it all came down to luck, which had always been in short supply for the Ravenel family. To Kathleen's relief, the footman who had been dispatched to find Dr. Weeks returned with him promptly. Weeks was a competent, skillful physician who had trained in London. He had come to the estate on the morning of Theo's accident, and he had been the one to break the news to the Ravenel girls about their brother's death. Whenever a member of the household was ill, Weeks always arrived promptly, treating the servants with the same consideration and respect that he showed to the Ravenel family. Kathleen had quickly come to like and trust him. "I haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting Lord Trenier," Weeks said, as he opened his medical cases in one of the bedrooms that had been readied for the soon-to-arrive patients. "I regret that the first time will be on such an occasion." "So do I," Kathleen said, staring fixedly at the contents of the large black cases. Plaster bandages, needles and thread, shining metal implements, glass tubes filled with powders, and small bottles of chemicals. A sense of unreality kept sweeping over her as she wondered when Devon would arrive and what kind of injuries he had sustained. Dear Lord, this was hideously similar to the morning that Theo had died. She folded her arms and gripped her elbows, trying to quell the tremors that ran through her frame. The last time Devon had left Eversby Priory, she thought, she had been too cross with him to say goodbye. "Lady Trenier," the doctor said gently, "I'm sure this unfortunate situation and my presence here must remind you of your husband's accident. Would it help if I mixed a mild sedative?" "No, thank you. I want to keep my wits about me. It's only... I can't believe... another Ravenel." She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Weeks frowned and stroked his close-trimmed beard as he commented, "The men of this family don't seem to be gifted with longevity. However, let's not assume the worst just yet. We'll learn about Lord Trenier's condition soon enough." As the doctor arranged various items on a table, Kathleen could hear Sims in some distant room telling a footman to run to the stables and fetch a bundle of training poles for makeshift stretches. There were sounds of rapid feet on the stairs and the clanks of hot water cans and pails of coal. Mrs. Church was in the middle of scolding a housemaid who had brought her a dull pair of scissors, but she broke off in mid-sentence. Kathleen tensed at the abrupt silence. After a moment, the housekeeper's urgent voice came from the hallway. "My lady, the family coach is coming along the drive." Leaping forward as if scalded, Kathleen bolted from the room. She passed Mrs. Church on the way to the grand staircase. "Lady Trenier," the housekeeper exclaimed, following her, "you'll have a tumble." Kathleen ignored the warning, racing headlong down the stairs and out to the portico, where Sims and a group of housemaids and footmen were gathering. Every gaze was on the approaching vehicle. Even before the wheels had stopped moving, the footman riding on the back had leaped to the ground, and the carriage door had flung open from the inside. Exclamations rippled through the air as West emerged. He was in appalling condition, his clothing filthy and wet. Everyone tried to gather around him at once. West raised a hand to hold them off, bracing himself against the side of the carriage. Continuous tremors ran through him, his teeth chattering audibly. "No. See to the Earl first. Where's the damned doctor?" Dr. Weeks was already beside him. "Here, Mr. Ravenel. Are you injured?" West shook his head. "Only cold. I had to pull my brother from the river." Having pushed her way through the group, Kathleen took West's arm to steady him. He was shuddering and swaying, his complexion grey. A fetid river smell clung to him, his clothes reeking of mud and polluted water. "How is Devon?" she asked urgently. West leaned hard against her. "Barely conscious. Not making much sense. In the water too long." "Mrs. Church," Weeks said to the housekeeper, "Mr. Ravenel must be carried straight to bed. Stoke the hearth and cover him with blankets. No one is to administer spirits of any kind. That is very important, do you understand? You may give him warm, sweet tea, not hot." "I don't need to be carried," West protested. "Look, I'm standing right here before you." But even as he spoke, he had begun to sink to the ground.
Kathleen braced her legs against his weight, trying to keep him from falling. Hastily, a pair of footmen grabbed him and lowered him onto a stretcher. As West struggled, the doctor spoke sternly. "Be still, Mr. Ravenel. Until you've been warmed through and through, any exertion could be the death of you. If the chilled blood in your extremities reaches your heart too fast—" He broke off impatiently and said to the footman, "Take him inside." Kathleen had begun to climb the folding step of the carriage. The dark interior was ominously silent. "My lord? Devon, can you—" "Allow me to see them first," the doctor said from behind her, pulling her firmly away from the vehicle. "Tell me how Lord Trenier is," she demanded. "As soon as I can." Weeks climbed into the carriage. Kathleen clenched every muscle in the effort to be patient. She bit her lower lip until it throbbed. A half-minute later, the doctor's voice emerged with a new note of urgency. "We will remove Mr. Winterbourne first. I need a strong fellow to help, immediately." "Peter," Sims directed, and the footman hastened to comply. "What about Devon?" Kathleen was maddened with worry. She tried to look into the carriage, but she couldn't see anything with the doctor and footman blocking the way. "Dr. Weeks. In a moment, my lady." "Yes, but—" She fell back a step as a large, dark shape clambered from the carriage. It was Devon, ragged and nearly unrecognizable. He had heard her voice. "Lord Trenier," came the doctor's terse command, "do not exert yourself. I will see to you as soon as I assist your friend." Devon ignored him, staggering as his feet reached the ground. He clutched the edge of the door opening to keep from falling. He was filthy and battered from head to toe, his shirt wet and blood-stained. But as Kathleen looked over him frantically, she saw with relief there were no missing limbs, no gaping wounds. He was in one piece. His disoriented gaze found hers in a blaze of unholy blue, and his lips shaped her name. Kathleen reached him in 2 strides, and he seized her roughly. One hand clutched the mass of coiled braids at the back of her head in a grip that hurt. A quiet groan vibrated in his throat, and he ground his mouth over hers in a punishing kiss, heedless of anyone who saw them. His body shuddered, his balance ramshackle, and she stiffened her legs to support him. "You shouldn't be standing," she said unsteadily. "Let me help you." "Well, sit on the ground, Devon, please." But he wasn't listening at all. With a primitive, impassioned grunt, he turned and pushed her against the side of the carriage and kissed her again. Even hurt and exhausted, he was unbelievably strong. His mouth took hers with bruising force, stopping only when he had to gasp for air. Over his shoulder, Kathleen saw Mrs. Church and a pair of footmen coming to them with a stretcher. "Devon," she begged, "you must lie down. There's a stretcher right here. They have to bring you into the house." "I'll stay with you, I promise." He was motionless, except for the violent shivers that ran through his frame. "Darling," Kathleen whispered near his ear with anguished worry. "Please let go of me." He responded with an indecipherable sound, his arms cinching harder around her. And he began to fall as he lost consciousness. Thankfully, the footmen were right there to grab Devon before he crushed Kathleen under his solid weight. As they pulled him away from her and lowered him to the stretcher, her dazed brain comprehended the word he'd said. Never. Chapter 18. During the process of settling Devon onto the stretcher, the hem of his wet shirt rode up. Kathleen and Mrs. Church gasped simultaneously as they saw a hideous purple-black bruise the size of a dinner plate, spreading across the left side of his ribcage and chest. Kathleen blanched as she thought of the blunt force it had taken to cause such an injury. Surely he must have broken ribs. Desperately, she wondered if one of his lungs might have collapsed. Carefully, she bent to arrange one of his sprawled arms against his side. How shocking it was to see a man of his vitality lying there so limp and still. Mrs. Church settled a blanket over him and told the footman, "Take him up to the master bedroom, softly, no jostling. Treat him as if he were a newborn babe." After counting in unison, the footman lifted the stretcher. "A babe that weighs 14 stone, one of them grunted. Mrs. Church tried to look stern, but the corners of her eyes crinkled briefly. "Mind your tongue, David."
Kathleen followed behind the footman, swiping impatiently at the film of tears over her eyes. Walking beside her, the housekeeper murmured consolingly, There, don't distress yourself, my lady. We'll soon have him patched up and as good as new." Although Kathleen longed to believe her, she whispered tightly, "He's so bruised and feeble. He might have internal injuries." "He didn't seem so feeble as all that a moment ago," the housekeeper observed dryly. Kathleen turned scarlet. "He was overwrought. He didn't know what he was doing." "If you say so, my lady." Mrs. Church's slight smile faded as she continued, "I think we should save our worry for Mr. Winterbourne." Just before Mr. Ravenel was carried inside, he said that Mr. Winterbourne's leg is broken, and he's also been blinded. "Oh no." "We must find out if he wants us to send for someone." "I would be surprised if he did," the housekeeper said pragmatically as they entered the house. "Why do you say that?" Kathleen asked. "If he had anyone, he wouldn't have come here alone for Christmas in the first place." While Dr. Weeks attended to Devon's injuries, Kathleen went to visit West. Even before she reached the open door of his room, she heard noise and laughter drifting into the hallway. She stood at the threshold, watching with a touch of fond resignation as she saw West sitting up in bed, regaling a group that included a half-dozen servants, Pandora, Cassandra, both dogs, and Hamlet. Helen stood beside a lamp, reading the temperature of a glass thermometer. Thankfully, West no longer appeared to be shivering, and his colour had improved. "Then I glimpsed a man wading back out into the river," he was saying, toward a half-submerged railway carriage with people trapped inside. "And I said to myself, that man is a hero. Also an idiot, because he's already been in the water for too long, and he won't be able to save them, and he's about to sacrifice his life for nothing." I proceeded to climb down the embankment and found Sutton. "Where is the Earl?" I asked. West paused for dramatic effect, relishing the rapt attention of his audience. "And where do you think Sutton pointed?" "Out to the river, where that reckless fool had just saved a trio of children and was wading after them with a baby in one arm and a woman on the other." "The man was Lord Trenier?" one of the housemaids gasped. "None other." The entire group exclaimed with pleasure and possessive pride. "Nothing to it, for a bloke as big as his lordship," one of the footmen said with a grin. "I should think he'll be put in the papers for this," another exclaimed. "I hope so," West said, "if only because I know how he would loathe it." He paused as he saw Kathleen in the doorway. "All of you," she said sotto voce to the servants, "had better clear out before Sims or Mrs. Church catches you in here." "I was just reaching the best part," West protested. "I'm about to describe my thrilling yet poignant rescue of the Earl." "You can describe it later," Kathleen said, standing in the doorway as the servants hastily filed out. "For now, you should be resting." She glanced at Helen. "How is his temperature?" "He needs to go up 1 more degree." "The devil I do," West said. "With that fire stoked so high, the room is an oven. Soon I'll be as brown as a Christmas goose. Speaking of that, I'm famished." "The doctor said we can't feed you until you've reached the right temperature," Pandora said.
Will you take another cup of tea? Cassandra asked. I'll have a brandy, West retorted, along with a wedge of currant pie, a plate of cheese, a bowl of potato and turnip mash, and a beefsteak. Cassandra smiled. I'll ask the doctor if you may have some broth. Broth? He repeated indignantly. Come along, Hamlet, Pandora said, before West decides he wants bacon as well. Wait, Kathleen said, frowning. Isn't Hamlet supposed to be in the cellars? Cook wouldn't allow it, Cassandra said. She said he would find a way to knock over the bins and eat all the root vegetables. She cast a proud glance at the cheerful-looking creature. Because he is a very creative and enterprising pig. Cook didn't say that last part, Pandora said. No, Cassandra admitted, but it was implied. The twins cleared the dogs and pig from the room and left. Helen extended the thermometer to West. Under your tongue, please, she said gravely. He complied with a long-suffering expression. Dear, Kathleen asked Helen, will you speak to Mrs. Church about dinner? With 3 invalids in the house, I think it's best if we dine informally tonight. 2 invalids, West mumbled indignantly around the thermometer. I'm perfectly well. Yes, of course, Helen replied to Kathleen. And I'll make up a tray for Dr. Weeks. He may be occupied for a while with Lord Trenier and Mr. Winterbourne, and he's certainly earned his supper. Good idea, Kathleen said. Don't forget to include a dish of lemon syllabub. As I recall, Dr. Weeks has a sweet tooth.
By all means, West said around the thermometer. Let's talk about food in front of a starving man. Before leaving, Helen paused to nudge his chin upward, closing his mouth. No talking. After Helen had gone, Kathleen brought some tea to West and took the thermometer from his mouth. She examined the line of mercury intently. 1/2 degree more, and you may eat. West relaxed against the pillows, his animated expression easing into strained lines. How is my brother? Dr. Weeks is treating him. Mrs. Church and I saw an appalling bruise on his chest, and Sid, we think he may have broken ribs. But he was conscious when he left the carriage, and he opened his eyes when he was brought to his room. Thank God. West sighed heavily. It's a miracle if it's nothing more than broken ribs. That accident, my God. Railway cars were strewn about like children's toys. And the people who didn't survive. He broke off and swallowed hard. I wish I could forget what I saw. Sitting on the bedside chair, Kathleen reached out and squeezed his hand gently. You're exhausted, she murmured. West let out a brief, mirthless laugh. I'm so dog-tired that exhaustion would be an improvement. I should leave you to rest. His hand turned and curled around hers. Not yet, he muttered. I don't want to be alone. She nodded, remaining in the chair. Letting go of